In bed with a lowlife like Hanley Burrell? I figured Graham for the guy who put out that alert on me. So the original plan was to send in Hanley alone to do the dirty work? I think so. Hanley kicks in the door, overpowers Annabelle, has time to set up and wait for me. When I get home with... Mike's fingers nervously tapped the monitor clipped to his belt. Cat. He's got privacy, and my wife and daughter there to make me cooperate with whatever the hell they want. Then he cleans up afterward. Kills me. He pictured the drop cloth wadded on the living room floor. At that point, Annabelle and Cat would be witnesses. He severed the thought. But Hanley couldn't keep it under control until I got there. A cry wavered through the thin wall. Cat. Mike tensed. Go, Hank said. Mike hurried next door, patted Cat back to sleep, and returned, now with Shep at his heels. Shep crossed his arms, leaned against the bureau. Hank said, Shep, I presume. Shep nodded. Hank turned to Mike. Look, I'm a second-rate investigator with a foot in the grave. But I know a little. With thumb and forefinger, he pinched off an inch of air to show how thin his expertise was. And what little I do know, I know about crap like this. The longer you leave things the way they are, the harder it's going to be to get back. Get back where? Mike said. You left a corpse and your wife's body behind, went on the lam with your daughter, and pulled $500,000 out of the bank. 300,000. Oh, well then. It's not what you think, Mike said. I haven't told you what I think. Mike said nothing. Every hour that passes, you look more suspicious, Hank said. You're acting like a seasoned criminal. He shot a glance at Shep. No offense. Shep shrugged. None taken. If you stay in hiding, you will be vilified, Hank continued. You will lose control of what story gets told and which leads get investigated. Spoken like a cop, Shep said. I can't walk from my bed to the toilet without wheezing anymore, son. I'm too tired to play sides. Hank's focus shifted back to Mike. I want to help you. Maybe I need a distraction. Maybe it's more than a distraction. Hell, if I can do one right thing before... He made a noise, amusement at his folly, and Mike couldn't help but wonder if Hank's steadfastness was tied somehow to the worn school picture of the young boy thumbtacked to his office wall. Hank continued, I spend my days staring down the barrel. I see things with a certain clarity now. Perspective, I think they call it. Mike started to interrupt, but Hank held up a hand, cutting him off. At the moment, you're merely a person of interest in this case. You have not been formally charged. You've got a very limited window to step back from the edge. Now, the situation is drastic, and you've never struck me as someone who wanted only convenient facts, so I'm going to lay out the picture, and let's skip the part where you're outraged and emotional because, Mike, you don't have the time. There are whispers of infidelity. You walked in on your wife. His hand churned the air. You can guess how that script will play. 90% of the game right now is how you look, and you look guilty. Even your name, Michael Wingate. You created a fake identity. No, Mike said sharply. I was never Mike Doe. I left behind a fake identity. If they charge you with assaulting your wife, charge me for that? They can take away your healthcare proxy rights. Then who makes the choices for Annabelle? And what are you going to do with Catherine? Raise her on the run? Bonnie and Clyde, eating beans and franks under the open sky? There's no play like that, not in this day and age, especially not for a parent. We've got to find someone we trust and get you with the authorities. Shep said, Bad idea. Hank swung his head over to take in Shep. Don't get stuck on stupid, son. This ain't you against the world. It might be, Shep said. He killed the man's brother. These guys weren't exactly agreeable before that. You're right. They're bad news. It's hunting season, and they don't have a little girl slowing them down. Hunting season, Shep said. I like that. Hank kept his stare on Mike, as if Mike had made the last remark instead of Shep. So that's it? You gonna track them yourself? With an 8-year-old girl? Mike looked away, fidgeting. She's precocious, Shep answered. So are William Burrell and Roger Drake. And you know what else? They've got more practice at this. Hank heaved a sigh. The authorities will be able to protect you and your daughter better than you can out here on your own. Unless the authorities I land with are in with Graham, Mike said, in which case I'd be walking myself and Kat into the lion's den. I can't protect her in custody. All cops are not corrupt, Hank said wearily. The dappled skin over his temple twitched. He looked suddenly brittle, as though he might shatter if you threw the wrong words at him. I gotta see my doctor at 8. If you give me a few hours after that, I will find you a department with honest cops who can protect you, alert or no alert. I watched a cop come back from searching Kat's bedroom wearing latex gloves and holding a throwdown gun, Mike said. She's a witness. She saw 2 of these men. As did everyone at that country club the night of the awards, Hank said. Look, this thing hasn't gone according to their plan. Kat hasn't seen anything incriminating yet. You still have a shot to excise her from all this. Not with these guys. They've used her for bait once already. Can you get her to your in-laws? Hank asked. Grandparents? Mike choked on the thought, swallowed to moisten his throat. They wouldn't know how to protect her. So how about Annabelle? Hank stood and tugged his gloves from his pocket. You think they'll go after her to get to you also? Shep said, Yes. He checked his watch. Shift change in an hour. I need to go back to the hospital. He crossed and opened the front door, letting in a spill of pale gray light, the bleakest edge of morning. Hank crowded him at the door, neither man giving way, a momentary logjam. Hank shouldered through first onto the walk and turned back. His gaze stayed on Shep, though he was addressing Mike. I'll call you in 6 hours, with a name and a station. Shep pretended not to hear him. Don't trust the cops, he told Mike. He gestured politely, and Hank stepped aside to let him pass. Their respective cars waited on opposite ends of the lot. Breaking apart, they headed out into the storm. Mike stood in the doorway, long after they'd driven off. Chapter 33. Look at this. Come here. Her black hair arcing across her face, Dr. Cha beckoned Shep closer, leaned over Annabelle and rubbed 2 knuckles into her chest, hard. Still unconscious, Annabelle shifted on the bed and grimaced. Sternal rub, Dr. Cha said. The bone's beneath only a millimeter of skin there, so people recoil from pressure. When they're responsive, that is. The surgical ICU occupied the east wing of the ground floor, so morning light suffused the double room. The dividing curtain had been pulled back to reveal the unoccupied bed, adding some breathing space to the cramped quarters. And check this. Shep looked up at the doctor, their faces close. Watching Annabelle eagerly, Dr. Cha pinched the pad of Annabelle's finger. Annabelle's hand twitched away. The doctor regarded the hand with wonder. Is that not the most beautiful damn thing? Beautiful, Shep agreed. Dr. Cha straightened up, and Shep took a step back. She cleared her throat and adjusted her wireframe glasses, all business again. She's breathing above the vent now, which is good. We have it set for 14 breaths a minute, but she's at 16. If this keeps up, we might get her extubated by the afternoon. She cocked her head. Why the face? This is good news. People will come to kill her, Shep said. Kill her? Which people? The ones who put her here. They'll want to finish the job. We have good security here. It's not like anyone can walk into a patient's room. She balked at the silence. You don't trust our security? No. So it's not her husband, like the cops say, who did this? No. How do you know? Shep said, I know. Is that why you're here? To stop whoever you believe is coming? Yes. You really believe? Can we transfer her to a different hospital? An undisclosed location? No, she's too unstable. Her blood pressure's labile. Plus that artery nick is clotting off nicely. Any jostling in a vehicle might open it back up. Can her husband force a transfer? Doesn't he have some legal say? You're a devoted friend, she observed. But no, I won't allow her to be moved. Not until she's more stable. Like this afternoon, when she's off the ventilator? Like a week from now. Before Dr. Cha could reply, the door opened and Elsie and Markovich strode in with Annabelle's sister, a big-boned, attractive woman. A weighty purse knocking about her hip, June paused a few steps from the bed, quivering to regard her sister. She regained her composure, and introductions were made. June shifted her attention to Shep. Who is he? Who are you? Shep, he said. She looked at Dr. Cha. He's not family. Dr. Cha tapped the medical chart against her hand. I was told he's on the husband's side. Annabelle's husband doesn't have any relatives. We were foster brothers, Shep said. At this, June's mouth came open a little. I thought family privileges were only afforded to real family. Real family, Dr. Cha repeated evenly. It is our policy to consider foster siblings. Given what's going on here, why would you let anyone involved with Mike have access to my sister? What has gone on here? Dr. Cha asked. She waited, the silence drawing out. I wasn't aware that any charges have been brought. June glared at Shep. Mind if I have some time alone with my sister? Shep said, What? Mind if I have some time alone with my sister? Shep stepped out into the hall, the detectives flanking him. So, Markovich said, you're very close to Ms. Andrews? Who? Shep said. Annabelle, Elsie said. That's her maiden name. Which you know, of course, given how familial you are. Right, Shep said. Sure. A few feet away, Dr. Cha jotted on the chart and slotted it into the acrylic rack mounted on the door. The detectives made no attempt to lower their voices. Shepard White, safe-cracking, burglary, B&E. Quite a celeb you are. Markovich grinned. You're in all the databases. Shep said, and still not wanted for anything. Elsie said, currently. Markovich now. Mind if we frisk you? Shep held out his arms. Markovich spun him, planted him on the wall, hands pinching his ankles, sliding up his legs, patting his sides. You wouldn't happen to know where your dear foster brother is, would you? Shep turned, straightening his clothes, and nodded cordially at Dr. Cha over the detective's shoulder. No. If you talk to him, tell him this. If he doesn't produce himself in short order, he's going to be charged for the murder of Hanley Burrell and the attempted murder of Annabelle Wingate. Annabelle's father has already started proceedings to enjoin your boy from exercising his authority under the healthcare proxy. No judge is going to uphold a fugitive's control over the life of a woman he put in a coma. Mike didn't put her there, and he's not a fugitive. Come tomorrow morning, Markovich said. He will be. Chapter 34. Ensconced in a swirl of sheets and wearing a glazed expression, Kat watched cartoons. Absent-mindedly, she rubbed her thumb across the back of Snowball 2, working the mini polar bear like a rabbit's foot charm. Mike had done his best to put her hair up, but strays abounded and the ponytail had wound up off-center. It was one of those things he could never figure out how to get right. I miss school. I know. Mike had pulled a chair around to sit, elbows nailed to his knees, his gaze stuck on the phone. I miss the sun. Me too. I miss my bed. I know. I miss my mom. Mike's mouth opened, but no sound came out. Kat was wearing the same blank expression she'd had on last time he'd glanced over. The phone rang, forcing him to switch tracks. He snatched it up. Hank said, We're going to steer clear of the sheriff's department since we know they're hooked into the alert. But I found someone for you at LAPD. This is turning into a high-profile case, and I'm banking on the fact that LAPD will want to keep it in their court if you go into them. They've got more muscle than sheriffs. Who there? Jason Candell, a Captain 2 in the North Hollywood station. Can I trust him? Mike, this man will listen to you. That's the best you're going to get right now. Let this thing go another 24 hours and the most you can hope for is a clean jail cell. I need to know Kat will be safe. LAPD will protect her better than you can. Mike hung up, pressed a fist to the edge of the desk until his knuckles ached. Then he found the bat phone and called Shep. How is she? A little better. Some movement, pain response. The doc seems excited by that. Movement. Movement is good. Pain response is good. Mike realized he was babbling, chewing his thumb. But she's not out of the woods. Things could still go south fast. Mike swallowed dryly. How about her safety? They're letting me stay with her right now, Shep said. But visiting hours end at 8. What are you going to do? I'll figure something out. Okay. Mike took a breath. It seemed inconceivable that he couldn't be at his wife's side through this. Can we transfer her? Doc won't go for it. Says she's too unstable. The detectives were here, Markovich and Elsie. They said if you don't come in by tomorrow morning, you'll be charged for murder. Murder? Mike caught himself, lowered his voice. Murder? For that piece of shit who stuck a blade into my wife? And for attempted murder on Annabelle, Shep said. Mike felt a surge of rage, but before he could respond, Shep had moved on. They also said Annabelle's old man is trying to take over the medical decisions for her. Something about suing over the proxy. He's getting on a plane. So he'd be the one to greenlight a surgery, Mike said. Or pull the plug? He can't do that. He can't do that. He's trying. Mike looked across at Kat's zoned-out face, the glow of the TV rippling across her features. She had a red smudge on her chin from fruit juice, and she was sucking a thumb through her shirt sleeve, a habit she'd left behind 4 years ago. He was barely taking care of her now. How could he take care of her if they were really on the run? As if reading his thoughts, Shep said, Don't do it. This only gets worse. You'll be in jail, Shep said. Helpless. And Rick Graham, William Burrell, and Roger Drake will be out here. I'm sorry. He hung up. Shep called back immediately, but Mike muted the ringer. Then he rose and started packing up. Kat asked, Are we going somewhere? I don't know yet. They loaded up the truck and sat in the parking lot with the engine idling, Mike staring blankly ahead, the dusty windshield muting the early afternoon. Buckled into the passenger seat, Kat watched him. He could sense her keen stare. The rucksack of cash was an olive-drab lump at her feet. Snowball, too, peered out from her fist, halved marble eyes waiting on his next move. Panic rose in his throat like bile, but he stayed perfectly still, throat bobbing, choking it down. Eventually, the heavy gray of the afternoon settled over him, leaching away all emotion, and then he didn't even feel panic anymore, just the dead, dismal weight of the air he was breathing. After a time, Kat said, What do we do when we're scared? It took him a moment to realize she was going for the bad parenting game. He couldn't get his heart into it. I don't know, Kat. More vehemently now. What do we do when we're scared? He thought of Annabelle lying in that hospital bed, the dark cigar hole between her ribs. His daughter beside him, needing to return to a life he was helpless to get her back to. We curl up into a little ball and surrender, he said. He put the truck in gear and started for the police station. Mike couldn't settle his nerves. The instant he stepped into the North Hollywood station, he was convinced that he'd made a terrible mistake. But it was too late. A flickering overhead fluorescent seemed to set the ominous tone, casting one edge of the lobby in alternating shades of pale yellow. The desk officer no sooner took in his and Kat's faces than a back door opened and a uniformed cop appeared to frisk Mike. The guy would find nothing. Mike had left the 357 with the cash in the Toyota across the street. Shep could pick up the rucksack in case he needed money for Annabelle. Hands on the counter, legs spread, Mike made sure to keep murmuring to Kat, Don't worry, sweetheart. We're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. She clutched that miniature polar bear like a security blanket. Before the officer was through with Mike, Captain Jason Candell appeared, a virile guy, sinewy and dense of mustache, to apologize for the pat-down. He even crouched and got eye level with Kat to tell her how glad he was that she'd come in. Candell led them upstairs through a warren of hallways and offices. He moved light on his feet, like a dancer or a boxer. The way he took the turns, crisply on the balls of his feet, said he was former military. The farther back they wound, the more Mike's apprehension grew. He had to remind himself not to squeeze Kat's hand too hard lest he hurt her. She glided at his side, silent and trusting. By being here, was he breaking his promise to Annabelle to get Kat away from all this? Candell kept on, giving no indication that he noticed the sweat popping from Mike's forehead, until they reached his office. Big wooden desk with facing armchairs, Rotary Club plaques, a striped bass mounted on a piece of driftwood. 2 officers joined them, Mike looking warily from one to the other, searching out signs of betrayal. He sat on an armchair, pulled Kat into his lap, and laced his hands protectively across her stomach. Candell said, "Get you a cup of coffee?" Mike shook his head. "Maybe it would be better if Catherine went with Officer Maxwell." Mike said, "No way." Candell ran his fingertips thoughtfully through his dense blonde mustache. "We need to talk about the crime scene, and I think maybe it would be better for her not to have to get tangled up in the details. How about if we put her there?" He pointed through the glass door to the adjacent detective bullpen, "where you can keep an eye on her the whole time." Kat started to get out of Mike's lap, but he didn't relax his arms. She said, "It's okay, Dad," and pulled free. She settled into a chair in the next room and offered him an encouraging wave. Candell was waiting behind the desk, the picture of patience. "You made a pretty good run there," he said. "Blipped off the radar." "There are people after us," Mike said. 2 ex-cons, Roger Drake and William Burrell, the brother of the man who stabbed my wife. Candell jotted the names in a black detective's pad. "The brother of the man you killed?" "Yes," Mike said. "I don't understand. Why are they after you?" "I don't know." Candell's clear blue eyes ticked up from the pad and held on Mike's face for a beat, before lowering again. Mike said, "And there's also at least one person gunning for me who's inside law enforcement. Rick Graham." "There appear to be a lot of people looking for you who are inside law enforcement." "Not looking, gunning. This guy is working with criminals to come after me." Candell's pen ceased scribbling. "Working with ex-cons?" "Yes." "Bad guys and dirty cops makes a conspiracy. And you have no idea why this conspiracy is centered on you. Look, I know how this sounds, but it's the truth. I don't have any idea why I've been targeted, but I will work with you and do whatever it takes to figure out what's going on." Candell set his pad down on his desk, folded his hands on a leather blotter. "And in return?" "I need to protect my daughter. I want the right to make decisions for my wife, medical decisions. That's all I care about, how they can be taken care of, nothing else. Do you understand me?" "I do." Mike's throat opened up a little at that, as if he'd loosened a tie. "I have put my family in your trust. Will you protect them, no matter what happens to me?" "Of course we'll make sure they're safe." The muscles of his neck unclenched. He fought his shoulders down, stretched his neck, the burn somehow underscoring his relief. Officer Maxwell re-entered the room. "Mr. Wingate, you have a call." "A call? How does anyone know I'm here?" "We alerted the hospital that you were coming in, and I'm afraid it's them calling. About your wife. They say it's urgent." Dread. Pure and simple. In the next room, Kat was petting Snowball too soothingly, her feet swinging a few inches off the floor. Her mouth was moving, and it took him a moment to realize what she was whispering to the bear. "We're gonna be okay. We're gonna be okay." When Mike spoke, it came out a croak. "Okay. You can take it at my desk." Maxwell extended his arm, pointing to his station against the far wall. Mike moved across the room on deadened legs. 5 or so lines fed into the phone, but only one button was blinking. He rested his hand on the receiver, took a deep breath, and picked up. Steeling himself, he turned away toward the window, not wanting Kat to read his expression when he got the news. "Mike Wingate here." Down below he could see the gated side lot filled with black and whites. The sight of a black Mercury froze him, his breath misting against the glass. The driver's door was open. His eyes tracked around the lot, found a broad black officer facing away, blocking whomever he was speaking to. It took Mike a moment to register that it was Hank's voice on the phone. "Mike! Mike! Mike!" "Hank? What happened to Annabelle?" The cop in the parking lot was back on his heels, arms out, going submissive in the face of a reprimand. A low heat prickled across Mike's neck. "Never mind that," Hank said. "I had to say I was a doctor to get you on the phone. Listen, that alert that's out on you, it's at the state level. A counter-terrorist agency. These guys have authority over sheriffs, LAPD, everyone. They can take you and your daughter into custody and move you wherever they see fit. And guess who's one of their directors?" Down below, the officer stepped aside deferentially, and Rick Graham started briskly toward the entrance. As the phone lowered to the cradle in Mike's trembling hand, he faintly registered the tin can squawk of Hank's voice, saying, "You gotta get out of there." Chapter 35. Mike forced himself not to sprint back to Candell. He had maybe 4 minutes before Graham cleared the lobby and navigated his way upstairs and back to them. Mike kept an even pace, nodding reassuringly at Kat as he passed her. Candell said, "Everything okay with your wife?" She took a turn. "It looks bad." Mike assumed he appeared shaken enough to be believable. What kind of plan could he generate in the next 30 seconds that would get him alone with Kat? "Do you have a bathroom?" "I need a minute before I tell my daughter." "Of course. Around the corner there, second on the left." Mike rushed back, frantically scouting a way out. Offices let into offices, halls onto halls, a host of internal windows giving the entire floor a spotty transparency. In the bathroom he searched under the sink. Behind the door, nothing. He threw toilet paper out of the rotting wooden cabinet, finally locating a first aid kit in the back. He dumped it out and shoved aside the gauze rolls and medicine packets, plucking up a catheter-tipped syringe for wound irrigation. His shoes slipping over the supplies, he dashed across to the sink and filled the syringe with water. Dubious looking, but if it came down to it, it would have to do. Rushing back, he fought the plunger into place and shoved the syringe into his waistband. He slowed before the turn, tried to catch his breath. Candell was on his feet by his door, looking concerned. Mike drew close, bowed his head. "Can I have a moment alone with Kat? To tell her?" "Sure. We'll leave you my office." That had been Mike's fear. He needed to get Kat out of the bullpen area entirely to make a move for the exit. Graham was probably on the 3rd floor by now, winding his way back to them. Plan B. Out with the prop. Mike walked over and crouched in front of Kat, slipping the syringe into her front pocket. They'd frisked him, but not her, so they didn't know what she was or wasn't carrying. She looked down, brow furrowed, perplexed. He said loudly, "My God, honey, your color. Didn't I give you your insulin shot this morning?" "What?" "Honey, I know you hate needles, but this isn't the time." He squeezed her shoulders. "Please go along with me." A familiar glint broke through her glassy eyes. She nodded. He made a big show of checking her forehead, then turned, fearful that Graham was already barging around the corner, but there was just Candell and a few officers drawing near, concerned. Mike channeled the couch mother. "Cold and clammy, you need some candy. Dry and hot, you need a shot." He patted her pockets. "Where's your insulin? Do you have your insulin?" Kat withdrew the syringe, and he made a quick grab for it, enfolding it in his hand, doing his best to hide the wide plastic tip. She went a little weak-kneed, overdoing it, but Mike grabbed her arm and stiffened her up. Listening for Graham's approach, he didn't find it hard to act concerned. "I have to administer this in her thigh. Mind if I take her to the bathroom for a little privacy?" "Sure," Maxwell said. "My mother-in-law's diabetic. I know how that goes." Nodding his thanks, Mike shepherded Kat through the cops and around the turn, her hand clenching the polar bear. "Dad, what was that?" They were flying up the hall now, past the bathroom. I need you to follow my lead so I can get us out of here." He dumped the leaky syringe into a trash bin just inside a doorway. "And I'll answer all your questions later. Deal?" Through the open door and an interior office window, Graham flashed into view, charging up the parallel hall on the opposite side of the floor. "Deal." Mike clamped a hand over Kat's mouth and jerked back, flattening against the wall. Cops buzzed in the surrounding offices. At some point, someone was going to step through a doorway and see them hiding here. He could hear Graham's elevated voice. "Known terrorist in your custody. Perhaps you can explain to me why a hospital clerk was able to get me his location before you thought—" And the aggressively calm reply, "He's back this way, sir." As Graham's voice drifted toward Candel's office, Mike propelled Kat down the hall the other way. It seemed their movement was linked to Graham's, 2 points on a pulley cable sliding in opposite directions. They reached the terminus and stepped into a pass-through office, sliding behind 2 desk detectives hunkered into burritos. Neither raised his head. With Kat keeping pace at his side, Mike scurried through doorways and down corridors, waiting for red lights to flash, alarms to erupt, security barriers to lower. At last, a stairwell. They jostled down and spilled out into an open garage. A host of police cars pulled in for service or washing. To their right, a wide ramp angled up to the side lot that Graham had been standing in moments before. A faint ding-ding-dinging sounded from that direction, too subdued to be an alarm. The overweight cop whom Graham had argued aside was trudging right at them, lugging his shotgun and bulletproof vest. Mike froze, hand clamping the back of Kat's neck. "Lost?" the cop asked. Mike let a breath leak through his teeth. "No. I'm doing some work." "Yeah?" The smile seemed friendly. "What kind of work?" The dinging continued relentlessly, a bird pecking on Mike's spine. The pause felt as though it dragged out several minutes. "That flickering light in the lobby?" Kat blurted. Mike scratched his forehead with a thumb, grabbing the lifeline his daughter had thrown him. "Right. Probably just a loose connection, but you always worry about arcing, you know. So we're off to check the breakers." He pointed vaguely up the ramp. The man flicked his chin at Kat. "She your assistant?" Mike shot a glance back at the stairwell door. "It's Bring Your Kid to Work Day." "I thought that was in April." He'd heard of it? "They changed the date," Mike said. "Conflicted with Talk Like a Pirate Day." The man studied him, head cocked, and then his serious expression broke and he gave a big laugh. Stepping aside, he swept a hand at the ramp. Mike unlocked his muscles and headed for daylight. The dinging grew louder as he hustled Kat up the ramp. They stepped into the sudden bright, the sun winking harshly off the domino row of windshields. All those matching patrol cars neatly aligned, as if for sale. Slanted in the middle of the aisle, door still flung open, issuing the nerve-grating dings, was Graham's Mercury Grand Marquis. A barbed wire-topped fence hemmed everything in. On the ground before the exit at the lot's end lay a thick black sensor cable, requiring the weight of an automobile to open the imposing electronic gate. An angry banging overhead. Mike looked up. Hammering the window 3 floors above, his face tight and angry, Graham bellowed down at them. He stood where Mike had been minutes earlier. In fact, they'd reversed positions exactly. Graham's mouth wavered, spit flecking the glass, but his outrage from below was soundless. Standing beside him, looking not entirely displeased, was Candel. Mike glanced from Graham to the electronic gate to the Black Mercury. The door alarm meant the key was in the ignition. "Come on." Before Kat could get the passenger door closed behind her, Mike was accelerating toward the gate. As it rattled arthritically open, he dug the truck keys from his pocket. His fist guiding the wheel, he squeaked through the gap early, the gate's edge grinding the side of the car and throwing up sparks. He screeched across the street and into the main parking lot, raking the tires the wrong way across the security spikes. The rubber shredded, Graham's car skidding sideways, grinding to a halt. Mike and Kat leaped out and into the pickup, and then they were motoring away, his eyes clicking from rear view to side mirror. The rucksack full of cash and the few plastic bags of their stuff rolled at Kat's feet. Dusk was coming on, cutting visibility, making him feel incrementally safer. He accelerated through a red, cut up an alley, hit the freeway entrance on a slide, and ran the blacktop the length of 2 exits. Kat's eyes were bright, and Mike realized that this was, in a manner, exciting for her. Back on darkening residential streets, he prowled like the teenager he used to be. He passed over the German makes. He'd heard they had fancy security systems these days, the anti-lock brakes kicking in and the steering shutting down before you pulled away from the curb. And even if you cracked a glove box and lucked into a valet key, there was still LoJack, GPS. He needed something from his era, something he could work like a Rubik's Cube. A brown Honda Civic with a late 80s body was nestled to the curb beside a high hedge, the nearest house quiet behind a substantial setback. Mike parked behind the car and hopped out. It occurred to him that each successive vehicle he'd taken was a stepping stone to a prior time. "Grab our stuff." But Kat was too fascinated to obey. As he dug in the wheel well toolbox, she watched from the curb, swiveling one leg and chewing her cheek. He didn't find a crowbar, but there was a length of stiff electrical wire that he doubled, forming a hook with one end. His hands seemed to shape the wire by themselves, on muscle memory autopilot. Clenching the wire between his teeth, he shoved a hammer into his back pocket and carried 2 flathead screwdrivers to the Honda. At the driver's side, he jammed both screwdrivers between the top of the window and the rubber guard, about 2 inches apart, opening up a small gap. "Dad?" The wire slid through, the hook grabbed the notched lock, and he was in. "Dad?" 3 smacks of the hammer knocked off the plastic ignition keyhole, and the wider screwdriver fit the hole. A turn of his wrist, and the engine purred to life. "Dad!" Finally he registered Kat's voice and looked up. She was standing a few feet off the driver's window, arms crossed, mouth slightly ajar with wonder. "Where'd you learn that?" Chapter 36. His back stiff, his gaze constant on the door, Shep sat at Annabelle's side. Her chest rose and fell under her own power, the breaths long and sonorous. She was puffy around the eyes, bloated from IV fluids. The monitor ticked off hills and valleys. The knob turned, and Dr. Cha entered. Only Shep's eyes moved. It was late, and the halls were quiet. She said, "I'm sorry, Shep, but visiting hours ended 45 minutes ago. You'll have to go now." "I can't." "There's nothing I can do. These rooms are for patients only." Shep reached over, plucked a Pyrex supply canister from the counter, and shattered it in his hand. Swabs and shrapnel fell at his feet. With a jagged shard, he carved a 3-inch gash along the back of his forearm. Tendrils of blood snaked down his hand, running off his fingertips, drops pattering on the tile. He parted the dividing curtain, moved the empty bed across from Annabelle, and sat. "I need stitches." "You idiot. I should call security." "From what I've seen of them, go ahead." She stepped in, letting the door suck closed behind her. A stare down. "You're a real piece of work, aren't you?" "What's that?" "Oh, you heard me." Shep said, "I will pay for the room. Cash. No HMO insurance bullshit. But I want this bed." "This is a hospital, not a cabana at Sky Bar." She snapped the phone off the wall, punched a button. "Security, please." Shep pointed across to Annabelle with a blood-wet finger. "Your patient is in danger." Uncertainty showed on the doctor's face, quickly replaced by anger. "You don't know that. The cops said she's fine, that you're the criminal." "I am a criminal. But you don't want to wake up tomorrow morning to find out that they've killed her." She kept the phone pressed to her ear. "Even if I could have men and women cohabiting in the same room, a few stitches don't buy you the surgical ICU. They buy you 10 minutes with a first-year intern in the ER. The faint voice on the other end came clearly audible off the hard surfaces. "Security? Security? Do you have a problem?" Shep raised the glittering shard to his face. "Then what do I have to cut?" Driving inland. A Honda Civic, his 8-year-old daughter, an unmarked revolver, and a rucksack stuffed with north of $250. The purple sky, half-lit by the descended sun, had a portentous cast. An electronic billboard flashed a child abduction alert, but they were passed before Mike registered that it referred to Kat. He'd switched the license plates, keeping the ones he'd taken from Jimmy's girlfriend's Mazda, so the stolen car shouldn't raise any red flags. Freeway signs blinked overhead, way stations on a road to nowhere. He blazed past artichoke fields, a biblical swarm of grasshoppers unfurling from the crops and splattering against the windshield. Kat noting each plop with sickened delight. Mike had explained to her as best he could what they were up against, but she mostly wanted to chatter about his boosting the vehicle. "And then you were like, crack with the hammer, and the car just started up. And then switching the plates like a bank robber. That was so cool." Her manic engagement with selective aspects of their ordeal, he figured, was self-protective, so he let her go, a wind-up toy that wouldn't unwind. She slapped at the old-fashioned radio, a scroll through static, voices burping from the speakers as the dial flew. Amy Winehouse wouldn't go to rehab, saying no, 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 and Kat was digging through the glove box, captivated by the lipstick, the breath mints, a half-smoked pack of menthols. She posed, cigarette in mouth, to see if he'd comment, but he barely noticed her until she started in with the fake puffing. She was spoiling for a fight, wanting him to give her an excuse to let go and cry. But he didn't have it in him right now, so he let her air smoke until she grew bored with it. At the next rest stop, he climbed out, grabbed the rucksack, and headed for a payphone. "Stay close." Carrying Snowball 2 with her, Kat sat at a rickety picnic table nearby. Mike used the calling card to reach Hank on his cell. "Hank?" But Hank cut Mike off before he could get out another word. "I'm camped out near a payphone. Call me back at this number." He repeated it twice. Mike dialed the new number, and when Hank snatched up the phone, his voice was trembling. "You're okay. You got out." "Barely. You're being monitored?" "Dunno. But I'm a paranoid cop at heart. With the resources against you," Mike said. "Who the hell is this guy, Rick Graham?" "A director at the State Terrorism Threat Assessment Center." "So I'm a terrorist now," Mike said. "This just keeps getting better." Over on the park bench, Kat glanced up at him. "That's why I couldn't get a handle on that alert they put out on you," Hank said. "The routing request was so convoluted. It's all classified, higher-up shit. I finally reached a former partner's kid, a DA who broke the code for me." "What's this center? Why have I never heard of it?" "It's one of those multi-agency deals. Graham's out of the main joint in Sacramento. They call it a fusion center to make it sound imposing." "It does sound imposing." "They pull the best and brightest from CHP, California DOJ, the governor's office. Got the whole goddamn state under their thumb. The sheriff's an agent of the state, so that explains why his boys were first to the dance." An unhealthy wheeze punctuated each of Hank's inhalations. The scale of what Mike was confronting left him breathless too. Graham had personally come down to L.A. to take him into custody. A bitter laugh escaped Mike's lips. Greenhouses. He punched the wall in slow motion, pressing his knuckles to the splintering wood. "When this started, I thought it was about phony greenhouses." Across the parking area, a family unloaded from a station wagon, stretching their legs and bucket-lining empty cups and wadded wrappers from the recesses of the car to a trash can. A golden bounded from his crate and peed, with evident relief, on the circle of designated grass. The teenage daughter emerged from an iPod trance to slap her little brother away. Mundane as the scene was, Mike felt like he was peering through the looking-glass into a dream world. Hank was talking again. "Graham's out of Sacramento, and Burrell's last known had him in Redding. Those cities are, 2 hours apart? That region of Northern California is looking interesting. But to be honest, I don't know what to do about it." Mike reined in his thoughts. "So if it's a state agency, can I appeal to the feds for help?" "No way," Hank said. "These guys coordinate heavily with the Phoebes, and Homeland Security, too. They're probably the only state agency with this kind of federal pull." "This is ridiculous." Mike made an effort to lower his voice. "Graham can't believe I'm a fucking terrorist." A door slam alerted him to the fact that Kat had gotten back into the car. She was sitting in the driver's seat, upset, hands on the wheel as if she were going to drive off. "No," Hank said, "but labeling you a terrorist means he can pursue you like one. Your double background plays into it, makes you fit the mold. And now throw a few bodies into the mix. Not exactly hard to build the case around you. Or an accident." "So he's looking for a fall guy for something?" "Maybe. But given your family history, my gut says he's cleaning up a mess." "What mess? It's not like my father could have been an enemy of the state. We didn't even have terrorists back then. And even if he was, I was 4 when we parted ways. What could I possibly have known? Seeing as how Graham's having Roger Drake and the Burrell boys carry out his dirty work, clearly this isn't official state business. Playing the terrorist card is just the most effective way to run you down. So he's in someone's pocket, Mike said. Given his stature in the law enforcement community, it's a big pocket. But he's got no real evidence on me. How's he getting everyone to fall into line? I mean, Elsie and Markovich, they were up my ass. Now they're all over the hospital. Are they dirty too? Did he bribe them? You don't get it, Mike. Once you're fingered, you're fingered. The Lost Hills Sheriff's Station covers, 180 square miles? They've got rich assholes in Calabasas, Hidden Hills, Malibu, Westlake, and white trash, crackheads and cowboys in Chatsworth. Now they get a notice from a state agency that you're on a terrorist watch list. You think they're gonna, try and prove you're a nice guy? No. They want to pick you up, kick the case to the state, and get back to the mound of complaints from the constituents whose vote the sheriff needs come election time. They're not going to participate in patently illegal shit, but they will suspect who they're supposed to suspect and alert who they're supposed to alert. It's not a conspiracy. It's delegation and resource management. There's got to be someone I can tell my story to. What story, Mike? That you're innocent? Hank was less angry than distressed. I think they get that particular tale from time to time. Mike looked across at Kat in the stolen Civic. The glare of passing headlights turned the windows opaque. She flickered into view, gone, into view, gone again. Watching her ghost in and out of existence intensified the knot in his gut, all the deepest, darkest fears he'd swallowed over the years hardening into physical form. He thought about that morning he'd sat in his truck and watched her climb the fireman's pole at school, how she dinged the top bar with the tiny ball of her fist. He felt like a third party listening to his own voice. So what do I do? The connection seemed to achieve a sudden crisp clarity, the static taking a rest. The rush of passing cars on the freeway was hypnotic, exhausting. When was the last time he had slept? He wet his lips, waited. Hank? What do I do? I don't know what to tell you, Mike. Bickering, the family packed themselves back into the station wagon and pulled out on their semi-merry way. Breathing gas fumes and hot tar, Mike watched them merge onto the freeway, watched until the brake lights blended into the river of traffic. Mike? Mike? You there? A voice echoed in his head. Shep's reply when Mike had mentioned how they'd had stamina back in the day. That's because we didn't have anything else. Yeah, I'm here. His voice was flat, robotic. I talked to Shep already. When he had, Shep hadn't offered so much as a told you so. He'd just given Mike the update on Annabelle and pushed forward as Mike was trying to now, moving the pigskin a yard at a time. He thinks the best play is Kiki Duplessis. Mike, you can't. That's his world. So he put out word through his network that he needs a con woman for a heist he's pulling. He'll try to lure her in. Mike, these men are looking to kill you. You can't drag Kat along with you. What choice do I have? No answer but the gently falling rain that had started up without Mike's noticing. Goodbye, Hank. He set the phone gently back in the cradle. He trudged over to the car. Kat had locked the driver's door. He knocked, but she didn't look over at him. She glowered dead ahead at the raindrops tapping the hood. He walked around, climbed into the passenger seat, rucksack in lap, and sat, dripping, both of them staring at nothing, going nowhere, a stolen car parked on a rest stop off a freeway Mike couldn't name. When Kat spoke, the intensity of her voice surprised him. What's the deal with Green Valley? He bent his head. Water dripped from his forehead onto his thighs. Phony greenhouses. Kat wiped angrily at a stray tear, but her voice hadn't changed at all. You said phony greenhouses. That's what you and Mom were whispering about before in the police station. Given everything going on, this isn't important right now. It's important to me. Right now. He realized that this was the end of the line, that there was nothing left to do but submit to the truth swiftly and brutally. But still, It took him 2 tries to get the words moving out of his mouth. The houses weren't really green. A guy laid in the wrong pipes. And I covered it up. She was shivering, pale. What about your reward? I didn't deserve it. Her voice now was weak, pitiful. You lied to me? His hands were shaking, his face numb. Yes. She choked out a little cry, and then her door was open and she'd vanished into the rain. He sprang out after her, sloshing through puddles. She was ahead, a wraith in the down-slanting wet, faster than he'd imagined. She breached the grassy rise behind the bathrooms and darted down the far side, but he caught her, wrapping her up so they wouldn't tumble down the slope. She kicked to get free, shrieking at him, What else have you lied about? What else? She kept thrashing violently, and he lost his footing, skidding onto his ass, rainwater soaking instantly through his jeans. I hate you, she yelled. You can't keep me in motels and cars for the rest of my life. I just want to go to school and have my room back and Mom. He held her frail little frame until she went limp against him, sobbing. He spoke into the wet tangle of her hair. I will never break my word to you again. Never again. She murmured into his chest, half moan, half mantra. I want my mom, I want my mom, I want my mom. He held her in the rain. Footfall, slow and heavy, proceeded up the hospital corridor. It paused. 2 blots interrupted the seam of light beneath the door. The lockless handle dipped silently. The hinges issued no complaint. A wedge of light fell from the bright hall into the dark room, widening like a fan as the door swung inward. A man's form, distorted and massive, stretched across the floor, a black cutout framed in a yellow rectangle. Inside, Annabelle lay at rest, limp arms over a pilled hospital blanket, her mouth slightly pursed. The cutout hands twitched impatiently. 2 shuffling steps and the door eased closed, extinguishing the light. Dirty boots moved across sterile white tile. Uplit by the seesawing EKG line glowing from the monitor, Dodge stared down at Annabelle's tranquil face. Chapter 37. Dodge's hands twitched again. One moved to the tangle of tubes on the cart beside Annabelle's bed, the other slipping into the thigh pocket of his cargo pants. The partition curtain screeched back on its tracks, shrill as a scream. Dodge barely had time to pivot when Shep hit him on the side of the neck, staggering him. Dodge took a knee, broad fingers groping, clutching for air, his mouth agape. One hand settled on Annabelle's bed, fisting the blanket into a black hole whirl. Even with Dodge stooped, his mass dwarfed Shep, making him look, improbably, average size. Before Dodge could regroup, Shep grabbed him by the shirt collar and arm and rode him like a battering ram toward the closed door. Dodge twisted at the end, falling, ball-peen hammer magically in hand, steel head whistling past Shep's temple, just missing. The collision was titanic, both men bouncing back into the room. The door cracked, but did not cave. Stunned, it wobbled open. Dodge's breath came as an ongoing squawk, a reed-thin draw of air smothered in his throat. His Adam's apple jerked. Even drowning, he was finding his feet, hammer loose at his side like something mythological, something Nordic. He drew himself up, his back to the doorway, a head taller than Shep. Shep had torn his St. Jerome pendant from around his neck. One worn silver edge protruded from the fingers of his fist like a push dagger. He drove flesh and metal into the high center of Dodge's chest, a brimstone variation of Dr. Cha's sternal rub. Dodge flew back through the doorway, arms and legs trailing weightlessly. Shep slammed the lockless door closed, leaning all his weight into it. A thunderclap shuddered it in the frame as if a truck were butting the other side. Shep's sneakers left the floor, chirp landed on the tile. He drove the door closed. Another thunderclap, the door yawning open a foot this time, then banging shut. Silence. Shep panting, shoulder to the wood, waiting. The wound on his forearm had torn open around the stitches. A nearby smash. Someone screamed down the hall. A bang farther away. Footsteps and panicked voices. Then the handle rotated again in Shep's grip, and someone shoved at the door. After Dodge, it felt like a puppy nuzzling a palm. Shep stepped back, and security and nurses spilled into the room, rushing toward Annabelle. 2 guards moved to grab Shep, but Dr. Cha was shouting, "No, no, he's okay!" Shep shoved through and across the threshold. Dodge's wake told the story of his flight. A knocked-over patient tangled in his gown and IV pole, then a bleeding orderly picking herself out of an upended gurney, then a kneecapped security guard moaning and clutching either side of his leg as if to keep it from exploding. Finally, at the end of the hall, the stairwell door swinging closed, wiping from view the sliver of blackness beyond. Dr. Cha sat in the stillness of Annabelle's room, restitching the cut on Shep's forearm. A drape of blood hung from the slit, dripping off his elbow. Her fingers moved nimbly, a blur of hook and proline. 2 security guards were posted outside. The silence, long delayed, was welcome. "Stitching a nick like this twice," she said, "is not the best use of a trauma surgeon's time." Shep said, "Sorry I wasn't injured worse." "So am I." She smirked, then repositioned his arm like a slab of meat on a grill. They'd recounted the official version endlessly. Dr. Cha had explained to the responding cops, as she and Shep had rehearsed, that she'd permitted him to go back to the room to pick up his good luck pendant that he'd forgotten there. What fortunate timing that he'd been inside when the intruder had burst in. On the bed, Annabelle stirred, her face drawing tight in a grimace. Progress. Dr. Cha went on alert, her hands pausing, then slowly resuming their work. She finished and wiped the blood from Shep's arm with some wet gauze. Shep looped the thin silver chain back through his pendant and, ducking his head, secured it around his neck. His lowered gaze snagged on a small length of electrical wire partially hidden behind one of the medical cart's wheels. He retrieved it, held it to the light. He realized she was watching closely. "A signal wire," he explained, "for a digital transmitter. A bug." "Why?" "So they'd know when Mike came to visit. It's the one place they think he'll show up, where they can trap him within 4 walls. Dr. Cha cracked her knuckles, shook out a neck cramp. Her choppy black hair framed a swan's neck. She was quiet a moment. Then she said, "This hospital isn't safe as long as she's here." "No," Shep said. "I spoke to Annabelle's father this evening after he landed. The healthcare proxy hearing, I gather, is first thing." A bleary glance at her Breitling, despite the wall clock overhead showing 4:15. "This morning. Proxies are very rarely reassigned, not without drawn-out legal battles. But I have seen the rights suspended." Shep stared at her patiently. She continued, "If Mike Wingate wants to make a request to transfer his wife, he needs to get me something signed in the next 6 hours." "I thought she can't be moved," Shep said. Dr. Cha's smirk, this time, held an element of cunning. "She can't." Chapter 38. The bat phone charging on the nightstand rattled Mike awake, harmonizing with the throbbing in his head. His eyelids felt gummy, his mouth filled with sand. He pried his eyes open, uncoiled himself from Kat's side. Slowly, his surroundings trickled into his brain. A motel. Somewhere in Glendale. He answered, his voice hangover rough. Shep said, "Dodge tried to get to Annabelle." Mike felt a sudden temperature drop, an Arctic wind blowing through the shoddy room. "And?" "He didn't get to her. He was going to... Maybe. He dropped an electrical wire. Maybe he was going to plant a bug so they could ambush you if you visited. Either way, they're watching her." Mike sat up sharply, Kat sliding off his arm, dead weight. Snowball 2 peeked out from under her shoulder, its bulging eyes a portrait of alarm. "Is she okay?" "Yes. I mean, for being unconscious." "So they want to use her to catch me when I surface?" Mike asked. "You think that means they won't kill her?" Shep said, "They could always hope me surface at her funeral." The line hummed for a bit. "There's a hearing on your healthcare thing this morning," Shep said. "We've got to get her moved before then, while you still have authority. You need to send a fax to Dr. Cha demanding that Annabelle be moved. Get a pen. Write down this phrasing." Mike stumbled around, tripping over his shoes, found a pencil and a torn grocery bag to write on, and took dictation. "Okay, but how am I going to find a place to transfer?" "I'll handle it. Just get me the facts. Now." Mike did his best to rouse Kat, but she was out cold. He shook her gently, tugged at her arms, even lifted her eyelids with his thumbs. Finally, juggling their bags, the rucksack, and a page torn from the phone book, he carried her out to the Honda and laid her in the back seat. A few blocks from FedEx Kinko's, she woke irritably. "What day is it?" Early morning gray, few cars on the road, people smoking at bus stops, drivers slurping from Starbucks cups. "Friday," Mike said. "I think it's Friday." "Where are we?" "I have to send a fax." "Then where are we going?" Mike blinked hard, fighting off an image of his own father behind a different steering wheel, giving indistinct answers and nervous glances at the rear view. A fresh hostility spiked in his chest. In 3 decades he'd traveled only the distance from the back seat to the front. Kat was asking something else. "When do we get to go home?" "I don't know." His voice was half-strangled, defeated. She slumped against the window and blew out a sigh of despair. It struck him with renewed urgency that they couldn't keep up the nomadic routine for much longer, that they'd run out of time, out of patience, out of luck. At Kinko's he prepared the fax on a rented computer. Kat spun in the chair next to him, her head tilted back so she could watch the ceiling spin. Before printing, he let the cursor linger over the Explorer button. Hesitating, he looked at Kat, twirling, mumbling. Something in his chest cracked open, and he glanced away quickly so she wouldn't see his eyes watering. Through the American Airlines website, he booked a one-way ticket for Kat to St. Louis, departing at 5:30 p.m. Annabelle's brother, whom Mike had always liked best of her family, had just gotten married and bought a house in the suburbs. A companion ticket option popped up, and it took all he could muster to click no. He used Annabelle's PayPal account to complete the purchase. Then he bought another ticket on the same route for Kat on the 11:45 red-eye and printed both boarding passes. He gave the fax to the lady at the desk. "I, Michael Wingate, do hereby request that my wife, Annabelle Wingate, be released for transfer to a specialist management team which I have selected based on their ability to provide a higher level of care," and split. Nosing the Honda onto the nearest freeway entrance, he put the pedal down hard, wanting as much distance between him and the Kinko's phone, the number of which would be tattooed across the transfer request when they pulled it warm from the fax machine at the Los Robles Medical Center. "Mom takes me to get ice cream every Friday after school," Kat said. Mike sliced between 2 semis, hit the fast lane on a slide. Around the bend they were greeted by a wall of brake lights, the front edge of rush hour. Mike jerked onto the shoulder, gauging the distance to the next exit. "It's Friday," she said. "I know Mom's not. She can't. But maybe you and I could." "Not right now." He struggled to hide his apprehension. His tone gave off more irritation than he would have liked. "Why not?" "Because!" He glanced over at her. "Oh, come on. What?" "You yelled at me." "I didn't yell at you." Vehicles clogged the exit. 2, 3 streetlight changes should be enough to shove them through onto residential streets. Then he could weave for a while, find another motel, hole up until what? He risked another glance over. Kat's face was flushed, the skin puffy around the bridge of her nose, as it got before she cried. What could he do? Half the time she was more mature than he was, but right now she was 8 and missed her mother and wanted ice cream. 15 minutes and 20 constipated blocks later, he found a Rite Aid. Kat sat on a Lilliputian chair by the ice cream counter. She ate her rocky road, looking down into the cone. He was not forgiven. Watching her nibble around the scoop, savoring each bite with almost mournful focus, he realized that the scene felt like a last meal. Back in the car, amped on sugar, Kat's anger boiled away. She strained at the seatbelt, singing, "Miss Susie was a kid, a kid, a kid. Miss Susie was a kid, and this is what she said." Mike drove, fumbling at the wheel, cell phone at his face. "The doc get the fax?" Shep said, "Just." Why, suck my thumb, give me a piece of bubble gum." "What now?" "Don't know," Shep said. "But wherever Annabelle goes, we can't keep tabs on her anymore. We have to sever all contact. It's the only way to keep her safe." What if she... You have to let her go. Was a teenager, a teenager, a teenager. Miss Susie was a teenager, and this is what... I can't. She's my wife. I need to know how she's doing. Even if that kills her? Mike fought his face back into place, took a few breaths. Anything on Kiki Dupleshney? He asked. I just put out the word 12 hours ago. Piece of bubble gum. Go to your room. Ooh, lost my bra. I know, Shep, but... Mike looked over at Kat, finishing the thought in his head. But I don't know how much longer my daughter can hold up. Snowball, too, got into the song and dance now, swinging along, Kat kicking up the stuffed animal legs, a Vegas review gone polar. She was punch-drunk, coming apart at the seams. She needed to run in circles until she fell down. Shep said, Cat and mouse games take a lot of waiting, Mike. You know that. Traffic had loosened. Mike had a full tank of gas and nowhere to go. Miss Susie's life cycle had drawn to a close. To heaven, Miss Susie went to heaven, and this is what she said. He set the phone in his lap and watched the streetlights whip by overhead. All those people on the sidewalks, shopping and pushing strollers, going about their normal lives. 7 hours until that first flight departed for St. Louis. Ooh, lost my bra. Help me. Tra-la. A nanosecond of silence. Mike exhaled with relief. Miss Susie was a baby, a baby, a baby. They passed a public park with grassy hills and picnic tables and jungle gyms. Severing the third verse, Mike pulled off and they used the bathrooms. He waited nervously outside the women's room until Kat reappeared. They sat at one of the picnic tables, Mike wearing the rucksack and digging through the grocery bags to come up with food. He found himself checking the parking lot, the trees along the perimeter, the guy in shades walking his dog. Kat picked at her food. He couldn't blame her. They'd had peanut butter for 5 straight meals, and the bread was stale. That sandwich isn't going to eat itself, he said. But if it did, Kat replied, that would be really cool. Want me to get you a hot lunch somewhere? No. Really. This is fine. Kat took a bite, made a big show of chomping to emphasize the hardship. He soaked in the smart-ass sight of her. Clouds moved overhead, dimming the park a few watts. Mike thought about a one-way, no-companion ticket to St. Louis. 5:30 p.m. Her boarding passes crinkled in his back pocket. He fussed with his fingers, cleared his throat. Your mother and I, when we got married, man, did we want a baby. We wanted you more than anything. Do you know that? Kat nodded impatiently, her eyes on the fenced jungle gym below. Can I play? He fought his voice steady. Of course, honey, he managed. She bolted down the slope, leaving her sandwich behind. He cleaned up and followed, watching from outside the fence. He indulged in a brief fantasy. Her on a tire swing in an expansive St. Louis backyard, Annabelle's brother waiting on the porch with his new bride and some lemonade. He thought of that playground from his childhood, of the wail of that distant bell and how he'd emerged from the yellow tunnel to see the empty parking spaces along the curb. Can you tell me who you belong to? His heart was racing. Needing to be closer, he circled the fence and pushed Kat on the swings. For a time there was nothing but the sand under his feet, a pleasant breeze, and his daughter rotating away and back, away and back. Her curly hair, flying up in his face, was badly tangled and smelled like fruit punch. The scene, this scene, never changed. She could have been 2 or 5. He could have been 29 or 33. He pushed her, his hands light against her back, letting her go, catching her, letting her go again. Chapter 39. Holding Mike's faxed transfer order, Dr. Cha appeared in Annabelle's room, where she had left Shep, baffled. I will need to have a conversation with the receiving doctor. Then I'll require a signature from the critical care transport team. Shep said, Huh? Dr. Cha said, Do you think you could arrange that for me? Shep said, What? Dr. Cha said, Excellent, and disappeared. Shep turned to Annabelle to see if she was keeping up any better than he was, but she remained still on the mattress, hair matted, eyes closed. The bedside phone rang, and again, and again. Shep trudged over and picked up. "Yeah? This is Dr. Cha, and this is—" A very long pause. Shep said, "Dr. Dobronsky." "Dr. Dobronsky, have the risks of transfer been explained to the healthcare proxy?" Shep picked at his teeth with a nail. "They have." "Are you familiar with Annabelle Wingate's case?" "I am." "Would you like to discuss the plan of care now or once the transfer is complete?" "Once it's complete." "Excellent. Will you be sending your own critical care transport team?" "No." Silence. "Yes." Click. Dial tone. Light footsteps, a brief knock on the door, and then Dr. Cha reappeared with a form on a clipboard. She tapped cheerily with a pen. "I'll need a signature here." Shep scribbled something. She glanced down at the page. "Insert Dr. Handwriting joke here." She kicked the green foot pedal and wheeled Annabelle's bed out from the wall, guiding it into Shep's hands. Steering the attached cart and IV pole, Dr. Cha walked Shep down the hall and into the elevator, then leaned in and hit the button for the 3rd floor. A clerk jogged down the hall toward them. "Dr. Cha? An attorney is holding on line 3. It's about Annabelle Wingate, and he says it's urgent." Dr. Cha winked as the doors slid shut, wiping her from view. Before Shep could protest, he was rising. He stared down at Annabelle. Fluids moved through tubing. Equipment beeped. She breathed, the skin of her neck fragile and translucent, showing faint blue veins beneath. He wondered what the hell was going to happen next. The elevator stopped, the doors opened, and a team of folks in scrubs were waiting in a semicircle, a serious-looking young woman at the forefront. "I'm Dr. Batnagar. Is this the patient Dr. Dobronsky wanted transferred here?" The doors banged shut on Shep as he wheeled Annabelle out into their hands. He rubbed his shoulder. "Sure." The woman snatched the clipboard from where Dr. Cha had left it across Annabelle's shins. On the medical chart beneath, the personal information had been blacked out as on a CIA document. "Do we have a name for this patient?" An elderly man in a wheelchair butted Shep aside and punched at the elevator button impatiently. Shep said, "No." She scribbled UCF2 across the chart. At Shep's look of incredulity, she said, "Unidentified Caucasian female." "Yes, we already have one. They're falling out of the sky today." A quick nod to Annabelle. "I understand she's a victim of domestic abuse." Shep said, "Possibly." "We'll hide her in the pediatric ICU then." "Thanks so much. We got it from here." She nodded, dismissing him. Shep stepped back into the elevator, nearly stumbling over the man in the wheelchair. The doors closed, and they whistled down to the lobby. The entire episode had occurred in a matter of seconds. Shep cleared his throat and said to the elderly man, or the quiet confines of the elevator, "I will never understand smart women." Cat splashed in the bathtub, which Mike had rinsed out extensively before filling. The motel, a variation of the ones they'd been ping-ponging through, was in a seedy part of Van Nuys, a stone's throw from the park where he'd smashed up that forest green sob with a baseball bat. He was sitting on the bed, a heavy old-school phone in his lap, his stomach all acid and dull pain. The dust that had risen when he'd sat on the rust-orange bedspread swirled and swirled, impervious to gravity. It danced along a shaft of light slanting through the sole window, which provided an alley view of plastic wrappers snared in a chain-link fence. Dusk came on in fast-forward, the shaft dimming even as Mike watched it, a flashlight losing batteries. He'd already spoken to Shep several times. Annabelle's transfer had squeaked through. When Shep had last seen her, she'd been stable, though her improvement seemed to have stalled out. Shep had made clear that being in contact with the doctors at her new location could put her or Mike, and by extension Cat, in harm's way. It was a needless risk, and though it felt like swallowing barbed wire, Mike had acceded. The upshot was that Shep was turned loose, finally, to run down Kiki Dupleshney. But none of that was what had Mike's gut in an uproar. It was the 2 boarding passes in Cat's name, folded and rumpled from his pocket, sitting beside him on the bed. One for the 5:30 p.m. flight, one for 11:45. The bedside clock showed 5:01. Hands sweating, he dialed, routing through the prepaid cards calling center. American Airlines, LAX. Will you please put me through to the gate for Flight 768, he asked. I have an extremely urgent message for a passenger. His response was hold music. Daniel Powder was better than the usual, but Mike didn't need the reminder that he'd had a bad day. The blue sky holiday was cut short by a sing-songy male voice. Mike said, I have an important message for a ticketed passenger, Catherine Wingate. A pause. Okay. Yes. Some rustling as the phone receiver was covered, and then, there is someone here who can help you with that. Let me hand you off. A cool, feminine voice. Hello? Smart. They'd posted a female cop. Hello? Mike said, cautiously. I'm with Catherine Wingate, the woman said. I was told you have a message for her. Mike hung up. He bowed his head. If they were checking Annabelle's PayPal account and looking for flights under Kat's name, that meant they'd be monitoring trains and boarders and extended family members, which meant that he had no idea, beyond the four walls of this shit-ass motel, where to take his daughter that was safe. Kat splashed away in the tub, the water's reflection wavering off the open door. She was singing softly, the same off-key tenderness that infused Annabelle's voice when Mike listened to it through the baby monitor. Lullaby and good night, with roses bedight. Dad? What's bedight? Dad? His voice was husky. To decorate. Oh. Bedight. Lullaby and good night. He ripped the boarding pass for the 5:30 flight in half, then kept tearing and tearing, the 100 tiny pieces fluttering like snow to the carpet. The lump in his throat was making it hard to breathe. Lullaby and good night, thy mother's delight. Mother's delight? You, honey, he managed. That's you. He tore up the boarding pass for the 11:45 flight that he was actually going to put her on if the first run had been clear, then stared down at the scraps. What now? Bright angels beside, my darling abide. They will guard thee at rest. Mike tilted his head back, cleared his throat, wiped his nose. Kat was out of the bath now, drying off, her pink body stretched thin, elbows and kneecaps poking into sight at the towel's edges. Absorbed water had bubbled the cheap particle board counter. Rust ringed the faucets. He thought, this is no place for her. He remembered the plea Annabelle had made as dark blood drooled from the gash between her ribs. For him to get Kat away from all this. For him to keep her safe. And he considered the hard reality of what he might have to do to fulfill that promise. He scooped up the confetti from the carpet, dumped it in the trash, and went to Kat. The towel, draped over her shoulders like a boxer's robe, parted around the slight pout of her tummy. She'd dried her hair too exuberantly, the curls all ratted up. Of course no detangler spray, which Annabelle would have thought to buy. He brushed patiently from the bottom up, working an inch at a time, the needling pain wearing Kat down until she was whimpering. Stay still, honey, I have to. Ow! Ow! She pushed away. He caught her hands, lowered them, started over. He got half the job done and did his best to fight a ponytail through a hairband. Her eyes were watering from the pain, and he was growing more frustrated, trying to force it, trying to make it right. Ow! Not like that, Dad! She finally pulled away and put her back to the counter, like a combatant. She was digging at her scalp with her nails now, scratching hard enough to raise welts at the hairline. A calm dread descended over him. Let me look. I don't have lice. Let me look. No! Kat? He took her by a skinny arm, turned her, and tilted her head. Tiny white dots at her nape. Eggs. She read his face in the mirror and fought out of his grasp. No, not again. No more mayonnaise on my head. I can't do it anymore. I can't. We don't have a choice, he yelled. She flinched, her back to the counter, leaning away from him. We're out of choices. And the mayo doesn't even work. His teeth were clenched. Gentle isn't effective, Kat. To fix this, we have to consider harsher options. The chemical wash might sting, and it might seem like it's not good for you, but sometimes that's what's required. If we're going to keep you safe from... He realized with horror that he was about to cry. Kat had gone as white as the towel, which had fallen to her feet. Her mouth was ajar, lips trembling, arms half up in front of her. He pressed a hand to the wall, leaned over a little, tried to catch his breath. Clenched, she waited. He reached for her, and she drew back violently. I'm sorry. I miss your mom, too. She's so much better. His voice broke, hard. I miss her, too. Kat unfroze, shoulders lowering first, then the arms coming loose. She crouched, picked up the towel, and wrapped it tightly around herself. Her head was down, and tears were dotting the worn, thin linoleum. He reached for her unsurely, but she didn't push away, and then he drew her in and hugged her as she grasped his arm. They watched bad TV for a while and ate a late dinner. Oh, swell, Dad. Peanut butter and fruit juice. He did his best to smile, to keep things light, but his face felt wooden, the passing minutes a countdown to some terminal event. He took a long shower and dragged a disposable razor across his face. The last time I shaved, I was in my own bathroom, thinking I needed to pick up more razor blades. Annabelle was in bed, flipping through a magazine and humming off-key to Nina Simone. He shoveled cold water over his face to clear the residue, then returned to watch the end of The Simpsons. Finally, he zipped Kat into the powder blue sleeping bag, checked the baby monitor's batteries, and tucked it between her and Snowball, too. He and Kat both pretended not to notice her scratching her head. The curtains barely touched in the middle, so he slid a chair over to trap them closed. When he turned, Kat's stare was focused and intense, and he realized that when his shirt had pulled up a moment ago, it had revealed the gun at the small of his back. I'm scared, she said, of dying. He crossed, sat beside her, and ran a knuckle gently down the slope of her nose. Everyone is. You too? A prescient question, given what he was considering. A little, he said. Sure. What scares you the most? Being dead? Or not seeing me and Mommy anymore? He said gently, What's the difference? After a moment her face changed, and she nodded. He kissed her cheek, breathing her in. She snuggled into the pillow. He stroked her hair until she was asleep. Pocketing the bat phone and clipping the monitor receiver to his belt, he locked Kat in the room, walked a few steps down the outside corridor, and crouched with his back to the wall. Across the strip of parking spots, traffic whirred past. The air was diesel fumes and fast food grease. On the ground, ants overran an apple core. The monitor complained a bit, and he crab-walked a foot or so closer to their door so it would shut up. A maid pushed a long-handled broom up the corridor toward him, head down. She was badly slouched, ancient, attired in a black old-fashioned maid's dress, a stereotype unto herself were it not for the iPod headphones visible through the gray wire of her hair. The broom shushed its way down the corridor, a delta of dirt tumbling ahead of it. She did not acknowledge Mike, not even when she bent arthritically to pick up the apple and dustpan the debris. She continued out to the parking lot, broom bristles scraping against the concrete soporifically. Shoop, shoop, shoop. Shep picked up on the first ring. I'm getting close, he said. Kiki Dupleshney. Everyone knows I'm auditioning con women for a job. Her name keeps getting tossed around. Sooner or later, someone's gonna produce a contact. Mike said, Annabelle's recovering, right? Shep did not respond. Can you watch Kat until Annabelle's back on her feet? Mike asked. The old woman made her way around the parking lot. Shoop, shoop, shoop. "What are you doing, Mike?" "They want me. Not Kat. Me." "And if Annabelle doesn't get better, and you're not around, you want me to explain to your daughter that her father gave up, and that's why she's being badly raised by a safecracker?" "I'm not giving up. I'm facing them. Maybe I get the drop anyway. If they win—" "I've seen Dodge," Shep said. "He'll win." At Mike's hip the monitor whined, and he nudged down the volume. "Then they'll have gotten what they want, and Kat will be useless to them. She'll be safe." "I will find Kiki Duplessis," Shep said. "Soon. She will point us to them. Then we'll find them instead of them finding you." "And Kat'll what? Ride shotgun?" He was pacing the corridor, the cleaning woman's broom unnaturally loud, closing in on him, grinding at his nerves. Shoop, shoop, shoop. He turned, nearly tripping over her, but her head stayed bent as she squatted to touch dustpan to ground, the hollows of her eyes catching shadows. From the buds tucked into her pillowy, wrinkle-creased ears, music radiated faintly, a mariachi squall of violin and trumpet. He looked past a hunched shoulder to see, scattered in the spray of dirt and cigarette butts she'd shoved in from the parking lot, the hulls of innumerable split sunflower seeds, still gleaming with spit. The phone was falling from his hand, turning in slow motion, shattering on the concrete. The unit at his hip fuzzed Kat's yelp into something like the buzz of a wasp. And he was sprinting, 10 yards of panic scored by staticky commotion from the monitor, which he'd slapped to highest volume. A thud, the screech of metal on metal, hoarse, muffled bellowing. He took the door clean off the cheap hinges. The bed was bare. Kat, and the sleeping bag she'd been tucked into, were gone. Chapter 40. The bedspread, smeared to the right, pointed at the window. Curtains rolled on a breeze. A dirt smudge marred the chair cushion where a large boot had set down. Something primal rose from Mike's bones, from the twisted ladders of his cells, firing his nerves, setting his skin ablaze. The hip unit broadcast Kat's shrieking, the rumble of an engine, violent rustling. Echoes of the sounds floated through the open window, coming at him in stereo. He dashed across, hands on the sill, leaning out in time to see a receding white square at the end of the alley. The square turned, elongating into a van. How had Dodge and William hunted them down? Kat's cries warbled nightmarishly from his hip, and it took a moment for Mike to ground them in reality. They'd scooped her up in the sleeping bag and carried her off like a cat in a pillowcase, the baby monitor slipping unseen down with her. He yelled after the van as it motored from view, leaped through the window, got 6 frantic steps down the alley before strategy flashed back into reach, and he backtracked, racing for the Honda. He left 4 feet of rubber peeling out and clipped the corner, screeching into the alley. The monitor gave out a steady roar of pure static. The van had traveled out of range, breaking the connection. He fish-tailed out the far end of the alley onto a quiet residential street, but the van was gone. Reception stuttered back, Kat screaming for him, and then was lost again in a sea of crackling. He accelerated, hit an intersection, took a hard right. Pure static. He swung into a U-turn, smashing into a parked Beamer, and flew the other way. Crackling, cracking, and finally the faintest edge of reception broke through the fuzz. William's voice. "Better be quiet back there, or else—" Gone. Static, full bore. Mike locked up the brakes and reversed, sending the truck behind him veering up onto someone's front lawn. The blare of its horn faded as Mike zipped down a side street, the low-volume light bar of the monitor flaring, then catching fire. Kat's shouting grew clearer as he accelerated, and he picked up the van on a parallel street, flicking into view behind fences and side yards. His head snapped back and forth, road, van, trying to keep tabs on the vehicle as it passed through cones of light dropped by street lamps. The van peeled right away from him, and the monitor light fell dead. He jumped a curb, skidded across a lawn, took out a side fence, and careened through a backyard. A guy looked up from his barbecue, sod flying at him, his Doberman leaping to safety. Mike plowed through a fence and across an embankment, screeching north across 2 lanes of traffic, cars skidding, the monitor giving up nothing but roaring static. The edge of a scream fought itself audible, vanished into the white noise, then wavered back again. He revved, nosing around cars, flying around alley dumpsters, desperate not to snap the spider thread connecting him to his daughter. Reception grew clearer. He guessed on a left turn, and it grew clearer still. Leaving a wake of smoke, he floated through a gas station mostly sideways, the overburdened Japanese engine squealing at him in complaint. He swung to take in the whole road. No white van, no white van, no white van, as the car righted itself, the spinning wheels catching and ripping him forward into a strip mall's parking lot. Kat's screams were torturously distinct, driving him to a razor-edged frenzy, but she could have been in any direction on the compass rose, and he thought his head would explode from sheer terrorized rage when he caught the flick, flick, flick of a white van through the slats of the fence at the parking lot's end. He dropped the pedal to the floor, blasting into the fence. There was no impact separation between slats and van, just an instantaneous smash of wood and vehicle, the van crimping around the nose of the Civic and rocking to a halt, a cloud of splinters settling dreamlike over the steaming catastrophe. Mike kicked out of the car, gun raised, closing ground as William coughed and blinked dust from his eyes in the crumpled driver's seat of the van. The dented side door was hanging open, Dodge filling the rear interior, the sleeping bag cinched like a heavy sack in one block of a fist, ball-peen hammer drawn back at the pinnacle of a wind-up. Tripping through the jagged mouth of the fence, Mike had no clear shot at Dodge, but he jammed the Smith & Wesson through the open driver's window into William's cheek. Dodge froze in his wind-up. The powder-blue sack bulged and writhed. William's hands were up, stiff-fingered, and he was saying, "Whoa there, pal." Dodge shifted so the sleeping bag was pinned against the floor, the bulge of Kat's head isolated through the baby-blue puff of the sleeping bag, a grapefruit grasped in his palm. Muffled cries and whimpers. The hammer wavered overhead. Mike had no quick, clear angle on Dodge, but the men's eyes met above the seatback, and Dodge must have respected whatever he saw, because he said, "On 3. Kat was coughing and sputtering. The whine of a police siren was joined by a few others, baying like predators. Mike nodded faintly. His voice was steadier than he'd ever heard it. 1, 2, 3. Holding his hands up, William began a graceless slide toward the passenger seat, Mike keeping the sights lined on the scruff of his neck. In the back, Dodge lowered the hammer to his side an inch at a time. As the sirens grew louder, Mike became vaguely aware of movement in his peripheral vision, bystanders ducking behind cars and into the 7-Eleven just ahead. William pushed through the far door and spilled onto the ground, Mike leaning to keep his head in the revolver's sights. Mike said, "Annabelle's cell phone. 2 hours." Dodge heaved the sleeping bag toward Mike. Mike had to lunge to catch her, and by the time he looked up, Dodge and William were vanishing around the corner of the 7-Eleven, sprinting away. He shook Kat loose, grabbed her flushed face in both hands, savoring the blessed sight of her. She'd gone rubber-boned, and he held her until her legs firmed. She was intact. "Come," he said. "Now." Stumbling after him, she grabbed Snowball 2 from the pavement and curled the stuffed animal to her chest. As Mike passed the van's driver window, his gaze caught on a fat manila file wedged by the seat's buckle guard, Mike Wingate written across the bright red tab in sloppy penmanship. Reaching through the window, he pried it free. Ahead, Dodge stumbled around the building back into sight and paused, palm on the brick wall. Mike glanced down at the folder in his hand. Dodge had come back for it. Mike grabbed Kat, took a step back, away. Dodge tensed to charge. Sirens screaming. Closer. Closer. Dodge conceded, fading back around the corner. Mike and Kat started running in the other direction. As they scrambled through a stand of bushes at the lot's edge, Mike caught flashes of blue and red spilling through the intersection a quarter-mile away. Backyards, alleys, streets. They ran for an eternity, alternating fits of speed walking when they drew stairs. Back at the motel, the manager and the maid were stupefied by the ruined door, surveying the damage. Mike shoved past them, grabbed the rucksack from the corner, and bolted. Kat moved swiftly at his side, mute and blanched. 4 streets over, he found an old Camry parked in a tiny driveway, the house beyond unlit. He smashed the driver's window with a paver he plucked from the front walk. Reaching through the broken glass, he hit the garage clicker clipped to the visor. He told Kat to wait and ducked under the rising garage door. The interior door to the kitchen was unlocked, the car keys hanging on a hook by the light switch. Driving the Camry through the neighborhood, he passed the aftermath of the chase. Dinged cars, torn up grass, cop cars gliding in all directions. 4 exits down the freeway, he was still reminding himself to breathe. He realized that the baby monitor was clipped to his hip and quickly pulled it free and tossed it down by his feet as if it were scalding to the touch. Leaving the Camry in a back lot 4 blocks away, they checked into a motel tucked under a freeway ramp in Panorama City. He tried to get her to talk, but she couldn't get words out past her jerking breaths. For 45 minutes he sat on the bed, rocking Kat as her breathing calmed and her whimpers quieted. She stayed in a semi-fetal position, burrowed into him, needle-thin veins etched into her closed eyelids. Even after she fell asleep, he held on to her, rocking her, marveling at her warmth, at the miracle of having stolen her back. Finally, he eased her gently beneath the covers and checked the clock. A half-hour to his cell phone date with William and Dodge. From the rucksack he retrieved an unused calling card and the stuffed folder he'd swiped from the smashed van. He set them side by side on the wobbly desk in the corner and clicked on the gooseneck lamp. When he opened the folder, information jumped off the page, hitting him in the face. He stared down silently for a few moments, drowning in disbelief. A report on Annabelle's parents, listing their phone numbers, addresses, vehicles, social security numbers, friends, former business partners, and places they'd traveled. This was the first page. There were hundreds more. With mounting alarm, Mike leafed through the rest. Annabelle's siblings and cousins, Mike's workers, subcontractors he'd used, doctors, neighbors, parents of Kat's friends, ex-spouses of Annabelle's classmates in her teaching program. Page 95 solved the riddle of how William and Dodge had closed in on Mike and Kat. Beneath a picture of Jimmy's girlfriend, Shelley, was the number of the license plates Mike had borrowed from her Mazda 626. The same number he'd dutifully written down at each motel when registering to ensure that his car wouldn't be towed from the lot. A basic police flag on the plate number and a single phone call from a motel manager were all it took for Kat to be scooped off in the night. The file also held credit card statements going back years, red circles marking hotels Mike and Annabelle had stayed at, towns they'd visited, stores they'd shopped at regularly, places they'd ordered takeout from. Then there were phone bills of friends, even a few transcripts from what he assumed were tapped lines, his name underlined where mentioned. Wingate's ass been all edgy, made me stop at a cemetery on the way back from the stone yard, and he just float around like a ghost. Further back, the data reached into associates of associates, stretching through 6 degrees of separation, an aerial snapshot of the web into which the Wingates were nestled, a roadmap to their existence. There was information new to Mike. Kat's first-grade teacher's parents owned a cabin in Mammoth. Annabelle's brother-in-law's cousin participated in a timeshare in Jackson Hole. The Martins across the street had a second home in North Carolina. Anywhere Mike would run. Anyone he'd turn to. It struck him that this was how Rick Graham and the Threat Assessment Center closed in on terrorists. He shut the file, stared blankly down. His elbows and hands had marred the patina of dust on the desktop. The brutal reality of how outgunned he was hit home, setting his nerves on vibration. He had a bag of cash and a rusty aptitude for boosting cars, and his pursuers had the most powerful data mining software available to the U.S. government. Mike glanced over at the clock. It was time. Routing through the prepaid center, he called Annabelle's cell phone. He waited for the call to go through, sweat trickling down his ribs. William said, "Mike Doe." "William Burrell," Mike said, "and Roger Drake." "You've been doing some homework." Mike gazed down at the file. "As have you." Silence. "You came after my wife. To get to me." "Yes. I can find out about your family, too. I can find out where they live." "Family?" William laughed. My notion of family's a bit different than yours. My people are nothing to me. Except for Hanley. And, well, he ain't around anymore, is he? You've played a lot of games, but you've never said what you want. To kill you. Mike's skin came alive, thousands of tiny insects crawling on legs of ice. So that's it? He was incredulous. No information? No money? You just have to kill me? Yes. William sighed. We're foot soldiers, see? We have a mission directive. And you're the target. It's a bad state of affairs. I understand that. I wish it weren't the case. But there are two kinds of crooks, you see. Those with a code, and those without. We have a code, Dodge and I. We keep our word. I have never lied to you, and I'm not gonna start now. What was my father to you people? Mike asked. Nothing. He was nothing. You're after me, for something he did. Maybe before I kill you, William said, I'll tell you why. Mike glanced across at Kat, her chest rising and falling steadily. Then we can settle this face to face. I will come to you, but you leave my daughter out of this. She doesn't know anything. She's witnessed nothing. A faint little chuckle that held no amusement. You still don't get it, do you? The insects squirmed back to life, Mike's skin alive with movement. Get what? Catherine's not a bystander in this, William said. She's our other target. The line went dead. Chapter 41. Mike and Kat were waiting at the front door of the mini-golf play center when the pimply-faced manager arrived to open the place. Mike had parked the Camry at the edge of the lot, its shattered window cleaned up. It sported license plates he'd swapped out with a Jetta. In the video arcade, he got $40 of quarters and set up at the payphone in the back, while Kat played games in the nearest aisle where he could keep her in sight. The darkness and flashing lights were disorienting. They seemed an extension of the endless night they had emerged from. Was it really morning outside? His eyes barely leaving his daughter, he made call after call, starting with 1-800 numbers, collecting referrals, then referrals of referrals. Given that he was dealing with emergency services, most places were open even though it was Saturday. Kat trudged from game to game, scratching her head, her vacant expression lit by the glowing screens. The arcade filled with kids until the aisles were jammed. All that candy and color and laughter surrounding Kat, a mocking vision of weekends past. Mike had to fight to stay focused. Slotting endless quarters into the payphone, he ruled out 50 options and sniffed around 50 more, trying to zero in on a viable choice. By the time he was done, the phone book was marked with sweat from his fingers. What if someone followed and lifted his prints? Could Graham, Dodge, or William pick a clue off the yellow pages that led to Kat? In a spasm of paranoia, Mike smuggled out the phone book and burned it by the dumpster around back. Kat stayed in the car behind him, watching as if at a drive-in movie. Crouched in the cold morning air, warming his hands over the miniature pyre, he realized he was on the verge of sobbing with horror at what he was about to do. He drove east through the afternoon, Kat with her face to the passenger window, watching the desert roll by. Juniper wagged in the breeze, lavender shuddered off purple dust, and Joshua trees twisted up, tombstones to unmarked graves. Why would an 8-year-old be targeted by hired killers? Last week, William and Dodge had scared Mike into grabbing Kat at school and bringing her home. He flashed on Hanley's fingers, obscenely working Annabelle's bra strap. This is too messy, too messy. We were supposed to wait. Wait not just for Mike, but for Kat as well. On that morning years ago in the station wagon, the horror in Mike's father's voice had been palpable. Maybe he'd feared for Mike's life as Mike now feared for Kat's. But why? His father was responsible for whatever mess he'd turned their lives into, at least according to that splash of blood on his cuff. A countering image popped into Mike's head. Himself in the dim garage, using an old rag to wipe Annabelle's blood from his arm. What if Mike hadn't been abandoned, but saved? What if dispatching him to a new life was the only choice Mike's father had left to protect him? But Mike couldn't trust that explanation. It reeked of wish fulfillment, an origin story like Superman rocket-launched from Krypton. But worse, it seemed fueled by hope, by longing, and when it came to Mike's childhood, he'd decided that hope and longing were dead ends. And yet how could he hold on to that lifelong outrage, given what he was on his way to doing? "Arizona," Kat said dreamily as the sign drifted past on the side of the freeway. "I always wanted to come here." When they reached the town of Parker, Mike took Kat to a diner. She ordered a stack of grilled cheese sandwiches with French fries and a chocolate shake. "Aren't you going to eat?" she asked around a mouthful of food, and he just shook his head. She ran out ahead as he paid the bill. When he dashed after her in a low-grade panic, he found her standing in front of a store window, hand to the glass, captivated. A yellow gingham dress floated on display, strung out by fishing line before a holiday backdrop, a dress without a girl. Mike took Kat inside and bought it, along with new shoes and a few shirts. They went to the movies afterward, Kat boinging her arm along, as always, with the hopping Pixar desk lamp in the opening credits. For 2 hours, leaning back in his seat, Mike watched her instead of the screen. Open-mouthed smiles, bursts of giggling, snorkel breathing through red vines. For a moment it was as though they'd skipped back in time, and everything was normal again. He found a boutique hotel that took cash for a deposit. The country decor was a bit frilly, but it was markedly nicer than the motels they'd been staying in. He bathed Kat, tilting her head back beneath the faucet to wash her hair. The lice were still in there, sure, but he didn't have the heart to cap the evening with a chemical rinse. Tucked into bed, her skin flushed and clean, Kat said, "Tell me a story." Mike realized that he'd pulled his flowery armchair beside like a nurse on death watch. "About what?" "About next month. About us going home." Her blinks were growing longer. "Mom's been cooking all day. You know how she gets with Thanksgiving. And there's turkey, and pumpkin pie, and those oranges we stick cloves into. And we sit down, all together, and—" She was asleep. Mike remembered when she was first handed to him at the hospital, a fluffy bundle with a pink face, how he'd looked down at her and thought, anything you ever need for the rest of your life. He rested his head on her chest, listened to the faint thumping, breathed her breath. He stepped out onto the balcony. Smog had wiped away the stars. He asked Annabelle if he'd be forgiven for doing what he was about to do, but no answer came back from the firmament. In the morning, Kat wolfed down a tall stack of pancakes, pausing only to scratch her scalp. Back upstairs, Mike packed her few things into the rucksack, laying aside his gun and a chunk of cash. Standing before the bathroom mirror, he brushed her hair slowly, meticulously, and drew it back, at last, into a perfect ponytail. She smiled and flicked it. "Nice, Dad." She lingered in the bathroom and came out wearing her new yellow dress. She pinched out the sides in a show of self-conscious theatricality. "Well?" He swallowed hard. "It was made for you." He drove the route he'd been given over the phone yesterday as he'd sat in the back of that arcade. The referral chain to the address was too convoluted to remember. A caseworker to a social worker to a character reference. But that was partially the point. Somehow, through prevaricating, cajoling, and begging, he'd managed to arrive at a name he thought he could trust. He looked straight through the windshield, his hands fastened robotically on the steering wheel, his gaze on the dotted center line, yellow streaks on black tar. He was heartless, insentient, a thing of steel and purpose. He sensed Kat's gaze tug over to him once, twice, then stick, and he felt his resolve melting away. But then they were there, parked across the street, and she looked out the window and saw the rambling ranch house and the backyard crammed with play structures and girls. She breathed in, a sharp intake of air. "Why are we here?" It was not phrased as a question. He couldn't talk. He could barely breathe. There is no forgiving a parent who could do that to a child. "Why," she repeated, "are we here?" He forced words through the tangle of his throat. "I need your help, honey." "Dad? Mommy's in danger, and I need to go with Shep to help her." He couldn't look over at her. "And I can't do that and keep you safe at the same time." "No, Dad. No, you can't. I need to make sure you're safe first, before I do anything else." She was crying, little girl crying. "What did I do? It's not my fault I got lice." "No, honey, nothing is your fault. Remember that. Nothing." I'm sorry I got lice." She was twisting one hand in the other like a wet rag. "Please, Dad, please. You can shave my head like Shep said. I don't care." She'd popped up to her knees on the seat, eyes wide, pleading. "You can protect me." "This is how I am doing that." "You always protect me. I'm safe with you. You'll take care of me." He struck the wheel. "I can't." His words rang around the car. His fist throbbed. Choking back panic, he searched for words soft enough. Jesus. How to put this in terms she could grasp. This is what you can do to help Mommy right now." Kat wilted in the seat. "How long?" He lifted his hands from the steering wheel, spread his fingers, lowered them again. "Whatever happens, you'll be okay. It may not feel like it, but you will." "What do you mean, whatever happens? What does that mean? So if Mom dies and they get you, then I... A breath shuddered through her, and then she was still for a moment, her shoulders curled, arms hugging her stomach. "I'm 8, she said. "I'm only 8. He did his best to fight his throat open, his chest still. His jaw was clamped shut, but he could feel the muscle pulsing at the corners. Still, he could not look over at her. The silence lasted 10 seconds or 10 minutes. "If that happens." His fingers, clenched around the steering wheel, had gone white. "You'll think I won't know how great you turned out, and how you built a family, and what a wonderful woman you grew up to be. But I do. I know already. No. He had to get it all said before his will deserted him. "However long you're here, you can't tell anyone your last name." An echo from his childhood tore into him like a drill bit. "You're Catherine Smith. Listen to me, Kat. You're Catherine Smith now. Do you understand? Don't give my name. Don't give your mom's name. Don't say where you're really from. You have to make it all up and memorize it and never forget it." Each word ground like broken glass on the way out. She had buried her head in her arms and was shaking her head violently. He thought, "I am damned for telling her this. I am going to hell. My heart will fall out of my chest and disintegrate into a cloud of ash. You need to be tough. Your life is at stake. No one can know anything about you." It was every lesson he wanted not to teach her, every bad parent caricature. But he steeled his back and drove on into the face of it. "Swear it to me, Kat." "No. You have to. They'll find you." "I'm not going." "There is no choice here, Kat." She looked up sharply, her face streaked with tears. Her words warbled through sobs. "Then you swear to me. If I stay here and I keep my mouth shut about who I am, then you have to live and come back for me. You have to. Promise. Or I won't go. I won't." She stuck out her hand. "Deal?" He stared down at her trembling fingers, his blood rushing so fast and hard that it vibrated his vision. Was that a promise he could make? Did he have a choice? She kept her hand pointed at him, her bruised gaze on his face. He blew out a breath, pinched his eyes closed, then reached over. "Deal." Her hand was warm, and it trembled. "You will come back for me." "I will come back for you." "You swore it now," she said. "You swore it." He lifted the rucksack from the back seat, and they headed for the house. A plump woman answered the door, drying her hands on an apron. Behind her, 4 girls older than Kat were glued to cartoons, while a toddler played with a one-legged Barbie. The sounds of the kids outside wafted through an open window, laughter and thumping and someone crying. A visceral reaction set Mike's gut roiling. He looked around to assess the surroundings, but past and present were fused. There sat the couch mother on the sofa, fanning herself with a TV guide. There the yellow cushion with its effluvium of cat piss. Sure, shithead. My mom's too. All our parents is coming back. Mike's eyes stung, and he blinked his way back to the present. There was no couch mother, no cat piss reek, but there was a bay window, put there as if to tempt kids to watch and wait. The couch arms were threadbare, the walls dented and scuffed, but the foster girls looked healthy, and the house was suffused with the rich scent of tomato soup. "Can I help you?" the woman asked. He didn't know how long he'd been standing there. Jocelyn Wilder? The woman twisted her curly gray hair up into a knot. Yes? Can we talk for a moment in private? Kat swiped at her nose with a sleeve. She was staring at her shoes. Jocelyn's gaze flicked to her, then back to Mike. Do you want to play outside, sugar? Head down, Kat walked through the open back door and sat alone on a bench. Warily, Jocelyn gestured toward the kitchen, and he followed her through a swinging door. They faced off over peeling yellow linoleum. Her handsome face showed that she'd dealt with a variation of this scene a time or two. He said, We're in trouble. I need to take care of some business. Sir, I don't run. I know, he said. I know. But if she goes into the system, she'll be in danger. A lot of kids are in danger. Not like this. She blinked. What does that mean? Like she'll be killed? Though she'd said it herself, the word made an impression. Why would anyone want to kill her? She's a little girl. I don't know, Mike said. That's what I need to find out. I have to go. I have to be gone. My car can't be out front. If they see the car, they'll know she's here. Jocelyn regarded him skeptically, but he could see the concern blossoming beneath the surface. I'm sorry to put this on you, he said. She made a sound that was a cross between a snort and a laugh. You're not going to put anything on me, Mr. She crossed her considerable arms, legs planted, an immobile force. She was the kind of foster mom who'd take you by the ear and drag you to Valley Liquors to fess up to stealing nip bottles of Jack Daniels. Mike knew her as he'd known the couch mother, which meant he could read her. The watery blue eyes, the feathered skin at her temples, the kindness etched into every crease of her venerable face. He held a hand up, palm down, calming the waters or holding his balance. He wasn't sure which. Don't trust anything you might hear on the news. Don't trust anyone. Anyone, no matter who they say they are. If you turn her in, if you call the cops or Child Protective Services, she will be hunted down. Well, that's quite a thing, isn't it? She swallowed angrily, her neck clucking up and down, and looked away. You know kids. Talk to my daughter and you'll know I'm telling the truth. How do you find me? He swung the rucksack off his shoulder, letting it thunk to the floor. This holds $200,000 in cash. It's not blood money. It's from our savings before all this happened. You can declare it as an anonymous donation, pay taxes, whatever. It's yours to keep. Spend it on the other kids, too, so they don't get jealous. Donations don't work that way. I don't want your money regardless. Keep it in case you need it. You're not listening to me. Then will you guard it for me? Like collateral? She practically spit the words. I will be back. When? Soon. I won't do it, she said, with grave finality. You will, he said gently. I know that you will. 200,000. She set her hands on her hips, the flesh wobbling around her arms. Why so much money if you're coming back? His face felt unattached to him, a separate entity, a stone mask. If it cracked, it would crumble away and leave nothing behind. He heard a noise escape him, and Jocelyn's stance softened. She lowered her hands to her sides, seeming to take pity on him as he fought for composure. So she can have whatever she needs until then. He gestured at the rucksack. Her clothes are in there, too. They're her clothes. Buy whatever for the others. All my girls have their own clothes, she said indignantly. And, he said faintly, she has head lice. Splendid. I tried mayonnaise. It doesn't work. You need the heavy-duty stuff. He toed the linoleum. It was no longer his right to object. Okay. Any other problems? Drug-resistant tuberculosis, perhaps? No. I can't do this. I won't do this for long, she said. It's illegal, which puts the whole family at risk. I have no birth certificate for her. What am I supposed to do if... You don't run a battered women and children's shelter for 17 years without figuring out how to give people a new life. A glare. You've certainly done your homework. She took a deep breath. That was a long time ago. Not so long that you couldn't get the right folks in the right offices on the phone. If it comes to that. If it comes to that, she repeated sharply. She let out an angry laugh, and he saw it again, the steel in her eyes that said she was the kind of woman who could figure out just about anything she decided was necessary. And why should I believe you are coming back? She asked. Because I told her I would. Then you better goddamn come back, hadn't you? Yes, ma'am. Turning to the stove, she dismissed him with a wave. He pushed through the swinging door into the foyer. They were all as he'd left them, the girls fixated on the TV, the toddler twisting one-legged Barbie's remaining limbs this way and that, and his daughter sitting on the bench just through the open rear door, her untied shoelaces scraping the concrete. Her fingers fiddled with themselves autistically in her lap. Her lips were bunching. She was doing everything not to cry. He filled the doorway. He didn't want to blink. There was only this moment of seeing her, of capturing her image, and then it would be over. For a moment he thought he might just fly apart there in the doorway, like a horror movie effect. Finally Kat looked up, fixing that amber and brown gaze on him. Please, Daddy. Tearing his gaze from her, he turned away. He drifted numbly through the front door and back to the stolen Camry. Snowball, too, remained on the dashboard where Kat had perched him. He held the tiny stuffed animal in his hands and looked at the house, but couldn't bring himself to go back in and deliver it to her. Resting it on the passenger seat, he drove off. A few miles up the road, he noticed the baby monitor down by his feet, where he'd dropped it after the chase. He threw it out the window. Chapter 42. Mike blinked back to consciousness in a motel room with a vague recollection of driving for hours to put as much distance between him and Jocelyn Wilder's foster home as possible. Space, he hoped, would lessen temptation. Snowball, too, was mashed in his fist, and between his legs was a brown-bagged bottle of Jack Daniels, though he had no memory of wanting to get drunk. He sat with the TV flickering across his face, pulling from the bottle, craving numbness, but he'd had no more than 2 gulps when he vomited in the corner. He saw himself from the outside, one shoe off, belt undone, curled on the coarse carpet. And then Annabelle appeared, kneeling over him, hand on his shoulder, saying, It's okay, I'm here. We'll get through this together. But when he rolled over, she bled into a surprising blast of light from the high-set window. He was cold in his bones where the rays couldn't reach. He thought he should shower, but he found he already was, the scalding water raising streaks on his chest and arms, though he couldn't quit shivering. Closing his eyes, he retreated into bleached-out memories of his mother. That yellow-tiled kitchen, looking up as she'd bathed him, her black-brown hair draped along one tan arm. Patchouli and sage, the flesh-warm scent of cinnamon. That spot of blood. Her blood on his father's cuff. A dead patch of time. And then the room was dark, and he was trembling beneath an icy spout, the hot water having long run out. Next, he was wet on the floor, wrapped in a bedsheet, hugging the shopping bag containing the gun and his remaining cash. The room was a mess. Splotch of puke, tipped over chair, sheets pulled onto the floor to form a nest. The door opened, and a fall of light from the corridor landed on his face, making him blink. Then the door closed, heavy footsteps padded across to him, and a man's shadow darkened his sight. They were here, at last, to kill him. "Get up," Shep said. A hand lowered into the fuzzy edge of Mike's vision. Mike considered it with stunned incomprehension. His voice, hoarse from disuse. "How'd you find me?" "You called me. You told me what you had to do. Now get up." Mike took his hand. Shep hoisted him to his feet. Shep crossed and set a worn brown paper bag on the crappy kitchenette counter. He removed a sleek black cell, a bat phone replacement, and tossed it at Mike. Next came the Colt 45 and a police scanner, which Shep plugged into the outlet by the microwave. 1080, you got a location? That's affirmative. I'm on scene at 1601 Elwood. Back window looks to be broken. How many units we got in the area? He thumbed down the volume, leaving it loud enough to keep an ear on, then unpacked can after can of SpaghettiOs, setting them in a row by the sink. What day is it? Monday, 8:17 p.m. You're back in California, Redlands. Had he really left Kat just yesterday? Her glasses, Mike murmured. Pushing a fist to his forehead, he rocked a little. I forgot. She needs a new pair to read. Shep opened a can of SpaghettiOs with a pocket knife, stuck in a plastic spork, and handed it to Mike. Eat. We got business to handle in the morning, and I can't have you all pale and shaky. Annabelle could be dead by now, Mike said. Eat. Tell me which hospital. I need to call. You can't. Just to know. Then you're willing to kill her. And us. And Kat. Shep grabbed the phone from the nightstand and, trailing the cord, held it out to Mike. A dare. Mike stared at the phone hatefully, but didn't reach for it. Shep set the phone down and extended again the SpaghettiOs. Mike took the can and did his best. Chew. Swallow. Repeat. He looked around, seeing the mess through Shep's eyes. The whole room was gravid with sullenness, as if it had been dipped in gray. The SpaghettiOs had turned to sour mush in his mouth. He gagged them down, wiped his lips angrily. Why are you here? Shep said. What? You could have told me off when I first called, after how we left things back when. But I knew you wouldn't. I knew if I needed you, you'd be there in a heartbeat. The sentiment was coming out, bizarrely, as anger, a slow boil of a resentment Mike hadn't known he was harboring. Maybe you want me to be a criminal again. Maybe you were lonely. Shep chewed his food, scooped another sporkful, paused. Maybe, he said. You don't owe me, Mike said. Not for serving 3 months' time for you. You think that's why I'm doing this? Shep was utterly, infuriatingly calm. Thoughtful, even. Because I owe you? Why else? Mike banged SpaghettiOs down on the TV, a blood spray erupting from the can to dot his forearm. There was relief in yielding to his temper, to using the old muscles in the old ways. He needed to strain and hurt and growl into the face of something. Why else? Shep took another hearty bite, scraped the bottom of the can. Never gave it much thought, he said, his mouth full. Of course not. Mike felt his top lip curling. That would be beneath you, because you're guided by unerring instinct. That one of your SAT words? You're too pure to think. You've always known just who you are. Not like me. No past, Shep said. But I do have a past. I never left it behind. What was a lie was where I thought I was headed. The cover-up over those pipes, that bullshit award. I knew it was wrong, but I went along. And now... A growl escaped Mike's clenched teeth. I don't know how you fucking stand to look at me. That's what you never learned, Shep said. What? Acceptance. Shep shrugged. It is what it is. What is?
Everything?
The hell does that mean?
Take your father. You've been holding a grudge against him for how many years now? Black and white world. Him playing the role of black. What's that leave you?
Shep cranked open another steel can and dug into it, his appetite unhampered.
Your father's betrayal. That's been your North Star. And now? Leaving a kid behind?
He held out his hands, a rare superfluous gesture, the spork sticking out of the can, a little white flag.
Black isn't black today. White isn't white. And maybe it never was. Maybe it's all a goddamn mess and we do the best we can.
That's what you've done? The best you can?
There was one time I didn't. I was beaten down and couldn't get up. And you made sure. You made sure I got up. And I vowed after that moment I will never stay down again.
Shep wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and glared at Mike, in case he couldn't figure out it was a challenge. All the heat went out of Mike. He took a wobbly step back and sank to the mattress. He tilted his cheeks to his palms and sat there, pouring his face through his hands. I remember when we went to Ventura Harbor to ride the carousel, Mike said. She was 3, and she wanted the chicken. But those other kids kept getting it. I mean, it had to be the goddamn chicken. Who puts a chicken on a carousel anyway? And we waited and waited, but I couldn't get it for her.
What are you telling me?
Shep asked. I picture her in that home, and what will happen to her if I fail, Mike said. And I think I might die. He couldn't look up, but he heard Shep set down the can, right the chair, and pull it over, and exhale as he sat.
I've never been responsible to or for anyone in my life, Shep said. To take that on, it's a courageous thing. But you can't do it now. Not with what we're going into.
He leaned forward so his head butted against Mike's. Same position, same posture, the two of them staring down at the threadbare carpet. Shep shoved a little solicitously, crown to crown.
You want her back,
he said. Mike said, yes.
Safe?
Yes.
Then you have to be nothing. Want nothing. You can't have them, Kat or Annabelle, if you need them. You're not a husband. You're not a father. You're a man with a task. Understand?
Yes.
Get some sleep. We start early.
Mike cleaned up the room a bit and lay on the mattress. Beside him, Shep's eyes were closed and his breathing regular, but Mike couldn't tell if he was out or not. The ceiling was cracked in infinite patterns, a tangle of tree roots. Mike said, I will never turn my back on you again. Silence. Mike figured Shep was asleep, but then he answered,
You done with your conscience yet? 'Cause where we're going, it's gonna get in the way.
They lay there in the darkness. Mike was unsure when he crossed into sleep, but when he awoke to the sound of the shower, the clock showed 4:14 a.m. Shep emerged from the bathroom a few minutes later, towel around his waist, the shower left running behind him like in the old days when they had to cycle 6 or 7 bodies through on any given morning before the hot water ran out. Mike said, I should probably ditch the car I stole. Shep tossed him a set of keys, then crossed and parted the curtains. Gleaming in the front spot was a forest green Saab. Reluctantly, Mike matched Shep's smirk. He showered off, then swiped the steam from the mirror. Shep's DOP kit was sitting there on the metal ledge, the electric clippers poking up into view. Mike lifted the razor and turned it this way and that, as if reviewing an old photograph. The plastic blade guards were loose in the DOP kit. He found the right attachment, snapped it on. Shep called out through the door,
Ready?
The clippers sat heavy in Mike's hand, like a weapon. The mirror had missed it over again, so he cleared it with a washcloth and studied his reflection. Then he turned on the razor and took his hair down to foster home length. He toweled off his head and stepped out into the main room. "Ready," he said. Shoulder to shoulder, they headed into the parking lot. Chapter 43. Mike followed directions and asked no questions. He used the drive to iron out his thoughts, smoothing his resolve until it was as uniform and unwavering as the road ahead. The Saab blazed over the grapevine through Bakersfield and the long, flat tract of Middle California, onion fields and truck stops, dust croppers fainting low over the Five like something out of Hitchcock. Skirting the edge of San Jose, they pushed north through Sacramento and kept on toward Redding. "That region of Northern California is looking interesting," Hank had observed, and Mike had a feeling that whatever Shep was steering him toward was going to make it more interesting yet. The Cascades loomed into view, Lassen Peak rising to the east, Mount Shasta dead ahead, both summits dusted with snow. Around the 9-hour mark, Shep said, "Exit here." Mike pulled off in Red Bluff and followed Shep's instructions through the old-fashioned downtown. "Left. Right. Your other right. Left. Park here." Before them, a city registrar's office occupied a single-story adobe building. The L-shaped parking lot was long and narrow, hemmed in by concrete block walls protecting apartment complexes on either side. It had exits on both ends, which could prove useful depending on what was going to go down. Mike cocked an eyebrow, and Shep said, "Registrar's a good place for a con woman to work. Bogus building permits, fake deeds, notary stamps floating around." The Saab's idle was so smooth the car might have been turned off. From the passenger seat, Shep had the better view of the glass front door. The 357 pressed coolly against the small of Mike's back. They sat, and they waited. 5:03 p.m. 5:07. Shep pointed. Sure enough, the woman Mike knew as Dana Riverton emerged. She'd kept the same bland look she'd used when she'd met Mike at the cafe. Librarian, spectacles, conservative blouse, brown hair in no discernible cut. He wondered if she powdered over the jailhouse tattoo on her thumb webbing every morning before reporting to work. When Mike climbed out, Shep waited behind by some implicit understanding. The air felt cool against Mike's cropped scalp. He caught her a few steps from the door. "Kiki Dupleshney." She turned quickly. A half-second delay while she placed him. A few colleagues scooted past, and she shot them a nervous smile even while her eyes blazed with anger. "You must have me confused with someone else." The others passed out of earshot, and she fumbled a cigarette from her purse and lit up. "The fuck you want?" "Who hired you?" She grinned sweetly and blew smoke in Mike's face, her filter sporting a pink dimple of lipstick. She enunciated clearly, accustomed to talking to idiots. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Why do they want to kill me and my daughter?" "Gee, dunno." "My wife is in intensive care," Mike said. "My daughter and I are on the run. You had a role in this." Kiki played an imaginary violin between thumb and forefinger. "That's how the Darwin game goes. Sorry." "I'm going to find the men threatening us," Mike said. "I'm going to stop them. And you're going to help me." Kiki started to walk away, but he grabbed her thick arm, hard. "No matter what I have to do, I will put my family back together. Do you understand me?" She ripped her arm free, spilling her purse. "I don't give a fuck about your wife, and I don't give a fuck if they do kill your daughter, but I'll promise you this. If you don't get out of my face, I'll scream for the cops." She crouched and started collecting her things from the asphalt. Mike walked back to the Saab, set his hands on the steering wheel. He was breathing hard and could feel the heat of Shep's stare on the side of his face. Kiki finished stuffing items in her purse and continued on her way. She aimed her keys at the far end of the lot, and headlights blinked on a maroon Sebring convertible. They watched her drop her purse in the back seat and flick her cigarette butt at a row of trash cans behind the building. She climbed in, breeze blowing her hair, and touched up her lipstick in the rear view. Mike reached up and clicked a button, and the sunroof whirred open. "Get out," he said. Shep said, "What?" "You heard me." Shep shrugged and stepped out. Mike dropped the pedal to the floor, leaving 2 streaks of rubber scorched into the asphalt. The Saab fish-tailed but held course, and Kiki was reversing out of her space when she looked up and shrieked. The Saab hit her at a straight perpendicular, T-boning the Sebring and driving it into the retaining wall. The Saab's airbag deployed with a sound like an upside-down bowl hitting water. Concrete crumpled around the convertible, chunks spilling through the open top into the back seat. Steam hissed up from the Saab's wrinkled hood. Mike shoved aside the airbag. His door was crumpled, so he pulled himself up through the sunroof. The 2 vehicles were melded together. A continuous spray of wiper fluid shot in a poetic arc. Kiki lay flopped onto the steering wheel, the horn blaring, her seatbelt still unfastened. A spurt of blood darkened her upper lip. Straddling the 2 cars, Mike hooked her beneath the chin, ripped her up out of her seat, and flung her onto the pavement. He leaped down, grabbed her hair, and forced her face around to his. She was stunned, lipstick smeared down her chin, stockings torn and bloody at the knees, hand cupped beneath her draining nose. He felt a revulsion for what he was doing, but it wasn't close to stopping him. He tugged the gun from his belt and pressed the muzzle to the front of her shoulder, where arm met torso. "Look at me," he said. "Look at me." Her pupils rolled to meet his. "Do you care now?"
"Huh?"
she said loosely. "Do you care now?" She nodded against his grip.
"Oh, God, yes. Please stop."
A few people had spilled out of the office, and tenants were at their windows in the apartment complex beyond the collapsed wall. What surprised Mike in the face of all this was just how undaunted he felt. He said, "Talk."
"I don't know who they are, I swear. One big guy and a cripple never gave me a number or anything. Just showed up like fucking ghosts. Found me by reputation. I'm the best female operator in the area up here. I got pending charges. They said they could get 'em wiped for me. Jesus, my nose."
"And?"
"So they gave me a file with info and the whole place set up already for me to contact you as the will executor. They wanted me to confirm who you were. They weren't sure."
She was panting, blood spraying her lips.
"I have everything in the trunk. There, go get it. You can have it. I swear to God, that's all I know."
She tipped her hand, blood drooling between her fingers to the asphalt.
"I need a doctor."
The trunk had blown open from impact, the file box inside knocked upside down, trapping the folders in place. Mike found the red-tabbed file quickly. Jotted across the front, upside down, was 4YCH429. He walked back around to Kiki. She was on all fours, coughing. He pointed at the file. "What's this license plate?"
"I wanted something in case they screwed me, so when they drove away I wrote down the plate number of the truck, but that was before I learned how they are."
"It was a truck and not a van?"
"It was a truck. You can't tell them. They'll kill me."
Shep had vanished. A small crowd was forming by the door of the office, and a few of the younger workers were whispering, looking like they were gathering their courage. The woman in the penthouse window across the way had a phone pressed to her face. She recoiled from Mike's stare, dropping to the floor. It would only be a matter of time before the cops rolled up. "I guess you got a lot to worry about, then." Mike paused over her. "If you warn them I'm coming, you will see me again."
"Okay."
She wiped at her bloody nose.
Okay.
File in hand, Mike stepped across the rubble through the hole in the wall and jogged along the side of the apartment complex. When he dashed out into the street a block over, a ragged Pinto with a rusted hood wobbled up beside him right on cue. Shep was hunched in the torn front seat like an elephant on a tricycle, the grocery bag with Mike's things waiting in the passenger footwell. Mike jumped in, and they motored away from the curb. "I didn't think these things were still on the road."
"After what you did to that Saab,"
Shep said.
"this is all you're gonna get."
The back of Mike's forearm was streaked with blood, and wiping it, he realized that it wasn't his own. He could feel it drying, a tightening on his skin. Shep glanced down.
"Don't worry,"
he said.
"You'll get used to it."
Chapter 44. "Where are we?" Boss Man's voice through the phone was so clear he might have been sitting on the porch of the clapboard house next to William. A hot oil smell wafted over from the wrecking yard. When William and Hanley's grandfather had built the house, he hadn't factored in wind patterns, so on some days the very walls seemed infused with burned tires and battery acid. The clear-as-hell afternoon afforded a glimpse of Mount Shasta rising in the distance, speckled with an early snow.
Wingate's a wanted man in his own right now, William said. The agencies are on alert. Anywhere he pops up, they'll deliver him straight to Graham. Behind him, the rickety screen door banged and heavy footsteps creaked the boards. Dodge carried with him the musk of the cellar. The mass of his shoulders bowed in a broad arc. He descended the steps and arrayed something on the crackly dead weeds of the front lawn. He shuffled over toward the side of the house, clearing William's view to the tools nestled in the weeds. Ball-peen hammer, needle-nose pliers, metal shackles. Even in his position, Graham can only do so much, Bossman said. The higher profile this thing gets, the more cover smoke he has to blow, and the more it costs. Well, that's why Graham has Dodge and me, isn't it? Once he gets a bead on Wingate and the girl, we'll make them vanish from all consideration. Trailing a black garden hose, Dodge moved back toward the weeds, returned to the spout to crank on the water. You left the smashed-up van behind, Bossman said. Can anyone trace it to you? Nah, William said. Old license plates, no reg, VIN placard pried off the dash. If there's one thing we know how to do, it's strip vehicles. But that's not the one thing I hired you for. Splitting the stream with a thumb, Dodge sprayed down the tools. No, sir. William moistened his lips with the tip of his tongue. Wingate'll surface soon. You can't hide with a kid. He already tried to get her on an airplane to... You should have killed her when you had her in hand, Bossman said. We were going to use her as a lure first. In the rack, our boys handed out a lot of sniper rounds through the spinal cord. You get someone down screaming loud enough, and you can draw pretty much anyone out of it. Your uncle would have handled them on the spot, Bossman said. William bit his lips, overgrown stubble poking this way and that. A pulse beat in his neck, fluttering the sallow skin at the side of his throat. His right arm jerked a little. Maybe if the old man was more strategic, he'd be teeing off in Palm Springs instead of slow roasting in hell. But Bossman wasn't interested in clan history. And the wife? He asked. She's our best path to him and the girl. She was transferred. A displeased pause. Where? We looked high and low. Nothing. Graham's running a computer search starting in Los Angeles and circling out in a spiral, checking every... She was in critical condition. She can't have moved far. Every hospital within driving distance. Every one. Understand me? Yes, sir. Apparently satisfied, Dodge coiled the hose again by the house. Leaving the tools to dry below, he sat on the porch steps beside William and resumed reading the graphic novel he'd left face down. The pear-shaped bruise on the side of his neck was changing from blue to purple. Where are you? Bossman asked. William said, We came back to base to ready a few things, but we're good to deploy as soon as the bell rings. I suggest you figure out how to ring that bell yourself. Dial tone. William set down the phone and spit a scattering of seeds across the porch steps. The wind picked up, sending dead leaves rattling across the uneven boards. But aside from that, silence. The house wasn't the same without Hanley. Still buried in the comic, Dodge turned the page, a rare smile twitching his lips. William glanced over at the facing page, where a scrawny guy with Orphan Annie eyes wearing a wife-beater exclaimed, Knife to the eye! William thought about what he'd just told Bossman. You can't hide with a kid. Using the railing, he pulled himself creakily to his feet. Wingate got that file. He knows we're watching everyone who's ever been connected to him. I say he parks the girl somewhere safe. Let's check State Children's Services. Dodge blinked twice and swiveled his head back over to his graphic novel. William said, No, wait. Too obvious. And he'd want her below the radar. Behind them, the leaves kept scraping along the boards of the porch. Dodge set aside the comic, lumbered down the stairs, and began towel-drying his tools with the oversized hanky he kept stuffed in a pocket. His attention was loving, absolute. A scud of wispy clouds had materialized from nowhere to confer a halo on Mount Shasta's glorious peak.
He's a foster kid himself, William said. He'll go back to his roots. He spit into the weeds and turned for the door. Let's start checking foster homes. Chapter 45. They'd put only a few miles between the car and the parking lot where Mike had left Kiki Duplessis, but already his thoughts had migrated back to that look on Kat's face when he'd left her on the bench. Guilt came alive as an itch under his skin. You're not a husband. You're not a father. You're a man with a task. The red-tabbed file sat across his knees, 4YCH429, staring up at him. How do we run this plate number? He asked. They throttled along, Shep looking ridiculous crammed behind the Pinto's wheel.
Hank Danville. License plates are a PI's bread and butter.
They're watching him. Tapped lines.
Call his cell. He'll give you a payphone number.
Mike dialed. When Hank picked up, Mike said, Hey. Maurice, Hank said. You're looking for that shop number, yeah? He rattled off 10 digits. I hear they open in 5 minutes. Mike pocketed the phone. The file in his lap seemed to have taken on a weight commensurate with its potential significance. The air gusting from the vents smelled of hairspray. Cars flashed by. He stared down.
Shep said, Open it already. The thing won't bite.
Mike complied. The glossy photo on top, the one Dana, Kiki, had revealed to him at the cafe, captured his childhood house. And there were a number more beneath, taken from various angles. Some compulsion made him turn one over, as if checking the potter's stamp on a china plate. Taped to the white rectangle was a cutout of an undated real estate listing, the newsprint brittle and faded, but still legible enough for him to read the address. Chico. He'd come from the town of Chico, which was an overnight drive, about 7 hours in the family station wagon, to the Los Angeles playground he'd been left at as a 4-year-old. He thought about waking up in his clothes, not his pajamas. Shep looked over at him inquisitively. Digging in the glove box, Mike found a map buried beneath a raft of cassette tapes and fought it open across the dash. The house I grew up in. It's about 50 miles from here.
Which way?
Southeast, on the 99. Shep wheeled sharply left, Mike nearly banging his head against the window. When he looked up, he saw the freeway sign fly past on the ramp entrance. Within the hour, he'd be standing on the front porch of his childhood home. It didn't seem possible. A throb at his temples reminded him that he'd stopped breathing. He caught a glimpse of himself in the sun visor's mirror. His different-colored eyes, one brown, one amber, peered back from a face that had gone pale. A few deep inhales brought back a bit of color to his cheeks. He found a red pen in the glove box and circled the towns that had popped up in name since Dodge and William had fastened onto his trail. Sacramento, home to Rick Graham's State Terrorism Threat Assessment Center. Redding, William Burrell's last known address. Red Bluff, Kiki Duplessis' stomping grounds. Chico, former home of Mike's parents. All within a 150-mile span in Northern California. Shep kept driving and kept silent, and Mike loved him for it. He pushed aside the map and flipped deeper into the file. That old Polaroid of his father, the sun-faded face so much like his own, and endless data on Mike and his friends and acquaintances, much of the same information he'd found in the folder he'd taken from the smashed-up van. The bottom page featured a single typed note. No letterhead, no signature, no watermark. Parent names, John and Danielle Trenley. Your cover, Dana Gage, the grown daughter of the Trenleys' former next-door neighbors. You are the Trenleys' will executor. You have significant assets to assign, but can do so only once you've corroborated Michael Wingate's heritage and family history. If he is our target, he should prove emotional and unpredictable on the subject of his parents. He was abandoned by his father at the age of 4. Do not try to contact us. We will find you. Mike was gripping the page too tightly, his thumb leaving an indentation. He relaxed his hand and read the note a second time. The language seemed too crisp to have been written by William or Dodge. Mike pegged it for a document generated by Rick Graham out of his impressively titled state agency. As for Trinley, Hank had turned up nothing for a John or a Danielle by that name. Had Graham given Kiki a fake name to foil any prospective searches? Shep had said something. Mike said, "What?"
"You were supposed to ring Danville 10 minutes ago."
Mike placed the call. Hank answered in the midst of a coughing fit. "You okay?" Mike asked.
"Pain meds have me shitting like a rabbit, but at least I'm not a terrorist on the lam."
Mike gave him the broad strokes. He glossed over leaving Kat behind, trying to make it a fact like all the others. Nonetheless, Hank offered a quiet, "Jesus." "They still have an eye on you?" Mike asked.
"I checked the office phone yesterday, and it showed an extra voltage draw on the line. They probably have something up at the junction box, which is noteworthy."
"Why?" A highway patrol car passed, going in the opposite direction, and Mike twisted to watch until it faded from sight.
"Because if it was legit," Hank was saying, "they'd tap the line from the phone company's switch or use electronic intercept, both of which are undetectable. So Graham's doing this without a warrant. If you can produce some evidence, concrete evidence of corruption in his investigation of you, or his link to William and Dodge..."
"We're working on it. And along those lines, we got the plate number of the truck Dodge and William drove when they hired Kiki Duplessis. Can you run it for me?"
"Course. I'll see if I can access the databases through a colleague's login so it won't be traceable. Plate number?"
Mike read it off.
Hank said, "What's your callback number? Don't worry, I'll use a payphone."
Mike gave it to Hank, who recited it back twice, committing it to memory.
"Listen, Mike, with the medical costs and making my arrangements, I'm running a bit low, and you can't exactly mail me a check."
"Hank, I'm sorry." Mike tapped his head in reproach. "I have cash, plenty. I've just been totally—"
"Of course, don't worry."
Mike opened the bag at his feet and surveyed the money. "Is 20 grand enough?"
"Too much."
"Not even close," Mike said.
"I was thinking of slipping out of town away from watchful eyes anyway. And, well, all roads lead north, don't they?"
The windshield threw back the road guide's reflection, the red circles Mike had drawn standing out like a cluster of hives. He couldn't deny that he sensed it, too, a narrowing, as if the last 31 years were a funnel to this 1 square inch of map. "Yeah," he said. "I guess they do."
"I'll head your way, and we can settle up in person. Hell, maybe I can even be of service."
Hank gave a wry chuckle.
"A last hurrah. I'll call you when I've sourced that license plate. I have to figure out how to go about it covertly, so it could take a little."
A sign flew past. Chico, 47 miles. "It's fine," Mike said. "I'm gonna need the time." The walkway rolled out before Mike like a concrete arrow leading to the front door. Standing at the curb, hands shoved in his pockets, cool wind biting at his ankles, his neck, he confronted the house. His house. Much had changed, but he recognized the porch and the asphalt roof shingles and the fan-like spread of the driveway. The louvered shutters, he realized, he'd inadvertently duplicated on the dream homes of Green Valley. The memory of this place pulled up through the murk, an anchor rising, dredging with it more details from the depths. He knew that the gnarled pine in the side yard smelled like Christmas when it rained, that the back patio dipped on the left side, that the gutter over the window there on the east corner used to drip patterns onto his pane. He recalled the large volcanic rocks that had once dotted the front walk, how he'd tried to tip one over once to catch a lizard, and when he'd held up his palms afterward they were covered with blood. His mother in the kitchen brandishing a magazine at a circling blowfly. "Let's wave him out of here, honey. This little guy's a bad omen." He half expected to see his father sitting on the front step, sleeves cuffed, smoking a flaking cigar. If he was alive, what would he look like now? Inside, a young family was pulled up to a kitchen table, the scene glowing out at the dark street like something festive. Mike could see that there were no more yellow tiles, sage incense, and the mother clearing the dinner plates was smiling and joking. Her skin, tan even in winter, scented faintly of cinnamon. A minivan was parked in the driveway. "You like our new station wagon, champ? They have wood paneling, see? But it's not real wood. Run your fingers there." And he turned his face into the teeth of the breeze, eyes drifting across the Gage's house. Mint, trim, Doberman bit the Sears repairman, and taking in the old lady rocking on the porch swing, patient and lined like time itself. He looked down the length of the planned community street to a fenced lake. Yes, there was a lake. He slips on a mossy rock, and his father's hand clamps down on his shoulder, firm and steady, saving him from a wet spill. And it carried the odor of algae, giving the breeze its wet weight. The other way, a hill fringed with dense stands of trees was crested by a yellow sign, rusted and battered with age. The sign proclaimed deer Xing, that broad black X hooking something buried in Mike's thoughts and reeling it squirming to the deck. "Hey, Joe, you know any street names start with the letter X?" "How about fucking Xanadu?" Shep was at his side, long forgotten. He spit in the gutter and kicked at the curb. Mike's legs tingled. How long had he been standing here? The old lady on the Gage's porch set aside her knitting and rose, grimacing into the effort of it. Mike hurried over. "Ma'am, excuse me. I'm sorry to bother you. Have you lived here long?" The woman paused, bunch-mouthed and wizened at the screen door. Despite the prominent veins, her hands looked young and strong, and the crocheted shawl thrown across her shoulders gave off the pleasing aroma of coffee and cigarette smoke. "What's long enough for you?" "So you're Mrs. Geraldine Gage." His throat clicked dryly when he swallowed. "I'm a reporter looking into—" She let go of the screen, which snapped closed, and gestured next door. "Saw you looking there. Been years since anyone came asking." "About the incident?" Mike asked carefully. "Is that what they're calling it?" "How would you describe it?" "More like a non-incident. An entire family just up and vanishes one day. Not a trace left behind. After a while, the bank quietly reclaimed the house, and then there was a new family in there, and then another. Life goes on. I suppose it has to." The porch swing jagged in the wind, creaking softly on its chains. "Do you think... Did they seem the types to get tangled up in trouble?" "You mean, did they bring it on themselves?" A dry chuckle. "If life's taught me anything, it's that you never know anything. But no, they sure as hell didn't act like folks who played with fire. If they had any enemies, you'd never know it. That's what was so shocking about the whole thing. They just didn't seem the type that something like this would happen to." She shook her head, annoyed at herself. "Whatever that means." "What was my—" He caught himself, cleared his throat. "What was their last name?" "Shouldn't you know that?" she asked. "If you're writing an article?" "I'm doing a retrospective on a few cases like this. I sometimes get them mixed up." "Their name was Trainer," she said, with an O. Trainer. He'd said it out loud, he realized, just to taste it in his mouth. John and Danielle Trainer. Michael Trainer. After all these years, the childhood interrogations, the x-rays and dental assessments to determine his age, after the private investigator bills, the database searches, the cemetery walks, after all that and more, at last, a name. His. The fake name given Kiki, Trenley, was kept close enough to the real one that it might ring a bell. But the real name was just as unfamiliar, and Mike was crestfallen over his inability to make it resonate. Geraldine Gage had turned again to tug open the screen door. "What were they like?" he blurted. She paused, one slippered foot on the threshold. "Normal type folks, like I said. Quite in love. They'd hold hands on walks like honeymooners. We were fond of them. She was graceful, a little hippie-ish, and I guess these days you'd say spunky. Long, beautiful black hair.
And he was a nice fella. Used to lend Glenn a hand with, moving a couch, holding a ladder. A handsome guy. Looked a bit like you, if memory serves. Her gaze intensified. They had a boy. Mike nodded, since he didn't trust his voice. He'd be about your age now, she observed. Michael, was it? I think that's right. The wind brushed a leafy branch musically across the slats of the porch. Look, she said, I really must be going. His voice sounded like it belonged to someone else. And him? He asked. What about the boy? His face burned. Did they seem close to him? I mean, no matter what happened, that's quite a thing to uproot a kid like that. She mused on this a moment, her back slightly curved, shoulders hunched into the breeze. She seemed to sense what was at stake. Or maybe he was only imagining it. He was well loved, she said. The screen clapped shut behind her. He stood a few moments, listening to the crickets. Shep was waiting back in the car. Mike paused by the passenger door, looking across at his old house, pausing at the sight. The little girl stood on a stool before her bathroom sink, brushing out her hair before bedtime. Her motions were uncoordinated, the brush snagging on knots. She couldn't have been 6. The phone vibrated in his pocket, though it took a few bursts to break his trance. License plate traces to a GMC Sierra 1500 pickup. Hank's voice was excited, driving. It's corporate-owned, registered to Deer Creek Casino. A casino? Mike repeated. Hank said, and guess where it is? Where? You're in Chico, yeah? Look northeast. See that mountain? It's dark. Right. Well, it's Mount Lassen. The casino's there on the slopes. I'm sure you'll see billboards. My family name, Mike said, is Trainer. A long silence. In the house, the girl had managed to work out most of the tangles. Her honey-blonde hair looked soft and fluffy. When she clicked off the bathroom lights, she paused, noticing him standing there by the idling car at the curb. Hank said, Trainer with an O? That's right. I'm getting on the road while the getting's good. But I'll see what I can find. The little girl raised her hand in silent greeting. Mike waved back. Me too. Chapter 46. Deer Creek unfolded roadside, darting away and returning at flirtatious intervals, a freestone stream tumbling past lava shelves. Swaths of landscape bled by, the Pinto's weak headlights barely able to keep pace with the shifting topography. First splotches of orchard with sprinkler streams arcing across walnut and olive trees like tinsel. Then came the rolling foothills, blue oaks staking down vast tracts of golden weed. Finally, Mount Lassen closed in on them, dense sagebrush crowding the hubcaps, fir and pine shoving up from red clay dirt, rocky plateaus encroaching overhead. The night breeze through Mike's window cleared his lungs, his thoughts. Signage was plentiful and traffic thick as they neared the Deer Creek Casino. At last the mall-like building floated into view, sprawled across a flat plain stamped into the terrain. The parking lot bustled, cars waiting on spots, community center buses unloading seniors, workers on break gathering at the exits, staking out cell phone reception. One van, labeled New Beginnings Active Living Center and featuring a logo of a winking smiley-faced sun, disgorged one wheelchaired patron after another on its mechanical lift. A few lonely picketers circled out front, smoking cigarettes, ignored by and ignoring the trickle of gamblers. There were no Vegas lights, no showgirl glitter. It might have been a Walmart. Shep trawled the lot. To the side, next to the plentiful handicapped parking, was the section for employee vehicles, each space labeled by name and title. Shep parked in the CFO's spot, and they climbed out and walked the rear bumpers. Nearly every vehicle sported law enforcement plate frames and multiple shiny stickers. CHP Foundation, Sheriff's Booster Club, Friends of Sacramento PD.
Mike would have plunked down money on one of the green felt tables inside that casino management had cultivated a close ally at the State Terrorism Threat Assessment Center as well. He stopped before a black Sierra pickup and pointed at the license plate sandwiched between a DARE bumper sticker and a fire department reflective decal. The number matched the one Kiki Duplessis had written down. Here was the truck William and Dodge had driven to hire her. Running a finger along the paint, Mike circled the pickup. A parking pass on a lanyard dangled from the rearview mirror. From a square passport-size photo stared William, his features softened by an affable grin. Model employee. Mike said, "We should—" But Shep was already into the truck, tapping a pick set back into his breast pocket. Mike crouched to read the stenciling on the bumper block. William Burrell, security technician. Shep rifled through the glove box, came up with a paycheck stub. He angled it at Mike, his thumb underscoring the job title Mike had just read off the concrete. A chilling euphemism for what William really did. Mike glanced at the slip. No taxes taken out. Freelance makes for a tougher paper trail. That's why Hank couldn't find him. The faint chime of a jackpot carried across the parking lot, followed by excited squeals.
"So this here's the end of the trail," Shep said. "The place paying the killers who were coming after you and your family."
Not an individual, Mike thought, but a goddamned casino.
"Only question left," Shep continued, "is why?"
The yellow and turquoise letters announcing the casino stirred something in Mike's gut, but he couldn't put a name to it. One of the picketers mistook his gaze and angled the sign so he could get a better read. Why are we paying taxes so casinos can relax? Mike lifted a hand in acknowledgement. Thanks, got it, then tilted his head toward the entrance. Should we go have a look around?
"I can't," Shep said, poking around in the glove box. "Casinos got me dead to rights with their facial recognition software."
They run that stuff?
"Course. They're looking for advantage players, card cheats, fast feeders, armed robbers."
An artful pause.
"Safecrackers."
Shep came up from the glove box with a John Deere cap and a bag half full of sunflower seeds.
"But you—"
He slung the baseball hat onto Mike's head and poured him a handful of sunflower seeds.
"You're not in the casino databases. Just in case they're plugged into the law enforcement watch lists, though, chew up these seeds, store them in your lips and cheeks. Just enough to change the shape of your face so the software won't map it right."
Chewing food intended for William's mouth left Mike a touch queasy. He worked a bit of sunflower meal beneath his lower lip like tobacco dip. He finished, his stare pulling across to the casino. They were in there. In case William and Dodge get me, I should tell you where Cat is.
"No,"
Shep said. No.
"I don't want to know," Shep said. "There's just as good a chance they'll catch me out here. Every man has his breaking point."
And mine's higher than yours? Mike asked. Shep said,
"I'm not her father."
Mike nodded once and started for the building. Popping lights and chiming slots, stale smoke and bracing air conditioning, salty traces of the sunflower seed mush tucked into Mike's lips and cheeks. The whole adrenalized experience took on a disorienting hyperreality. Elderly folks jockeyed for position at the $5 tables. Wheelchair footrests clanked into overburdened standing ashtrays. Cocktail waitresses wore Indian print shifts with dagger thigh slits. They circled with trays of vodka and Red Bull, Jack and Coke, bestowing cheer like debauched Disney Pocahontases. On the walls, oil paintings of soaring eagles. A drop team shoved around a wheeled metal cart, collecting jingling cash cans from slot machines and lining them in the flat metal bed like mini trash barrels. It struck Mike that the drop team workers were the only personnel not wardrobed by Sergio Leone. In their black slacks and white polos with Deer Creek logos on the breasts, they were meant to blend in so as not to remind you that the whole spectacle and experience was fueled by your cash, which was being conveyed back to the vault by the cartload. The walkways blazing through the organized chaos had virile names like Strong Buck Path and Tomahawk Trail, but even these couldn't match wits with the blinking destination signs. Firewater, Wampum, Rainmaker Room. The Powwow Palace welcomed Lockheed Retired and Friends of Yuba City Jazz. A glistening sign on an easel showed off a prime rib special for $2.95, and Earth, Wind, and Fire were playing the Grand Teepee next month. An obese man motored by, overflowing his mobility scooter, his wife ambling beside him, fingering a gift shop dream catcher. The man's gaze hooked on a bartender wearing a chieftain headdress serving up woo-woos to a bachelorette party. "Christ our Lord," he boomed, "don't this bug the Indians?" "Indians?" she sniggered. "I ain't seen a worker yet wasn't a Mexican." Keeping a lookout for William or Dodge, Mike nearly tripped over an abandoned medical walker with tennis balls impaled on its back legs. Given his fatigue, the whole spectacle put him on edge. He had no idea what he was looking for. Backing to a wall, he tugged the brim of the cap low over his eyes. The casino seemed a great place to disappear, but he was all too cognizant of the black domes in the elevated ceilings hiding the security cameras. His elbow knocked a glass pane, giving off a sharp rattle, and he turned to see Rick Graham's face staring out at him from a photograph inside a wall exhibit. His breath quickening, he confronted that face, here, on display. Graham had an arm flung wide to indicate a row of computers, showing them off like a game show prize. That dense, salt-and-pepper hair, the pucker at the lips, his pit bull build. Mike pictured him at their front door, Annabelle bleeding out on the floor at Mike's back. Dispatch sent a request. I was the closest responder. Bitterly, he remembered the blast of relief he'd felt at Graham's appearance. Help, at last. The Sacramento Bee article accompanying Graham's photo spelled out how Deer Creek Casino had donated facial recognition software and multiple computers to the Anti-Terrorism Agency. Graham, a resident of Granite Bay, California, was praised as a local hero. Dazed, Mike glanced up to the top of the display, where a cheery header proclaimed, "Deer Creek in the Community." He stepped back, overwhelmed by the newspaper articles wallpapering the bulletin board inside. Policeman's Widow Fund hits jackpot with casino donation. Tribe backs Megan's Law against sex offenders. Deer Creek provides state with 6 new digital freeway billboards for Amber Alerts. There were motorcycle helmets for CHP and gun lockers for sheriff stations. The casino had donated new SWAT tactical vests for Sacramento PD, and for SFPD and LAPD. An 8x10 showed a man wearing an expensive suit and a cowboy hat, shaking hands with the governor himself. The governor had one arm draped across the man's shoulders and was smiling wide for the cameras just as Mike had. In Sharpie, across the photo, "To Deer Creek Casino, friends of mine, friends of California," and then the intensive signature. Even from the start, law enforcement had closed ranks against Mike and his family. Hank's words played in his head. They will suspect who they're supposed to suspect, and alert who they're supposed to alert. Deer Creek Casino had the connections and the pull to unleash hell on Mike's family. But what was the motive? Why did these people want to kill him and his daughter? The notion was like a snake, coiled deep around his brainstem. It twisted, and he felt it down his spine. A cocktail waitress emerged from an unmarked door to his side, revealing a glimpse of hall stretching back to offices. Her tray, now empty. "Excuse me, where can I find out more about the tribe?" He wondered if he was standing close enough that she would notice the sunflower seeds tucked into his lips. She smiled from beneath her Indian princess headband, the side feather nodding over her red curls. Her skin was pale and freckled. She might have been Irish. "At the tribal shrine there off the stairwell landing." Mike drifted dreamlike up the stairs, through an archway labeled "The Story of the Deer Creek Tribe," and into what appeared to be a gauche history exhibit. The lights were dimmed reverently, faded photographs and museum-like captions set into black velvet fabric panels. A few tourists made their way around grudgingly, as if fulfilling some educational requirement. Through hidden speakers issued crackly chanting, sounds Mike associated with sweat lodges and Sunday morning cartoons. The room, like the rest of the casino, recalled nothing so much as a theme park attraction. A copper-faced Indian greeted comers from a mounted television. A computer-generated simulation, he seemed the archetypal Native American. High cheekbones, generous mouth, Formidable nose, erect bearing. The stoic-lined face glowed with earth-baked wisdom. Mike found himself staring at the braided blue-black hair with disbelief and horrified recognition. All those fragments and inklings slid into shocking alignment. "Welcome, friends. Follow the trail, and I shall tell you the tale of the Deer Creek tribe." Mike trudged along, his head thick and soupy, as if he were emerging from general anesthesia. Pinned photos and clippings related the promised tale. "The Deer Creek people," the Indian intoned from a new flat screen, not missing a beat, "have been in Northern California for nearly 4,000 years. As the stilted voice continued, Mike did his best to focus on the exhibit pieces. Various sketches showed tribesmen hunting with bows and arrows, setting snares, using harpoons and fishing nets. The women were depicted gathering and grinding acorns and weaving their hair into figure-8 loops at their napes. Mike's feet moved at a normal pace, but his blood had quickened, surging in his veins. The next section covered the tribal members' beliefs. Woodpeckers symbolized wealth and good luck. Sleeping with one's face exposed to the moon was thought to be unwholesome. And a blowfly in the thatch house, the virtual Indian informed, meant evil was stalking the family. A tingle crawled along Mike's skin. A waft of tribal incense from the back reached his nostrils. Sage. The smell of his childhood. His legs had locked up, but the digitized tour guide continued. At their peak, these proud Hokan-speaking people, distant relatives to the Yana tribe, numbered nearly 2,000. But then came the white man. Many of the Indians in this region were relocated in forced marches. Measles, typhoid, smallpox, tuberculosis, and dysentery thinned the ranks of those who remained. The 1860s saw endless raids and counter-raids between Native Americans and white settlers, and many tribes were exterminated. But fortunately, a remnant group of the Deer Creek tribe survived into the next century. More sketches. Indians mourning, their hair shorn, heads covered with pitch. The burning of the dead. Woeful faces. Mike willed the Indian to drop the cigar store shtick and speak at a normal clip, but there was no speeding up animation. They were granted their own humble reservation, the government holding in trust for them title to 2,000 acres. Then came the modern scourges. Suicide, diabetes, alcoholism. Over the decades, the land was broken up and parceled out until precious little remained. By the 1950s, many assumed that the Deer Creek tribe was no more. Dusty maps and laminated government treaties organized neatly in binders composed a history section. Agreements between sovereign Indian nations and the United States were public domain, and Deer Creeks were on proud display here. It took no time for Mike to zero in on a trust agreement buried inside a compact between Deer Creek Tribal Enterprises Incorporated and the federal government. The casino and the attendant corporation were being held in trust, just as what remained of the reservation was held in trust by the U.S. government. He skimmed, legal phrases jumping out at him, confirming what he'd already grasped. Casino management had been appointed as trustee with all attendant general powers concerning the land and assets. Management would remain in charge as long as there was no member of the tribe able and willing to serve. Any tribe members who materialized would become the sole trustees and would enjoy full power and discretionary authority over the entire business. Mike's mouth was bitter and dry with sunflower seed residue. With shaking hands, he flipped furiously back a few pages to the definition of terms. Tribe member shall mean a person as defined in the tribal bylaws with a combined minimum of 1/8 Deer Creek tribe blood quantum. Mike's insides had gone cold. The Robo-Indian had been speaking for some time, Mike realized, his words repeating on a loop. One cold April morning in 1977, a hiker discovered a woman living quietly in a lean-to cabin. Her name was Sue Windbird. She was the last of the Deer Creek people. 1977. Just a few years before Mike was abandoned at that playground. His head abuzz with anticipation, He stepped around a small partition and beheld a photograph portrait of an ancient Native American woman. His breath left him. Her hands curled like claws, resting on the woolen blanket drawn across her knees. Her sun-weathered face retained an impish liveliness, teeth better than one would have thought. But it was her eyes that left Mike clutching for air. One brown, the other amber. Chapter 47. Mike's legs felt like stilts as he stepped out of the shrine onto the landing, the crisp air conditioning welcome on the heat of his face. He leaned against the wall to catch his breath. When he mopped at his brow, his sleeve came away damp. His mind remained fastened on that image of Sue Windbird. A brass plaque beneath her portrait had given her name, a question mark for a birthday, and the date of her death, August 10th, 1982. Yet Sue Windbird clearly wasn't the last of her people. Though she was decades gone, those mismatched eyes might as well have been an arrow pointing from her through him to Cat. What had William called them? Cat eyes. Mike couldn't remember if his mother, too, had heterochromia, but he could picture distinctly the view up at her when she bathed him as a child, her black-brown hair draped along one tan arm, the pronounced cheekbones, that golden-brown skin, dark even in winter, a buried lineage to a culture he knew no more about than he did the Mayans or the Pennsylvania Dutch. But there it was, a birthright running through his veins. And Cat's. The ramifications swirled around him, leaving him dizzy. As long as there were no Deer Creek tribal members living, casino management ran the show and kept all profit. These people were willing to kill generations of a family to ensure that the tribe stayed extinct. A few college kids bustled by, wisecracking and slinging cocktails, jarring Mike from his thoughts. He fought to reacclimate himself to his surroundings. Gripping the handrail, he descended into the confusion of the casino floor. Blinking lights and sweaty faces seemed to assail him, but he kept to the edge of the room, putting one foot in front of the other, his gaze trained on the exit. Which is why he didn't see the shoulder until his face collided with it. Smooth calfskin leather jacket, black with a racing car Ducati applique logo. A hand pressed him away. "Watch where you're going." From a distance the man would have looked much younger, but Mike was right up on top of him, so he could see the smoothness of the facelift and the two black dyed hair. He had to be in his mid-60s. He had perfect white teeth and the relaxed posture of a man secure of his place in the world. He'd given Mike no more than a cursory glance. He was focused on the high-stakes blackjack table across the way, as were William and Dodge, standing just behind him. Mike's legs tensed, locking up, the muscle cramping. He tilted his head, hiding his face beneath the cap's brim, and managed to turn away. The three men were clustered by the door leading back to the offices, the same door the cocktail waitress had emerged from earlier. As Mike walked away, he heard the man in the leather jacket say, "Results, boys. Soon." And William's raspy voice, like a fingernail down Mike's spine, "We'll have 'em, boss man." Still riled, Mike hurried through the employee parking lot, Shep following him at a pace.
"As in customer service Indian or many moons Indian?"
Shep asked. Mike spit, the sunflower seed straw hitting the asphalt with a whap.
"Many moons. Like peace pipe Manhattan for a handful of beads Indian?"
"Yes, Shep, like that."
"You?"
There, in the cherry front spot, was a Ducati to match the man's riding jacket. Sleek and muscular, the motorcycle looked part fighter jet, part armored action figure. Mike crouched and read the lettering stenciled onto the bumper block. Brian McAvoy, CEO. Brian McAvoy. Boss man.
"Where to next? Big Chief squatting cow?"
Shep said. Rick Graham. Mike thought of the newspaper article inside describing the local hero from Granite Bay. Let's see if our boy's listed. Chapter 48. The white bedding, in the silver moon glow thrown through the skylight, looked like a pan of frosting. The giant cabin-style house was done to a turn, Gable windows, antler chandeliers, steep pitch roof for more headroom here on the second floor. The place was way too pricey for a cop's salary, even if that cop was a state-level counter-terrorist czar. The gated neighborhood, half an hour north of Sacramento, seemed more the domain of law firm partners and vineyard owners. A cold breeze blew through the open door letting out onto the unlit balcony. It riffled Rick Graham's salt-and-pepper hair against the pillow, and then he gave off a sleepy grumble, his hand thumping around the nightstand for the lamp switch. It clicked, and he released a yelp. Mike sat bedside in a rustic armchair, the .357 resting casually in his lap, the barrel pointing at Graham's upper torso. Black leather gloves turned his hands invisible in the darkness. "Do you have any idea whose house—" Recognition struck. Graham shoved himself up against the headboard. He was wearing flannel pajamas, perhaps in a nod to the decor, the top unbuttoned to reveal a swath of gray chest hair. "Let me guess. You came back to fuck up my tires again." Mike tightened his grip ever so slightly on the revolver. "How'd you get past the gate?" Graham's hand continued a slow drift toward the pillow next to him. "This house has heavy security. This is all being recorded." Mike pointed at the camera mounted above the open door, angled at them both. "Digital save to the hard drive on the Dell in your study." Graham's Adam's apple jerked. Mike said, "Your affiliation with Deer Creek seems to go back a ways." Graham made a quick move with his hand and came up with a .38 special. It was aimed at Mike's head before Mike's gun could leave his thigh. Graham's lips stretched to one side, a half smile, and his thumb drew back the hammer. Mike tipped his head toward Graham's pajama top. "Your pocket." Holding the revolver steady, Graham moved his other hand across and tugged at the loose breast pocket. A metallic rattle. One of the brass-cased rounds tipped out onto the sheets, and Graham stared down at it helplessly. Mike put a heel up on the edge of his chair, hefted the gun across his raised knee. Graham swallowed again and lowered his hand, the unloaded weapon disappearing into the sheets. "If I tell you everything," he said, "you won't kill me?" Mike allowed a little nod. "Give me your word." "You have my word." This seemed to relax Graham a degree or two. "If you know someone's profile, you know as much about him as possible. I can read people from the data droppings they leave behind. And yours say you're not a liar." Mike lifted the gun a little, Graham's eyes widening to track its movement. "Not generally," Mike said. "What do you want to know?" "Your affiliation with Deer Creek." Graham moistened his lips. "Me and Brian McAvoy go back to the beginning. He was a fresh-faced kid out of UNLV's hotel administration program. Family money, smarts to spare, and looking to use both. I was a young gun at SAC PD looking for advancement. We found each other useful. McAvoy funded an exploratory committee looking at expanding gaming outside of Vegas. He stumbled upon Sue Windbird. He stumbled upon a living, breathing lottery ticket. Tribes spend fortunes on legal petitions, lobbyists, lawyers, treaty experts, historians, genealogists, just to get what Sue Windbird already had. Which was what? You have no idea how big this is, do you? Graham chuckled, taking his time. He was stalling, sure, but it was clear how much he relished the tale as well. The Bureau of Indian Affairs thought her tribe was already extinct. So in the 70s, Deer Creek slid right past all the tightened regulations for tribal acknowledgement. But just because a tribe has a surviving member, that doesn't mean it retains all its tribal rights. Unless, his eyes gleamed with something like exhilaration, the tribal territory was never abandoned. And guess what? During all those years when Deer Creek land was carved up and parceled out, old Sue stayed hunkered down in her shitty cabin on 100 acres of original designated reservation. A federally recognized tribe on sovereign land with one dying member left. Do you know what that means? Tell me. That land. Graham's hands went wide. That 100 acres constitutes a tiny sovereign nation in the middle of California. It is not beholden to the laws of the United States of America. He paused for effect. We're not just talking about having a monopoly on gambling when it's illegal everywhere else in the state. We're talking about no zoning laws, no federal regulations. Hell, short of the right to pursue felons, the U.S. has shaky criminal jurisdiction on tribal lands. And the best part, every single dime of profit is 100% tax-exempt. Mike thought of those picketers outside the casino. Why are we paying tax so casinos can relax? And the location, Graham continued. There's a planned retirement community 9 miles up the road. Disposable income heaven. You're looking at 7,000 homes, 1.8 people per lot. Those Gomers might as well sign their Social Security checks directly over to Deer Creek. Mike thought about all the retirees he'd seen out on the casino floor, tugging on slot handles and throwing down chips. Indian gaming exceeds $25 billion annually, more than the combined gaming revenues of Las Vegas and Atlantic City put together. Graham's face showed equal parts satisfaction and pride. Mike's jaw ached with tightness. That buys a lot of influence. You don't know the half of it. Indian casinos were the largest soft money contributor in the last state election cycle. They practically greased the governor into office. Christ, Deer Creek alone bought $35,000 of tickets to Obama's inauguration. Graham paused, wet his lips. McAvoy started with a high-stakes bingo palace. From there he moved into lotto, punch cards, and unregulated slots. It wasn't money like now. They were still fighting in the courts over slots and tables. Then the Supreme Court's Cabazon decision blew it wide open in '87. It was a whole new world. Remember when the California budget was overdue a few years back? The $100 million shortfall? Mike nodded. Deer Creek made it up, as in paid for it outright. It's a pittance compared to what they'd pay in real taxes over the years, but they've been smart. They've made deals, spread less money around to the right people. How? There were more questions than Mike could keep track of. How did they pull it off on the back of a 90-year-old woman at death's door? How does anyone pull anything off? Graham said. With clever lawyering. McAvoy dug up some ancient clause that said that all reservation land sales were invalid unless pre-approved by the federal government. Well, guess what? When the original Deer Creek Reservation was parted out and sold off, no one knew to get federal approval. So McAvoy threatened to throw thousands of property sales and titles into question. We're talking 2,000 acres of Northern California. We're talking lawyers calling up influential landowners and commercial real estate holders, telling them they might not own their property anymore. Land development shut down. Banks stopped approving new mortgages. Didn't take long for McAvoy to get Sue Windbird what she deserved. And he secured his own interest by promising to hold everything in trust for the tribe, Mike said. So once Sue Windbird died, he'd set up his own tax-free ATM. And why shouldn't it be his? You think Great-Granny was going to up and build $1 billion business on her own? When we found her, she was still picking berries and shitting in an outhouse. That woman lived her last years like a queen. They paraded her around in ridiculous tribal costumes to groundbreakings and ribbon cuttings. She drank single-barrel scotch and ate Chateaubriand. When did McAvoy find out she had a kid? Mike asked. Everyone knew she had a kid. A drunk, typical full-blood Indian type. Died in a car crash in '59. What everyone didn't know was that he'd knocked up some white girl. You uncovered that when you were doing the genealogy charts, to prove Windbird's stake on the land? Graham looked impressed. Yeah. We thought we were out of the woods. Then bam! Turns out there was a little girl born in '51. Took some searching, but we found her. We, Mike said. You keep saying we. Like I said, I've been with Deer Creek from the gates. And even if I didn't dip my snout in the feed bucket, who do you think helps bankroll our agency? McAvoy's donated half the law enforcement equipment in the state, so let's not get prudish over the distinction between public and private. That's how you own all the cops. I'm a director at the largest anti-terrorist agency in the state. I don't need dirty cops. I finger people of interest. That's what I do. If cops help me, it's not corruption. It's them doing their job, following directives. I point, and they track. The girl, Mike said, steering him back on course. Danielle Traynor. My mother. That's right. If Mike's mother was half Indian, then Mike was a quarter, and Kat 1/8. Graham ran a hand down his face, drawing his features into a droop, and for an instant Mike caught a glimmer of remorse in his eyes. But then Graham spoke hard, his words defensive, shoring up an argument it seemed he'd been making to himself for years. With the money McAvoy had invested, he couldn't leave a loose end like your mother out there. Just like he couldn't have some foster home rube show up now and get the keys to the kingdom. Or your daughter. What's she, 8? Waltz in and stake a claim to the whole goddamned operation. I mean, can you really blame him? Mike just looked at him. Okay, from your position, sure, of course. But you have to understand, there's a lot at stake. An Indian casino with no Indians. That's right. Slyness bit into Graham's voice. We're just holding it in trust, see? For an extinct tribe, Mike said. Not so extinct, are you? Mike leaned forward, and again Graham's eyes tracked the barrel of the .357. A bead of sweat worked its way down from Graham's left sideburn. He held up his hands. Listen, I can be your friend here. Proving your claim will be really tough. My claim? You won't get shit without that genealogy report. That's why McAvoy keeps it buried in his private safe with all his valuable dirt, behind a painting of an Indian healer in his office. No one knows about the safe except him and me. He mistook Mike's stunned expression for disbelief. I don't have the combination, but I could smuggle you in there, and you could force him to open it. With that genealogy report, you could claim the casino and all its assets. I could help you navigate. Mike's voice was as cool and hard as the bullets he'd removed from Graham's gun. I don't give a shit about the casino. Through the open balcony door carried the buzzing of cicadas. Graham wet his lips. Then why are you here? You're the profiler. Look into my eyes and tell me why I'm here. Graham's fingers fussed in the sheets nervously. Your parents. They're dead. Mike couldn't bring himself to phrase it as a question. Graham looked away sharply. Go on, Mike said. Give me all those facts you add up to make a person. Because that's all I'm gonna get. Graham cleared his throat, still needing that sheet. They were high school sweethearts. Your mother was in the music society. She won Best Smile senior year. I think it was the contrast with her skin. Your father was voted most optimistic. He came from more money than her. Not that he was rich or anything. His dad was an accountant. But Danielle was raised by a single mother in a one-room apartment, helped her clean houses on weekends, wore thrift store clothes. She identified heavily with her father, though she knew him only fleetingly for her first 8 years. She emphasized her Native American heritage, which fit with her idealization. Which instrument? Mike asked. Graham looked at him blankly, so Mike said, She was in the music society. Which instrument did she play? Flute, I think it was. Mike's throat was dry, so he gestured with the gun for Graham to keep talking. They were married out of high school. John ran a fabric distribution center. He was fairly paid, but didn't love his work. He loved baseball, Western movies, and Mexican food. Danielle worked as a manager at a clothing store until he made enough, and then she stayed home. Family folks. Picnics on weekends. Had a Dasher and a Ford station wagon. One of the country squires with the fake wood paneling. Mike could see the car, could smell the dust of the back seat. Graham was still talking. She was a gardener, Danielle. Liked her hands in the earth. She loved candles and Cat Stevens and incense. Sage, Mike said faintly. Sage incense. Graham looked suddenly agitated. How much do you need to know? You killed them, Mike said. Graham looked at him steadily, though his fingers still fussed at the bedding. The bullet glinted into view, surfing the folds of the sheet. You gave me your word. Mike raised the .357 and sighted on Graham's forehead. Of course I didn't goddamn kill them. I'm a cop. So you had people. Like Roger Drake and William Burrell? Graham's eyebrows rose with surprise. He said, like Lenny Burrell. Mike set the revolver on the chair arm, keeping it aimed toward the bed. William's father? Uncle. That bullet rolled ever closer to Graham's fingers. He took care of your mother first. How? Shot her in the bath, I think. It was quick, painless. You were asleep in the other room, but your father chased down Lenny on his way down the hall to you. There was a tussle, and your father beat Len away. He had rage going for him, John. Somehow he'd caught wind of what was going on. That you were marked, too. He took off with you that night before Len could circle back with reinforcements. Len caught up to him a week later, outside Dallas. We needed to know where your father had parked you. It wasn't like now, with databases and alerts and interagency communication around missing persons. Graham rubbed his eyes wearily, his voice rueful. Len took his time with him, too. Leonard Burrell was a capable man. Your father had impressive stamina. Despite what he endured, he never gave up where you were. Mike looked up at the beams reinforcing the dark ceiling, his thoughts a haze. He said slowly, I've hated my father for 31 years. Is it a relief? Graham's dark-shaded face seemed almost paternal. That you don't have to anymore. Mike thought, you have no idea. Graham cleared his throat. I'm sorry for what I did. There are nights where... Well, that's no concern of yours. Mike was aware vaguely of Graham's arm tensing, his fist working the sheet, the dark spot of the bullet against the pale cloth. Mike said, Why didn't anyone ever find them? My parents. Len was expert at a lot of things. One of them was making bodies disappear. Easier that way. No murder investigation without a body. A lot less heat. No missing persons reports in police files. People get into all sorts of trouble. Pick up and go. Everyone just figured the trainers moved on. No funeral service, no obit. Much smaller splash. No one to miss them. I did, Mike said. I missed them. What do you want me to say? Mike could see Graham's guilt quickening into anger, and he felt a powerful urge to lift the .357 from the arm of the chair and shoot him through the teeth. Instead, he said, Tell me where they're buried. Graham turned back the sheet, his hand disappearing beneath the fold. I won't tell you, he said, but I'll show you. Okay, then. Mike rose. Graham swung his legs sluggishly off the mattress, but then at once his arms blurred, hands clamping together, that stray bullet seating in the wheel of the .38 with a clink. The revolver was up and aimed at Mike's face before Mike could snatch the .357 from the chair's arm. Graham gestured for Mike to step away from the chair, and Mike complied. Graham said, I'm doing you a favor. If William and Dodge caught up to you... He shook his head, gave a dying whistle. And they will. That team of them. Well, sometimes the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. those boys do something magical to each other. But I'm willing to settle this here. Leave Catherine wherever the hell she is. So what do you say? Is that a fair trade? His thumb rose to the hammer. Mike said, I wouldn't do that. Graham cocked the revolver. A roar. The blast of light from the balcony illuminated Shep's emotionless face behind the barrel of his gun, safely back out of the security camera's range. Before Mike could blink, the space beyond the open door had vanished into darkness again, taking Shep with it. The side of Graham's neck went to red and white, a tailed dollop of blood rising like syrup, then falling with his body to land in a slash across his cheek and chest. The gun flash had seared into Mike's retinas, and he stood there a moment, breathing cordite, his eardrums on tinny vibration. Staring down at the bone and exposed flesh, he felt nothing. He recalled a dinner not so long before with some parents of Kat's friends, roast chicken and Chilean Shiraz, how they'd all chatted and chewed and wiped their lips, resting happily in their assumption that they were decent, civilized folks. What his father had gone through to protect him. The fear coming off him in waves that morning in the station wagon, the torn-open grief of losing a wife and leaving a son. Just John. Just John. Mike blinked himself back to life, returned to Graham's study, and downloaded the security footage from the bedroom onto a flash drive. He replayed the digital recording, double-checking that it had copied. Graham's face, clear as day. With the money McAvoy had invested, he couldn't leave a loose end like your mother out there. Then Mike wiped the security files from the hard drive. As he was turning to go, he noticed a business card in the otherwise empty metal tray at the desk's edge. Brian McAvoy, CEO. On the backside he'd written New Cell and a phone number with a Sacramento area code. Mike stared at that number for a good long time, then withdrew his disposable phone and dialed, his gloved hand tightening around the receiver as it rang and rang. A sleep-muffled, Mike said, I got you dead to rights.
How do you get this number?
That's the least of your concerns.
Who is this?
The guy who owns your casino. I have footage that will destroy you.
Footage?
A moist swallow, and then a breath blew across the receiver.
How much do you want?
There is no sum.
Then why?
You're going to back off my family or I will bury you. Do you understand me?
Your family?
A whistle of breath.
You sure you know who you're calling son?
Now that Mike considered it, the voice sounded a bit gruffer than he'd anticipated. Brian McAvoy, Mike said.
McAvoy?
A booming laugh, rich with age and tobacco.
From the sound of you, you're probably the only person who hates that son of a bitch more than I do.
The man chuckled a bit more, fading out into a dead serious silence.
Wait a minute, he said. Is this Michael Traynor?
A long pause. A ceiling vent blew dry and steady on the back of Mike's neck.
Sue Winbert's great-grandson.
The voice filled with relief.
I can't believe you're alive.
Mike's fingers were cramping around the phone. He bent over, squeezed his forehead. Who is this?
I'm Chief Andrew Two Hawks of the Shasta Springs Band of Miwok. I'm the CEO of a casino, but not the one you're gunning for. You and I need to sit down, son.
Why would we do that?
Because our interests align.
Chapter 49. Andrew Two Hawks had a jelly gut and a fish mouth, a goatee hiding the weak chin. He met Mike at a rear door behind his casino, his smile as broad as his handshake was firm. A leather vest overlaid a patterned button-up, the open collar looking lonely without a bolo tie to string the whole get-up together. At Two Hawks' side stood a guy nearly as wide as the doorway, a no-fooling-around Indian with weathered skin and a crisply pressed black suit, his shaved head shaped like a blob of shaving cream swirled onto a palm. He began patting Mike down, and Mike shoved him away before his groping hands reached the .357 tucked into the back of his jeans. Two Hawks tugged at his face, the wrinkles pulling smooth, then nodded a dismissal at his bodyguard.
"Mike here's on our team."
The bodyguard scowled and withdrew, keeping a junkyard dog glare trained on Mike.
"Forgive Blackie there," Two Hawks said. "The boy's so dumb he could fall into a tub of tits and come out sucking his thumb."
He gestured. "Walk with me." The good old boy demeanor and his appearance, that of a Texas oil man who had enough money to dress better than he bothered to, caught Mike by surprise. What had he been expecting? A chieftain bearing tom-toms? They moved down a carpeted hall, the whirl and clang of the casino visible but muted by a wall of tinted soundproof windows. The place, a bit run down, was considerably smaller than Deer Creek Casino. Mike found himself sneaking glances over at the man.
"What?"
Two Hawks said.
Mike said, "Nothing."
"You look—" Two Hawks grinned.
"As white as you?"
Over the phone, Mike had conveyed the basics of his plight, the splintering of his family, the stakes for his wife and daughter, and Two Hawks had listened patiently, issuing empathetic rumbles from somewhere deep in his throat.
"First thing you need to know," Two Hawks said now, ushering Mike around a turn, "is that Deer Creek Tribal Enterprises, Inc. has staked a fraudulent claim to our historical tribal land."
He pointed down at the carpet.
"This land."
"They can do that?"
"No, but they are. And through the techniques perfected by Brian McAvoy," a curl of upper lip at the name, "they are in the process of turning that claim into law."
"How?"
"Every tribe, you see, has got to be formally recognized by the federal government to enjoy certain basic rights and protections. A couple of well-positioned politicians, backed of course by McAvoy, are claiming that our status was illegitimately shoved through under Jimmy Carter's appointees when the procedures were more ad hoc. They've put our tribal recognition under review, official arguments to begin early next year. If we lose, guess who's in primo position to take over our land?
And if McAvoy gets your land, he gets your casino."
"Bingo."
"That's why you've been looking for me. If another heir to Deer Creek was alive, you could use him to outflank McAvoy."
"With you, we have a chance to cut the man off at the knees."
A flicker of disgust crossed the shiny dark eyes.
"He and I are mortal enemies. I have quite a few these days. Does that make you nervous?"
Mike said, "I don't trust anyone who doesn't have enemies." A smile rippled that close-shaved goatee.
"Then you'll love me."
They stepped into a well-appointed office, Two Hawks gesturing to a broad leather sofa behind a glass coffee table.
"Sit down. Put your feet up. You can't break this shit, and if you do, they make more of it."
But Mike remained standing, crossing his arms as if bracing against the cold. A few sad relics adorned the walls: a frayed granary basket, a feather dance skirt, and a pair of tiny moccasins. Mike couldn't help but wonder if he was taking in the entire preserved history of the Shasta Springs band of Miwok with a sweep of the eyes. Quite a contrast to the theme park tribal shrine that Deer Creek had polished to a high gloss. Two Hawks set a cell phone on his desk blotter and stared down it as if it were a half-crushed insect he wanted to put out of its misery.
"Brand new phone, brand new number. I got it after I found out that their lapdog, Rick Graham, was monitoring my old cell. I've given this number out to no one, and yet this is the number you called me on. Where did you get it?"
It was in Graham's possession. McAvoy had written it down for him. Two Hawks lifted a heavy brass lamp and, without anger, smashed the cell phone. He set the lamp back down and used the edge of his hand to brush the bits into a wastebasket.
"Let's have a look-see at this damning footage you told me about."
Mike had taken a laptop and some CDs from Graham's house. Parked on a dark street, he and Shep had copied onto a disc the most legally damning section of the recorded conversation with Graham. They'd stashed the flash drive containing the entire episode with their remaining cash in the motel room's heating vent, leaving Snowball 2 to guard over it. Now Mike withdrew the disc from his back pocket and handed it to Two Hawks, who slotted it into his desktop computer. The black-and-white footage came to life on the monitor, Two Hawks giving a growl of an exhale when he saw Mike sitting in the chair across from Graham's bed, gun resting on his knee. Together they watched Graham spill the bloody history of his association with Deer Creek. The footage ended well before Graham's lunge and the gunshot that ended his life. When it cut to black, Two Hawks leaned back in his chair and eyed the blank monitor. "A credible start," he said. "Start," Mike said. "This is just talk, not hard evidence." "You're telling me this isn't enough to threaten McAvoy?" Mike said. "A confession to multiple murders committed on behalf of a corporation." "Delivered by a man with a gun to his head during a home invasion," Two Hawks said. "A man under duress who would have said anything to save his life. Plus, if you want McAvoy, this is all just hearsay. He's got plausible deniability. So I use this as a springboard." Mike's tone was clipped, frustrated. "I can get to someone in law enforcement who's clean. They could subpoena records, transactions that show payments to his goons. Deer Creek Tribal Enterprises, Inc., again with the full corporate title, is a sovereign nation just like ours. You can't subpoena shit from them. There is no agency in this nation or any other that can get them to release records. They run their business however they want because there is no oversight. And they've got judges and cops and DAs from your nation who are favorably inclined to their cause." Disgust welled in Mike's chest. "They just plug into the government and use it like it's theirs." "That's what you don't understand," Two Hawks said. "It is theirs. There was a pair of brothers who wouldn't sell land near a Deer Creek development site. They disappeared, couldn't pay the note on their property. There was some evidence at the site, but whoops, it up and vanished from the police locker. Everyone knows that McAvoy had them whacked, but how can you prove something when you can't dig into any records and when there are no bodies? I'll tell you how." Two Hawks leaned forward in his chair, with irrefutable evidence against them. One meaty finger thumped his palm. "In hand." "I don't have it," Mike said. "Yes," Two Hawks said, "but we do." Mike had the sensation of being left out of an inside joke, smiling dumbly while everyone else laughed. His lips parted with disbelief. "Then what do you need me for?" Two Hawks' chair creaked as he rose, rocking behind him. He set his knuckles on the blotter. "Because Deer Creek, in turn, has something we need." Mike's jaw shifted. He felt it crack at the hinge. "Mutually assured destruction," he said. "If you burn them with what you've got on them, they can burn you back." "A version of that, I suppose." "So you have information that I could use to save my daughter, but you won't give it to me because you want something else?" "I'm sorry. I truly am." Mike stared at him a long time, the gunmetal cool against the small of his back. Two Hawks stiffened a bit, his eyes jerking nervously to the door. Mike said, "Maybe you should elaborate." "The information that we've acquired is our only ammunition against a corporation that is seeking to disenfranchise my people. If we had anything less on the line, I'd give you everything right now to protect your family." Mike leaned back. "So what do you propose?" "You have a legal claim on Deer Creek. Use your leverage to get us what we need. Then we can be free to give you what we have on them." Mike weighed this for a moment. "Let me call my associate." "An associate?" Two Hawks frowned, impressed. Mike took out the bat phone and called Shep, who was waiting somewhere out beyond the ring of parking lot lights. "It's safe," Mike said. "You sure?" Shep asked. "Mostly." Shep hung up. Two Hawks was on the phone himself. "Be right there," he said, and set down the receiver. He flicked 2 fingers at Mike. "Come on now." They strolled down another corridor and wound up in a surveillance suite, the north-facing wall composed of maybe 50 monitors, each of which cycled through numerous perspectives. Staring vacantly at the wall of screens, 3 bored-looking men and 1 woman sat before a desk that ran the length of the room. Red Bull cans and empty big gulps cluttered the surfaces, and the smell of chewing tobacco hung heavy. The woman said, "Someone passed a chip cup at table 9. "Run the software," Two Hawks ordered. She clicked a button on a computer, and a big screen on the side wall flared to life. A facial recognition program began to map contour lines over the heads of the casino patrons, moving table to table. Now and then a double chime sounded, and the patron's image was pulled into a subscreen and matched with a mug shot and a rap sheet. Connecting boxes listed aliases and associates. "I'm getting no one who's worked chip cups before, but we have a couple slot machine cheats," the woman announced. "Of course we do." Two Hawks sidled toward Mike. "Manipulating a slot machine is a felony in Nevada, but it's only a misdemeanor in California, so everyone comes here to train." "What's a chip cup?" Mike asked. "A weighted hollow cylinder with a real poker chip on top," Two Hawks said. "The sides are painted to match the chip's edges. Since dealers don't break down chips that come in sets of 5, you can pass off a single chip as 5. He directed his attention back to the woman. "Let me know ASAP if another chip cup pops up, and in the meantime keep a close eye on the slot cheats." One of the men jogged a joystick, and 4 of the screens zoomed in tight on the suspects. Mike let his eyes blur, taking in an impression of seemingly every angle of the casino. Blackjack table, vault, slots, parking lot, each screen clicking like a slot reel through different angles. "You've got every inch of the place covered," Mike said. "Except the bathroom." Two Hawks grinned. "That's about the only place in a casino you can have an expectation of privacy, as the lawyers call it. If anything big goes down, of course, the first concern is—" All 4 workers intoned wearily, "What's going on at the vault?" With pride, Two Hawks said, "We've got 54 cameras in the vault alone, covering the cage, the man trap, the count room, the fill bank where jackpots are paid out." The woman's back went rigid, and she swiveled toward a side monitor. "Wait a minute," she said. "We got a safecracker up on Biometrica." Mike leaned around her to see who the facial recognition software had pulled from the crowd. "Oh," he said. "He's with me." Two Hawks gave a hearty laugh. "Please, Page Blackie. Have," a glance to the on-screen data, "Shepard White brought back here." The woman nodded and picked up the phone. She was slender with elfish features, the bulge of tobacco in her cheek adding a fantastical flourish. A minute later, Blackie and Shep pushed through the padded door. They both looked mildly displeased, though Mike doubted they'd exchanged so much as a word along the way. Two Hawks said, "You're a safecracker?" Shep said, "What?" "A safecracker. You break into safes?" Shep shrugged and looked away, disinterested. He took a few steps toward the wall of monitors and gazed at them, a fox in the henhouse. His head was tilted back, his mouth slightly ajar, the light of the monitors putting a spark into his flat eyes. He seemed to be drinking in all the flickering movement. The workers and Blackie exchanged a round of glances. Blackie said, finally, "You want to answer the man?" Shep said, "The broad on Blackjack 3's working a shiner prism to read the whole card. 2 tables over, the black dude's counting cards on an iPhone app. You got a guy using a monkey paw on the back of hurricane slots along the west wall. And either your dealer on 7 paid out a wrong hand accidentally, or he's dumping the table." A long pause ensued. The petite woman spit her cut of tobacco into a McDonald's cup. It hit with a little thud. "You see anyone using a chips cup?" she asked. "Obese Caucasian, floppy hat, roulette 6, Shep said. Watch her hands when she dips them into the front basket of her mobility scooter." Hands flew to joysticks, an entire quadrant of the wall screens zeroing in on the woman from every angle. She'd rotated the mounted seat of her medical scooter to the side so she could pull right into the roulette board, giving her easy, under-the-table access to the mounted basket. Two Hawks nodded at Blackie, who drifted backward through the door to handle business. Then he said to Shep, "Want a job?" Shep looked away from the monitors for the first time, that crooked tooth slightly visible. "You wouldn't be able to trust me." Two Hawks swallowed, flustered and amused. "Talk to you boys in private." They headed back down the hall and sat, Mike and Shep on the leather couch, Two Hawks in his chair, which he pulled around the desk to face them. Mike said, "Two Hawks here has dirt on our boy McAvoy, but he won't turn it over unless we acquire the dirt McAvoy's holding on him." "How good is the dirt you're holding?" Shep asked. "A no-shit smoking gun," Two Hawks said. Recently, I had a man inside Deer Creek's operation. Someone with access.
How'd you flip him?
Shep sounded skeptical.
Deer Creek's got more money than you, and more muscle.
Our guy was hired to do some freelance consulting for Deer Creek. He's a gambler, as the case often is. But you don't shit where you eat. So he came here, to us, to play cards. And he overdrew his credit line, significantly. Unlike McAvoy, we don't maim people for that.
You just extort them,
Shep said. It was a beneficial arrangement, agreed to by adults. Regret moved behind Two Hawks' eyes, only for an instant, and then the game face snapped back on. He smuggled me documents. That's how we caught wind of you. A nod to Mike. He told us about your name on the genealogy report.
But you weren't after that to start with, Shep said. So what else did he get you?
Good, hard evidence.
Of what?
No problems hearing now, huh? Two Hawks asked.
Evidence of what?
Shep repeated. I promise you won't be disappointed. No, Mike said. I need to know what exactly we'd be turning over to you. That's not your concern. If we're getting it, it is. I won't bring you something that'll wreck someone else's life. It's nothing like that. That's all you need to know right now. Mike thought back to sitting in that armchair facing Bill Garner, the governor's chief of staff. The last time Mike's judgment was on the line, he'd folded, because what the hell, it was just an award and a couple of photos. He stood. Two Hawks said, "Think about your daughter." Mike was at the door now, Shep beside him. Okay, wait. Two Hawks was on his feet. They're just photograph negatives, but they're essential for us to keep our status and our casino. I didn't want to explain them because in my business we see up close how greed affects people. He scratched the back of his neck, hedging. Sometimes there's what's right, and then there's what's smart. I'm a slow learner, Mike said, but even I figured out there's really no difference. Turning over those negatives, if you get them, to a competing casino is against your future financial interests as the heir to Deer Creek. Do you have kids, Mr. Two Hawk? Mike said. 5. Two Hawks drew a deep breath, chastened. Okay. Maybe I've been swimming in the shark tank too long. He gestured back to the couch. Please stay, and I'll explain. Mike and Shep returned to the couch and sat, Shep plunking his boots on the glass coffee table. Unless I can pull off a miracle in the next few months before that formal review, we are going to lose our federal recognition, Two Hawks said. There's a higher bar for tribal acknowledgement these days, more stringent requirements. So far, we've failed to produce additional physical proof tying our ancestors to this land. We've always had an oral tradition, so there's a paucity of evidence, especially from the first half of this century. Very little survives of our tribe. Mike found himself looking at those few humble relics adorning the office walls. Some months ago, it came to my attention that there are antique photo negatives taken by members of a botany expedition or some nonsense out of Stanford during the 1930s. Those pictures show our people living on this very plot of land. I was told that the peak of Lassen in the background, as well as a distinctive river fork just beyond the settlements, made the precise location clear. He crossed and threw the window curtains apart. There, past the parking lot, but still glittering under the outer lights, was a narrow river, split into 2 streams around a massive, cracked boulder. Gone was the down-home oil man. Indignation had heightened not just his language, but his affect. Drawn erect, eyes ablaze, he seemed every bit the chief he was in title. He let the curtains flutter back into place. Of course, I arranged immediately to buy the negatives from the dealer. But somewhere between my hanging up the phone and arriving to pick up the film, McAvoy had stepped in and tripled my offer. He has the negatives. I need them. If we produce them as evidence, irrefutable evidence of our tie to this land, the Bureau of Acknowledgement and Research will be forced to uphold our tribal status.
And you keep your casino,
Shep added. Hard as it may be for you to recognize, Mr. White, this isn't only about money. McAvoy's aim is to dissolve our tribe and steal our land. And we've had enough of that in our time, thank you." Shep stared at the far wall. He seemed unimpressed. Two Hawks turned to Mike, a better audience. Mike asked, "So when McAvoy bought those photo negatives out from under you, you decided to go after dirt on Deer Creek and look for me?" "I needed something to protect my tribe. McAvoy found out what I took from him, so he and I are at a standoff. For now. Next year's Tribal Acknowledgement Review puts a deadline on our little stare-down one way or another. But given what I have on him, I'm not dumb enough to think he'll wait this out much longer." Two Hawks kicked the trash can, rattling the pieces of his smashed cell phone. "They're intensifying their efforts to get back what I've taken. I relocated my family out of state." His eyes found Mike. "My 5 kids." "So why not make a move first?" Mike asked. "McAvoy has made clear that he'll burn the negatives if any of the evidence I've collected against him sees the light of day. That would destroy our tribe as we know it. Plus, the thought of those pictures burning." In the golden light of the office, his face took on shadow, and in his wrinkles Mike could see the faint etchings of his heritage. "All we are is what we came from." At this, Shep snorted. Two Hawks continued, undeterred. "Those are the only images of my early ancestors. I put this tribe back together one member at a time, driving around the state in a beat-to-shit Pontiac. Many were homeless. Most were destitute. But we built something for ourselves with our own hands. All of us living today, we've never seen the faces of our forebears. For us to be able to see where we came from, to validate our place on this earth." He shook his head. "You can't put a price on that." Mike studied his hands. Shep merely looked annoyed. "So what's the play?" Two Hawks went on. "If McAvoy's faced with losing his entire corporation to your bloodline, maybe you and he could strike a deal. You get him to turn over those negatives in exchange for some financial arrangement. You give me the pictures. I give you what I have on him. And then you sink him with criminal charges. If he turns over the photos to me, he leaves himself unprotected against whatever you have," Mike said. "He won't do that." A silent sigh lowered Two Hawks' shoulders. "So what do you propose?" Mike and Shep were both leaning forward, elbows on knees, their heads tilted slightly, their eyes meeting. Shep gave a little nod. Mike said, "I think I know where your photo negatives are hidden. McAvoy has a safe where he keeps all his valuable dirt." "A safe? So you're planning on what?" Shep flared his hands. "Ta-da!" Two Hawks let out a guffaw. "Come on! A casino safe?" Mike said, "It's hidden in his office." "In his office?" Two Hawks exclaimed. "Why not the vault?" Mike said, "Think about it." Two Hawks chuckled into a fist. "Of course. The vault is filthy with cameras. Not exactly a choice place to hide dubious materials." He stood, walked a tight circle, and leaned on the back of his chair. "It's ballsy of McAvoy, I gotta say. But it makes sense, too. Keeping valuables in a secret safe in a locked room in a 24-hour surveilled casino on sovereign land? I suppose that'd make me arrogant, too." "Arrogance good," Shep said. "But even then, you've got all the cameras on the casino floor." Two Hawks was still winding up. "Plus, you can't possibly crack that safe there. The time, the noise." "No," Shep said, "I can't. How's your pull with the cops?" "In the event that you get caught?" Two Hawks asked. "Good. But relative to Deer Creek's," he blew out a dismissive breath, "McAvoy has something we don't." He jabbed a finger at his computer monitor, a reference to the footage Mike had shown him earlier. "Rick Graham." Mike moistened his lips. "Graham is no longer a consideration," he said. Two Hawks sank thoughtfully into his chair, tilted back, studied the ceiling. Then he glanced at the disk lying on his desktop. He cleared his throat, then cleared it again. I don't want to know anything more about that. Good, Mike said. We have a police captain nearby who we're quite close with, Two Hawks said. Couple of DAs, too. There's no way I can get you off if you're caught red-handed, of course. But if Graham is no longer a factor, I can ensure that if you're taken into custody in the area, you won't be handed over to McAvoy's goons. There's one big problem, though. If you get hung up at Deer Creek, on sovereign tribal land, the authorities will have trouble crossing territorial boundaries to make sure matters are handled above board, which leaves you at the mercy of McAvoy and his attack dogs. In that event, you'd better hope the cops arrive before the mallet falls. Shep said, Ball-peen hammer. Mike squeezed his eyes closed, remembering Graham's words. Hell, short of the right to pursue felons, the U.S. has shaky criminal jurisdiction on tribal lands. Mike said, The cops can come in after Shep. A moment's delay, and then wrinkles fanned from the corners of Two Hawks' eyes. You're a felon? Shep scowled, insulted. Course. Mike nodded at Two Hawks. We'll be in touch with the plan. He and Shep rose to leave. And I'll need a lawyer, Shep said. Two Hawks asked, Why? Shep paused on his way out the door. Because I'm planning on getting arrested. Chapter 50. You will come back for me. I will come back for you. You swore it now. You swore it. Mike woke up with his head pulsing and the sheets twisted through his legs. His chest felt clammy beneath the motel vent, and sweat had pooled in the hollow of his throat. He shoved aside the sheets, ran a hand across the bristles of his cropped hair, and did his best to shake off the dream. Snowball, too, was wedged under the pillow next to him, glass eyes bulging as if from strangulation. Shep sat with his shoulder blades against the headboard of the other bed, spooning cold SpaghettiOs from the can, as calmly vigilant as ever. On the desk across the room, the police scanner gave off a steady stream of cop talk. They'd returned to the motel at first light. It was 3:27 p.m. now, and the heist was set to go live at sunset, a little more than 3 hours from now. By then the darkness would offer some cover outside, and the Deer Creek casino offices, including McAvoy's, should be empty, at least according to the schedules Two Hawks' surveillance men had pieced together over the past several weeks. But between now and then, Mike and Shep still had plenty to arrange. You believe in God? Shep asked from around the spoon. Mike realized that Shep thought he'd been praying. When it's convenient, Mike said. Is it convenient right now? Mike pictured that cigar hole in Annabelle's side, the black trickle leaking from the wound. Dodge's massive hand palming Kat's head through the baby blue sleeping bag, the ball-peen hammer drawn back for the kill blow, the bay window where Mike had waited as a kid, the one Kat might be sitting at this very moment. Yeah, he said. It is. Motoring along on a medical mobility scooter, Mike wore a battered mesh 101st Airborne hat, oversized mirror sunglasses, and a fleece lap robe featuring a bald eagle glaring over a craggy mountainside. Shep strode beside him through the outer reaches of the Deer Creek parking lot, undisguised. At 6:40 on the dot, a minivan turned off the main road and slotted into a space in the row farthest from the casino. A wholesome, all-American couple emerged. The man, a robust fellow in a Hawaiian shirt, offered a big grin. His wife fussed with the collar of her shirtwaist dress, her layered curls and teased bangs like something out of a Nagel print. At the sight of them, Mike let off the throttle and hit the handbrake, the little scooter chirping to a halt. Them? He said. Those two are your big, tough accomplices? Yup, Shep said. Bob and Molly. Mike's mouth was sour with fear and second thoughts. He was glad he'd delivered Hank's cash earlier in the day, one less thing to ride his conscience into the not-so-sweet hereafter if he got killed tonight. Hank had squeezed his hand an extra beat at the door and promised he'd be waiting by the phone, if Mike made it out to call him. Mike readjusted his leather gloves nervously. The couple waved and started over. Bob's face was shiny and sunburned. Molly toyed with the strand of Mardi Gras beads around her neck. As the couple neared, Shep asked,
"You got my gear to the warehouse?"
Molly's smile was improbably wide. That we did. Bob flipped Mike the keys to the van, then made cartoon running arms toward the casino doors. "Shall we?" Molly said, "Okie dokie." Mike swallowed dryly and nodded. Splitting off toward different entrances, they headed for the building. At the south door, Mike got jammed up with a few other mobility scooters. There was a lot of angry huffing, either because the others were old and cranky or because Mike was lacking in scooter etiquette, but he managed his way through. Once inside, he puttered over past the cage, making sure that the empty metal drop carts were parked behind the low counter where he'd seen them on his last visit. There were 3 carts awaiting the next shift end, when they would be squired from slot machine to collect the full coin buckets. Steering across the vast casino floor, he did his best not to think of all the cameras angled down from the ceiling. He was the weakest link, the only non-professional. If someone spotted him, he was dead. And Kat was lost. He buzzed into the bathroom, an elderly man holding the door for him, and steered into the wide handicap stall. He closed and bolted the door behind him, the lap robe slipping to the tile, revealing the Nike gym bag he'd hidden on the wide footrest platform beneath his legs. He ripped off his hat and glasses and dumped them, with the lap robe, into the scooter's front basket. In his innocuous black slacks and white gift shop polo sporting the casino decal, he looked like your average Deer Creek worker. As 2 Hawks had pointed out, a bathroom was the only place in a casino without surveillance cameras. Except, Mike hoped, the CEO's office. His watch read 6:53. 7 minutes to lift off. He shoved 4 squares of Bubblicious into his mouth, chewed rigorously, and worked the gum into his cheeks and lips. All the better to defy the facial recognition software, now that he no longer had a hat brim to hide beneath. 6:54. Leaving the deadbolt locked, he shoved the heavy Nike bag under the wall into the neighboring stall, then followed it. Someone flushed a toilet, and then he heard running water. Bag in hand, he stood in the relative quiet and tried to remember how to breathe normally. 6:56. Time to move. He exited the bathroom, nodding at a few guys stumbling in, their free drinks slopping onto their wrists. Navigating through the cluster of slots and green felt tables, he did his best to walk casually. Going on tiptoe, he stared nervously across the vast room at that door leading back to the offices. 2 Hawks' intel had predicted the rooms beyond to be empty by now. Predictions were helpful, sure. Not perfect. Mike paused near the cage and put his back to the wall, his breaths coming harder now, puffing his cheeks. The heft of the equipment in the gym bag was reassuring, but still, there were more variables than could be accounted for with all the gear in the world. The drop carts remained behind the counter, so close he could reach across and tap one of them. His jitters sharpened until he was perched on a knife edge of panic. Not a husband, he told himself. Not a father. Just a man with a task. 6:59. He closed his eyes. That's when he heard the scream. Bob gasped breathlessly, a giant plastic bucket of quarters slipping from his hand and exploding onto the carpet, sending out a jangly spout of coins. His face taut and red, he grabbed his left arm and pinwheeled off a hold'em table, staggering forward, dragging the red velvet rope and the shocked dealer with him. A creak issuing from his mouth, he collapsed onto the pit table, which toppled, spilling tray after tray loaded with casino chips. Molly clutched at her curls and let out another piercing scream. "My husband! Oh my God, his heart! Someone help!" Everyone in the vicinity had frozen at once, as if by design. The only movement was that of the coins and chips rolling past ankles and chairs and beneath slot machines, 40,000 and change expanding like a swarm of rats across a hypnotically busy carpet pattern. An elderly man in a battered snap-brim hat crouched to pluck up a black and green $100 chip, and his creaky movement broke the spell, the statue garden springing to life, jostling, shoving, grabbing. Filled fists jammed into pockets. Coin buckets bounced cheerily on crooked arms like Easter baskets. Loafers and high heels trampled hands and kicked coins. The dealer was trying to untangle himself from Bob, who flopped and screeched, clutching his left arm as though it were going to fall off. Security swarmed the area, chasing down chips, manhandling patrons, shouting into radios. Molly's shrieks grew so strident that a few people, jostled along by the undercurrent, covered their ears. Standing hip-deep in the chaos, the pit boss touched a finger to his earpiece and spoke into his sleeve. "Surveillance, you better be getting this." The surveillance suite was pure mayhem, monitors flashing, hands toggling joysticks, frenzied pacing. Half the screens were focused on the commotion below, recording it from every slant. The director was shouting, his voice high and thin, "Could be a diversion. Get the software up and start grabbing faces." "Already running," one of the supervisors shouted across. "What do you got?" "Nothing so f—" An alert chimed from the speakers of the supervisor's computer. He stood abruptly, one nervous hand mussing his spiky black hair, a deodorant ring staining his shirt beneath the arm. "The guy having the heart attack is a twice-convicted con artist." The director swarmed over. "And the woman?" There she was, listed under the con man's associates. "Who else?" the director yelled. "I want a sweep of the whole goddamn floor, now!" Another alert sounded. "Okay," the supervisor said. "We hit on another known associate." The facial recognition software pulled a third face from the muddle. Shepard White, lurking by the bank, eyeing the vault through the crossed bars of the cage. "This one's a safecracker." "Shift cameras 10 through 60 to the vault," the director said. "I want every angle covered. Have security move now and roll up the crew. And get Boss Man on the phone. He's going to want to hear this." Mike shoved the drop cart hurriedly across the floor, keeping to the perimeter as commotion reigned by the tables. The weighty gym bag resting inside the cart clanked as the wheels bounced from walkway to carpet. To his left, a bartender was standing on a stool for a better vantage, the firewater sign blinking down on his crooked headdress. Mike reached the door leading back to the offices and unzipped the top of his gym bag. First up, a spray lubricant, the thin red straw already inserted into the nozzle. He blasted the keyhole, then dropped the can into the cart and tugged from the bag a pull-handle pick gun. Slipping the thin tip into the lubed lock, he clicked the device on. The tip whirred, twisting in the metal channel like a snake in a fist, the internal pins clattering as they jumped above the shear line. With a click, the lock yielded, and he was in. He shoved the cart through and closed the door behind him. Down the hall, one door was ajar, a fall of light lying across the carpet. Mike lost a heartbeat. He breathed in once, deep, then pushed the drop cart down the hall. As he passed the open door, a woman with wire spectacles glanced up from her desk. Barely slowing, Mike said, "We got a security mess on the floor. McAvoy called. He wants all non-essential workers to clear out before it escalates." His voice was slightly distorted from the chewing gum, but she didn't seem to notice. "Everyone all right?" "I don't know," he said. "I heard that a few guys flashed guns." She grabbed her purse and bolted. He kept on down the hall. The end office had McAvoy's name etched across a brass placard. The lock was a fat Medico, way too complex for the pick gun. But fortunately, Shep had planned for this contingency as well. Mike reached into the gym bag and came up with an electric hand drill, already fitted with a hard carbide bit. He jammed the point into the cylinder core right above the keyway, tightened his finger, and shoved. The drill chuck screeched and sparks showered his forearms, but he made steady progress, decimating the lock pins, the tumblers and springs falling down out of place. The cord lock yielded, the door rotating inward before he even had to shove. Wheeling the cart before him, he crossed the corner office. The furnishings were top-notch. Walnut desk, baccarat horse sculpture, gold-framed portrait of McAvoy with a fetching younger wife and twin boys. And there was the painting, just as Graham had described. An Indian healer rendered in oil, staring Mike down from across the room. The man's gaze was timeless and his hands raised to show his palms, a gesture that seemed at once passive and empowered. Mike grabbed the wooden frame, said a silent prayer, and ripped it from the wall. An exhale hissed through his gritted teeth. Graham hadn't lied. Mike flattened a palm against the wall safe, feeling the cool of the impenetrable blue steel facade. Withdrawing a hammer from the gym bag, he punched holes in the drywall around the safe, then he tore it away, the leather gloves protecting his hands. The last item in the gym bag was a cordless reciprocating saw, the straight blade about 6 inches long. He clipped in the battery pack and revved it up. Rather than attacking the safe, he dug into the 2x4s that the safe was mounted to, avoiding the thick bolts. The wood gave readily under the jagged teeth. Sweat ran into his eyes. At any moment Dodge could stroll through the office door with its destroyed lock. Mike forced himself to stop checking his watch. It would take however long it took. He left the bottom 2x4 for last. Positioning the cart flat against the wall beneath the safe, he flicked the saw blade at the supporting beam until it splintered under the weight of the safe. The metal unit tumbled from the wall into the drop cart with a crash, denting the bed. Too much of the last 2x4 had torn free with the safe, so he severed the protruding end, trimming it as close to the blue steel as he could. Opening the empty gym bag, he laid it over the safe, hiding it. Leaving the tools scattered on McAvoy's fine Persian rug, he shouldered into the drop cart. With a faint complaint from the wheels, it started moving for the door. Everyone's attention, it seemed, was directed at the aftermath by the poker tables. A fresh outburst of excitement rippled across the casino floor, and Mike glanced up in time to see Shep on the run, sprinting between the craps tables, 4 or 5 security guards on his heels. He slid beneath a Wheel of Fortune table, popped up, knocking over a cocktail waitress in an Indian print shift, and bolted into the Keno lounge. Reinforcements followed. He didn't have long. Wielding the drop cart before him, Mike wanted to sprint to the bathroom but forced himself to hold to a hurried walk. When he finally arrived, he used the end of the cart to bang open the door. He practically rode the thing across the tile, smashing into the far wall by the handicap stall. The place was empty. No one bothering with a bathroom break, given the 3-ring security circus raging on the floor. Mike slid under the stall door, unlocked it, and drew the cart in beside the mobility scooter, still parked where he'd left it. Lifting with his legs and groaning under the weight, he transferred the wall safe from the drop cart onto the scooter's footrest platform. Donning his sunglasses and hat, he mounted the scooter, throwing the eagle lap robe over his legs and the safe. The safe was wider than he'd hoped, so his feet stuck out a little on either side, but he prayed that no one would notice. He motored out of the bathroom and through the heart of the casino, heading for the nearest entrance. The jagged ends of the 2x4s shoved splinters into his legs. In his peripheral vision, he saw 5 guards drag Shep from the Keno lounge, Shep letting himself go limp to make the job harder for them.
"I didn't do nothing,"
he bellowed, playing up the impaired blur of his words.
"Leave me alone. You're hurting me."
A number of patrons watched with sympathy and dismay. Mike kept his head forward and his hand on the throttle, but given the peewee motor and the weight of the safe, the scooter seemed to creep at a snail's pace. He realized with alarm that the cadre of guards surrounding Shep was moving directly at him, putting them on a collision course. His hand ached against the throttle, but he couldn't make the scooter go faster. For a brief stretch of walkway, their paths converged, Mike veering off onto the carpet to avoid getting knocked over. Shep's head reared up into sight for an instant, time enough for his and Mike's eyes to meet before the guards swept him off again. Mike clanked back onto the walkway and pointed the scooter's nose at the glass doors 20 yards away. The safe shifted slightly, and he clamped his legs around it, the lap robe starting to slip. Up ahead he saw Dodge and Williams storming through the entrance, McAvoy between them. They started toward Mike, and for a moment he was terrified that he'd been made. Lowering his head so the brim of his cap blocked his face, he teased a lump of gum from his cheek and worked it anxiously between his teeth. The overtaxed engine gave off a whine. His leg was cramping under the weight of the slipping safe. He prayed his legs weren't sticking out too far, that the stupid eagle fleece would hold in place, that he hadn't, in fact, been spotted. He didn't dare risk a peek, but he felt the weight of the wind as they swept past. His breath burst from him with a shudder, the scooter wheezing forward with comedic slowness. At last the automatic doors peeled open and he was out, the night air chilling the sweat on his face. Near the knocked-over table, numerous guards had corralled Shep, Bob, and Molly, along with the majority of the casino chips. Despite management's best efforts, onlookers remained, standing a cautious distance back, pointing and plucking the occasional quarter from underfoot. Ducati helmet tucked casually under an arm, McAvoy approached the mass, offering Shep a collegial nod. "Where's your friend?"
"Dunno,"
Shep said.
"I thought you tribesmen hung together." McAvoy's left eye flickered a little. He turned calmly to one of the guards. "Why haven't you moved him like I asked?" The head security guard said, "We just rounded him up." Bob waved to a concerned gaggle of older women. "I'm feeling much better now, thank goodness." He held up an orange bottle. "Got my nitrate pill." McAvoy pointed at Shep. "Take him." Dodge stepped into view, and Shep nodded at him. "How's your neck?" Dodge's head swiveled slightly, those eyes fastening on Shep but offering neither recognition nor acknowledgement. "We can talk about that in a minute," Williams said. "In private." The guards grabbed Shep by the arms and tugged him forward. The crowd stirred, and then several uniformed officers shoved through to the front. McAvoy squared to them. "I didn't authorize you to enter my property." A lieutenant flipped open his wallet, let his badge dangle. "You're staring at 3 felons, Mr. McAvoy," he said, "and they're wanted in custody." A stare-down seemed imminent, but McAvoy didn't let it get to that. Showing the lieutenant his palms, he stepped aside and smiled cordially. "Officers?" The cops took control of Shep, Bob, and Molly and started hustling them out through the crowd. Williams stepped around McAvoy and put a hand on Shep's chest as he passed, halting the procession. "Don't worry," he whispered. "Graham'll have you back to us in no time." "Yeah," Shep said. "Good luck with that." Dodge followed them a few paces toward the exit, then stood, blocking the walkway, staring after them with dull, lifeless eyes. By the time Mike reached Bob and Molly's van at the far edge of the parking lot, the safe and the scooter were barely holding on. He thumbed a button on the keychain, and the van's rolling door slid open automatically. A second button unfolded the wheelchair lift from the side of the vehicle. The dying scooter lurched up beside the lowered lift. Mike's trembling leg gave way, and the safe plopped out and landed with a clang on the metal. With another touch of the button, the wheelchair lift rose, conveying the safe, still bolted to the severed 2x4s, into the belly of the van. Leaving the scooter keeled over on the asphalt, Mike hopped into the driver's seat and pulled out, passing a second wave of arriving squad cars. Turning onto the main road, he rolled down his window and spit his chewing gum to the wind. The surveillance room smelled of coffee and body odor. McAvoy had the director play back the recording a third time. The footage showed Shep leaning against the wall near the vault, relaxed as could be, tilting his face up, as if to a warm sun. "That's it?" McAvoy asked. "He just stood there." "Yeah," the director said. "He didn't make a move for the vault, nothing. I think it might have all gone down too fast for him." "And he had no gear?" "No gear." McAvoy stared at the image, Shep pointing his face at the ceiling. No, at the hidden cameras. As if he wanted the facial recognition software to pick him up. "Wait a minute," McAvoy said. "Give me that clip on screen 27 again." The director complied. 5 guards dragged Shep from the Keno lounge and across the casino floor. "Pause," McAvoy said. "No, back. Now. Now. There. Stop." A frozen image of Shep's head bucking up above the guards, his gaze focused. "What are you looking at?" McAvoy mumbled. He stepped forward, traced a line in the direction Shep was facing until his finger hit the side of the monitor. "Show me camera 28, same timestamp." The director complied. The screen showed an old vet, wearing a beat-up hat and sunglasses, riding a medical scooter. His legs poked out the sides as if they were broken. The hand on the throttle was gloved. McAvoy paled. "Boss," the director said. "What's wrong?" McAvoy bolted for the door, motorcycle helmet swinging at his side. His pace was brisk across the casino floor. He barreled into the admin hall, keying immediately to his door at the end, slightly ajar. He stepped into his office, drawing up short at the edge of the rug. The Ducati helmet slipped from his hand and cracked on the floorboards. Chapter 51. When the ragged warehouse door screeched back on its tracks, Mike raised an arm against the light, though the pale dusk glow was far from bright. He'd been inside the dingy warehouse for 17 hours, trying not to obsess over the limitless ways the plan could go to shit. Given the low sun at his back,
Shep was a perfect shadow, one arm extended, his hand hooked on the handle of the rolling door. "About time," Mike said. Passing the day alone had been torturous. The smell of damp concrete had lodged as a taste in the back of his throat. Empty cans of SpaghettiOs rolled at his feet. The deserted warehouse was cavernous, which made the emptiness resonant, living, gothic. Bats in the rafters, cobwebs, a rusty faucet dripping into a wide, paint-stained basin. In the middle of the cracked floor was the pallet of heavy crates that Bob and Molly had delivered the previous day. Though Mike sat leaning against the boxes, he hadn't so much as popped a lid. He knew better than to handle Shep's gear. Pulling himself to his feet, he set a foot on McAvoy's wall safe, a game hunter posing over vanquished prey. Shep stepped inside.
"Cops grilled me all day."
"What did you say?"
"What, mostly,"
Shep answered with a faint smirk.
"I did nothing wrong. I was in a casino, minding my own business when I got manhandled. The bigger concern was my association with Mike Wingate. But of course, that's all years in the past."
He rattled the door closed behind him.
"I'd never hang around with the likes of you now."
"So that's it? They just let you go?"
"As promised, Two Hawks lined up a pricey Injun lawyer for me."
Shep produced a taupe business card and flicked it, showing off the fine stock.
"Plus, it seems that the Shasta Springs band of Miwok Casino bought a few new squad cars for the Susanville PD last year. For once in our lives, we were on the right side of a favor. With no Graham riding in to pull rank, they released me."
"And Bob and Molly?"
"In the clear. Probably back in Reno by now."
Shep circled the pallet, appraising the boxes.
"Not that we haven't become persons of interest, as they like to say. You are one wanted man."
He started opening crates, unpacking equipment, most of which had been wrapped in moving blankets. Strings of floodlights hooked onto T-bar stands, which in turn plugged into a generator he had Mike wheel over from the rear of the pallet. With the click of a switch, the center of the warehouse was as bright as day. Shep positioned the floodlights around the wall safe so it was lit up like some sort of industrial sculpture. Stepping this way and that like a finicky film director, he adjusted the floodlights to reduce glare. Watching Shep work brought Mike back to studying SAT vocab words while Shep wailed away on that wall safe from Valley Liquors, the couch mother bellowing down the hall. Not your traditional Hallmark moment, but still, the memory was a comfort. Shep walked a few paces toward the safe and sat cross-legged, confronting it.
"We can't use explosives, since we're dealing with film negatives in there, not coins or gold bars."
His eyes were closed.
"The overpressure and detonation would torch the contents."
Mike said, "Right." Shep lay flat on his belly and propped his chin on his fists, staring at the safe like a kid watching TV. "Don't you know how to break into this brand of safe?" Mike asked.
"It's custom,"
Shep said. "What's that mean for us?" Shep crawled forward and put his face flat against the metal door.
"It means we have to listen to it."
He fingered the combination dial, fondled the thick handle, knocked the walls, cocking his head at the dull ring. Mike watched and stayed out of the way, trying not to worry about Shep's fussing and his troubled expression. After 20 or so minutes of this, Shep said,
"The fact that it's a custom safe means it could be booby-trapped to destroy its contents if it's messed with. So there's that."
"Okay."
"It has at least 3 locking lugs, but I'm not sure where. And carving around the frame to guess would be risky business. Could set off that booby-trap, or fuck up the photo negatives."
"So what are we gonna do?"
"We're gonna try to bypass the lugs altogether."
"How?" But Shep was already on his feet, digging around behind the circle of lights. From a footlocker he removed a futuristic-looking tool with the handle and motor of a chainsaw and a white-silver circular blade emerging from a mouth-like guard. "Looks like something out of a snuff film," Mike said. Shep held the tool out, his forearms cording. He'd donned eye protection and looked mildly deranged, which contributed to the effect.
"Rescue saw, used by fire departments. The blade here's tipped with industrial diamonds. Steel doesn't like it much."
"I thought you said it's too risky to cut into the safe."
I said it was too risky to carve around the frame searching for the lugs. But if we can get the handle to turn, the camming lever action will retract the lugs for us.
Mike tried to hide his impatience. So how do we get the handle to turn?
The combination has 3 numbers, right? Each number corresponds to a disc inside the tumbler assembly. Each disc has a groove, and those grooves have to align to release the locking block and allow the door handle to turn. What I'm gonna do,
he revved the motor, the jagged blade morphing into a smooth blur, and then back again,
is cut away the locking block and skip all that other bullshit.
How do you know where to cut?
Experience, feel, instinct. It's like hitting a curveball. Sometimes it all aligns and you catch up to it.
And if you don't?
Then I mangle the tumbler assembly and we don't get in.
After a few more adjustments to the floodlights, Shep braced himself and leaned in, blade biting into steel with a scream that made Mike's teeth throb in his gums. In the space between the combination dial and the door handle, Shep made 3 small equidistant cuts, no more than an inch deep. Mike was up, pacing, his hands laced at the back of his neck. Finally, Shep set down the rescue saw and wiped the sweat from his brow. He gripped the handle firmly and twisted. It rotated fully, giving off a dull thud. Shep exhaled, risked a glance at Mike, then carefully turned the handle back into place. "It's open," Mike said.
"No, it's unlocked. We don't want to open it yet."
"Right. The booby trap." Mike blew out a breath and cracked his knuckles, his fingertips tingling with apprehension. "I guess if it was easy, everyone would do it." Shep headed back to the pallet and, after protracted clanking, returned with a power drill fitted with a thick, carbide-tipped bit. Centering the bit on the roof of the safe, he set his full weight behind the handle and drilled down. This went on for 10 minutes, then 20. Every so often he'd stop and blow steel dust from the hole, the powder turning white when he hit a layer of concrete. Finally, he stopped to rest. His lips tensed, that crooked tooth poking into view. Sweat and bits of shrapnel sparkled in his buzz cut.
"There is nothing better than this."
Mike raised his eyebrows.
"Taking a hard nut to crack and cracking it,"
Shep continued.
"Making it spill its secrets, nothing left but the light of day. Doesn't matter how much money you come from, how much security you pay for, what kind of custom safe you build. Any lowlife can grind past all that to the promised land. All it takes is focus and determination. Stamina, the great fucking equalizer. And when those doors swing open for me, man, the release, the triumph."
He shook his head and whistled a single note. Mike had never seen him so alive.
"Half the time, I don't even care what the take is. It's about the challenge, not the shit inside."
"But tonight," Mike said, "it's about both."
"Tonight's nothing. The nut isn't the safe. It's Brian McAvoy and Deer Creek Enterprises. Money, connections, power. They're the guys sitting behind those doors that have been closed to us all our lives. But if we apply the right pressure at the right time, make the right incisions,"
a nod to the cuts in the steel face,
"pull the right levers, we're gonna crack those motherfuckers wide open."
He resumed drilling, leaning on the handle, going through a second drill bit and then a third. At last the resistance gave way, the drill chuck free-falling 3 inches to slap against the top of the safe. Shep blew the hole clear, then uncoiled a fiber-optic camera and fed the black wire through into the safe. "You see the negatives?" Mike asked, the words coming in a rush. He had done his best to forget that every risk they'd taken was based on a hunch, that McAvoy had parked the photo negatives in the safe. Now they were inches away from knowing. Shep studied the green footage on the tiny attached screen. His mouth drooped a bit, and then he leaned over the drill hole, sniffed a few times, and cursed under his breath. Mike had the sensation of losing his stomach for a moment, a roller coaster dip. "They're not in there," he said.
"Yeah,"
Shep said.
"They are."
But his expression stayed dire. Mike looked on the tiny monitor. All he saw were a few brittle papers and, thank God, the thin stack of film negatives. Then he noticed it. a stripped wire rimming the safe's interior. If the walls were tampered with or the door opened, the end of the wire would be pulled into contact with a bare wire loop. If those exposed parts touch,
they'll ignite,
Shep said. So how did McAvoy get in?
If you open the safe the right way, then the weight of the locking mechanism pins down the slack wire, moving it out of reach.
But you destroyed the locking mechanism, Mike said. Shep sat back on his heels, his hands resting on his stained jeans. Mike wouldn't let himself fully acknowledge Shep's expression of defeat. So we'll just be ready to throw water in the minute the door opens, Mike said. Shep grabbed the back of Mike's collar and moved his face down toward the drill hole.
Smell.
An acrid scent singed Mike's nostrils.
That's cellulose nitrate film, Shep said. They made movies with it in the 30s and 40s, but amateurs used to cut it down and use it for still photography.
He pushed the fiber optic camera in farther, moving the lens right above the strip of negatives.
See the horizontal dashes between every fourth sprocket hole?
How do you know this? What are you, the professor from Gilligan's Island? Shep didn't smile, which heightened Mike's alarm. He just poked his tongue into his lip and said,
If you find it in a safe, odds are I've come across it. That shit is highly flammable, basically the same as flash paper. If it catches a spark, it's up in a puff.
Mike exhaled and let his forehead bang against the safe. Those photo negatives were a foot away, sitting behind an unlocked safe door that he couldn't swing open. To have gotten this far, only to be undone by 2 lengths of stripped wire. He swore sharply, a shout that echoed around the warehouse, rustling the bats in the rafters. Then he leaned back, spit into the darkness beyond the lights, and gave a bitter laugh. I'm never going to see my daughter again, and it's because some botanists from Stanford used cheap film 80 years ago.
There's no way I could have known.
Shep's voice was too loud, and his hearing had nothing to do with it. I know that, Mike said. I'm not blaming.
I mean, of all things, cellulose nitrate.
I'm just grateful.
That shit's so flammable it burns underwater.
Mike bolted upright, Shep's head snapping up. Mike jogged off into the darkness, shouting, Get some light over here! He found the faucet near the wall by feel and cranked the handle, water drumming the wide basin below. Shep directed one of the T-bars of floodlights over, nearly blinding him. Mike said, We gotta drown the circuit. No oxygen, no spark. Shep came over, and they watched the rust-colored water slowly turn clear.
And if the water ruins the negatives?
Mike found a crusted rag and used it to plug the drain. We're out of options. As the water rose, he spread several moving blankets out on the floor beside the basin and angled a set of floodlights directly down onto them. We have to peel them apart right away. When Mike cut the water, the silence was pronounced, every plink from the faucet reverberating off the high rafters. They crossed to the safe and lifted it from either side, careful to keep the door clamped shut. With some effort, they carried it over and rested it on the lip of the basin. Shep's eyes were shiny and excited.
Ready?
They slid the safe over, and it hit the water with a slap, a wave rolling back and splashing their thighs. A spike of 2x4 gouged the underside of Mike's forearm, but he held tight, settling the safe gently on the bottom. He stepped back and shook his arms, spattering the concrete with drops of blood and water. Shep stayed put, elbows resting on the edge of the basin, a dugout railing lean. After testing that the blankets had warmed beneath the floodlights, Mike went to Shep's side, mirrored his position, and peered down. Bubbles streamed from the drill hole in the top of the safe. They made the faintest sound when they hit the surface, like guppies feeding. Mike tried not to think of the water seeping into those photo negatives. He tried not to think about what would happen if they got ruined, if the wires sparked when the door opened despite the water, if they weren't the negatives Two Hawks was looking for. His knee vibrated up and down, a nervous tick. They waited, watching the safe slowly fill. Chapter 52. William and Dodge sat in the musty kitchen of the clapboard house, flipping desperately through the list of foster homes in California and the neighboring states. They had narrowed the list considerably, but still had a mile of addresses. Boss Man had been breathing down their necks, so William and Dodge had foregone sleep for 2 nights running. After last night's heist, Boss Man's impatience had turned to fury. William had been calling in favor after favor from various patrolmen in various departments, crossing names off the list with a bloody red marker. He had cops spreading out through 4 states, checking in on foster homes, looking for new faces. The kitchen was so far gone that months ago he and Dodge had given up any pretense of trying to clean it. Grease spattered the wall above the stove, dust clouded the windows, spills of salt dotted the floor like mini pyramids. And yet somehow they managed, cleaning out a coffee cup or a plate at a time before returning it to the dirty dishes mounded in the sink or stacked along the counters. Perched anomalously atop the long broken microwave was a fax machine, a few dead flies caught in the paper feed. Dodge sat across from William, reading a graphic novel and sipping deliberately from a glass of hot tea. In the soft light his features looked even more indistinct, the edges of his nose blurred into his cheeks as if smoothed out with a putty knife. Now and then he absent-mindedly rubbed the broad pad of his thumb against his forefinger, giving off a rasp. That was how he showed impatience when he was itching to use his hands. William had just plugged in his cell phone to recharge when it trilled. The movement of Dodge's thumb paused. William checked the caller ID screen, then picked up and asked, "You got him for us?" "Those bastards at Susanville PD aren't going to turn Shepard White over to us." Boss Man's voice was tense and driving. "In fact, he was released nearly 3 hours ago." "Released?" Rattled, William sat on a waist-high stack of brittle newspapers. "Dodge prepped the cellar already. Where the hell was Graham?" "Dead," Boss Man said. "Graham's dead," William repeated for Dodge's sake. Dodge looked up, sipped his tea, and lowered his gaze again to the comic. His thumb resumed the gentle scratching motion. "He'd gone offline, so I had SAC PD send over a car to take a look," Boss Man continued. "Shot in his bed." William realized what he'd heard in Boss Man's voice that had made him so uneasy. Something he'd never heard in it before. Desperation. William breathed out through his nose, scratched his cheek, quelled the rush of concern in his chest. "It'll be okay." "Oh? You've handled this before, have you? You've dealt with state officials when they come knocking? You know how to pull strings inside a murder investigation of the goddamn director of a major agency?" His breaths filled the receiver. "Don't tell me what'll be fine. I say when it'll be fine." "Yes, sir." "Now, fortunately, we still have plenty of friends. I'm sitting across from one of Graham's chiefs right now. It seems Graham sent us a little gift from beyond the grave. Our soon-to-be partner here has been monitoring a particular individual's activity. Once he caught word of Graham's death, he came here to deliver the news personally." A heightened pause. "He managed to backtrace a signal." William shot a breath of relief, then said, passed the phone to Dodge, "We have an address." Dodge set down the graphic novel, smoothed his hands across the cover, and rose. "The name is a familiar one," Boss Man said. William flipped over a piece of paper and held the blood-red point of the marker at the ready. He felt his lips stick to his teeth and realized he was grinning in anticipation. "Go get answers," Boss Man said. "Any way you can." Chapter 53. The photo negatives, aside from the top one in the stack, which had disintegrated in Mike's hands, had emerged from the water surprisingly intact. They had stuck together at first, which actually served to protect the ones in the middle. Mike had been eager to deliver them, but Shep had forced him to let them lie for a time after drying so the floodlights could bake out any hidden moisture. Now it was a few minutes past midnight, and Mike sat alone with 2 hawks in a sealed room behind the fill bank at the Shasta Springs band of Miwok Casino, where jackpots were paid out. The table between them was stainless steel, and a matching cart in the corner held a money-counting machine, an accountant's calculator, a heavy phone, and a balky camera. This was a room that changed the course of people's fortunes, and tonight, Mike prayed, would be no exception. Shep was waiting nearby, parked on an unlit road, prepared to unleash hell if Two Hawks failed to deliver what he'd promised. On the way over, Shep and Mike had stopped to make an addition to the growing stash hidden behind their motel room's heating vent, the Deer Creek Tribe genealogy report. Back in the dank warehouse, with the floodlights warming his shoulders, Mike had stared down in wonderment at his family tree, that official scalloped seal marking the top of the wet page. All those names and dates, the entanglements and forks, a history in which he was embedded. When he saw the place reserved for his own name, Michael Traynor, amid the vast and intertwined lineage, he had felt too overwhelmed to speak. But hours later, once the water had dried, leaving the pages stiff, it had struck him that the words were only ink on paper, that he'd already had a place in the world. The only path to reclaiming it ran through the man sitting opposite him now. Two Hawks raised each negative to the light and squinted up at it, his dark eyes moist. Wrinkles fanned through his cheeks. His tribe would keep their federal recognition, certainly, but it was clear that the images meant much more to him. He was soaking them in one at a time, and Mike's patience had grown thin enough to put a fist through. "Thank you," Two Hawks said. "These are amazing. I've dreamed about that settlement since I was a young boy. Did you see?" He offered a fragile negative across the table, but Mike just stared at him. Two Hawks' expression of wonder was replaced by sheepishness. He rode his rolling chair over to the cart and murmured something into the phone. A few minutes later, Blackie entered and set down a safe deposit box on the table in front of Mike. Though the room was cold, Mike felt sweat roll down his sides, tickling his ribs. He lifted the lid. What struck him first was how empty the box was. Some papers sliding in the long metal case. On top were surveillance photographs. Brian McAvoy with Dodge and William. Multiple meetings, each photo sporting a different timestamp. Mike looked up at Two Hawks, unimpressed. Two Hawks said, "Our man smuggled out the material beneath." Mike lifted the final few photos to reveal a stack of photocopies, cramped handwriting and figures filling lined pages. A ledger. Mike's heart quickened. Two Hawks' finger appeared beneath Mike's downturned face, one manicured nail tapping. "These represent payments issued through McAvoy's personal slush account. Yes, that is McAvoy's handwriting. He must not have wanted digital files," a note of irony, "as they're too easy to copy." "Your inside man," Mike said. He was an accountant. "Ted Rogers, a specialist in offshore bookkeeping. McAvoy brought him in to expedite the cash flow between offshore entities. In the process, Mr. Rogers needed to clean up some wires that had gone astray between accounts. So he was given limited access to this ledger. The recipients are identified by bank account number. See there? You can probably guess who the most frequent flyers are." "Rick Graham," Mike said faintly. "Roger Drake. William Burrell. And if you reach back far enough, Leonard Burrell. I guess he's William's uncle." Mike riffled through the pages, the scrape on the underside of his arm throbbing. The dates trailed back through the decades. Next to certain payments were lengthy numbers without commas or dashes. Mike counted and recounted. Each number had 9 digits. Mike said, "Are those what I think they are?" "Social Security numbers." Mike tried to swallow, but found his mouth too dry to carry it off. "Belonging to?" "Your mother. Your father. Those brothers who wouldn't sell their land. A councilwoman in the way of a zoning law. A high roller who couldn't make good on a 7-figure marker. These payments are issued and the people corresponding to those Social Security numbers go missing a day or two later. 201. Seeing it laid out so brazenly was sickening. Dollars and cents. Human lives. "Which ones?" Mike wet his lips. "Which ones belonged to my parents?" Two Hawks pointed out the entries. Mike ran a finger across the dates, stared at the Social Security numbers. Just John. Danielle Traynor. Two Hawks cleared his throat, and Mike realized he'd zoned out for a time. He flipped to the end of the photocopies, but the dates ended about a week before Dodge and William had stepped from the shadows into his life. The thought of the actual ledger still out there, sitting in some safe or locked drawer, chilled him. He knew what would be written there now in the same strained penmanship. His own Social Security number, and that of his daughter. His eye caught on the last big payment. It had no corresponding Social Security number. What do you think that was? Two Hawks bunched his lips, his stare dropping to the table. One of Ted Rogers' last acts was transferring the money to pay for his own murder. He flipped back a page, pointed to another unlabeled entry. And the murder of his wife. The fact rang around the room for a moment or two. A few days went by, no sign of them. Cops were called, found the house empty. No trace of anything aside from a missing couch cushion from Ted's study. Dodge and William never leave a body behind. Two Hawks rubbed his eyes. Clearly McAvoy had caught wind of something. For obvious reasons, he left the Social Security numbers off the ledger since Ted would have recognized. He slumped back in his chair, a cheek clamped between his teeth, his eyes gone moist. Mike understood now the man's quick anger last night when Shep had pressed him on the topic of his inside man. The scenario in the Rogers' house was too close to the nightmares that had been playing out in Mike's head for the past 2 weeks. He averted his eyes. In the bottom of the safe deposit box was a final stack of photocopied papers. He reached for them. The top pages bore shadows where the originals had been folded like letters. Each had a handwritten date, one of the Social Security numbers from the ledger, and a code of some sort. Midway through the stack, they switched to fax format, the code scrawled in the middle of the page, the timestamp printed neatly across the top. Grateful for the shift in attention, Two Hawks said, I guess those were tucked in the back of the ledger. Each date corresponds with a payment and someone's disappearance. I figure it's confirmation that the job was completed. On these later ones, the sent to phone number on the header? That's McAvoy's personal fax line. But we couldn't figure out what those codes mean. Mike glanced at a few of them. Ferv ring, Ms. Thing, L.A. lady. Text messages? Nicknames? The sealed room was making him claustrophobic. He was eager to get out and start formulating a plan with Shep and Hank for how to obliterate McAvoy and his men. Gathering up the papers, he slid them into a large gray envelope that Two Hawks provided. He stood, leaning a hand on the table to steady himself. Two Hawks gripped his arm in support. They headed to the back corridor, Mike continuing on ahead alone. He reached the far door and shoved it open, the night air sweeping through his clothes, tightening his skin. He looked back. Two Hawks was still there down the hall, standing in half-shadow. He raised an arm, his palm out like that Indian healer from the painting. Mike stepped out into the cold.
You need a body.
Hank's voice over the line sounded hoarse and weak. Cell phone pressed to his cheek, Mike sat shuddering in the passenger seat of the Pinto, Shep looking on. They were parked outside an all-night diner down the hill from Two Hawks' casino, the gray envelope heavy across Mike's thighs.
What?
Mike said.
Why do you think McAvoy makes those people disappear? Hank said. No body, no murder case. All that shit you got, damning as it looks, remains circumstantial. But a body opens everything up.
Mike was yelling. You're telling me that all this...
Look, there's no question this evidence changes the playing field. It's way too big for McAvoy to cover up anymore. He'll be stained, the payments to Graham alone. Once this gets out, it'll drive a wedge between McAvoy and the law enforcement community. You're gonna have whole agencies scrambling to distance themselves from the guy. It's all about appearances. And with that genealogy report, you can make a claim on the casino and put the asshole out of business. Dodge and William will be investigated and watched, and I can't imagine that the cops won't find something that'll stick. But you asked if this thing hangs McAvoy, and no, it doesn't hang him. A body would hang him.
Exasperated, Mike pressed his temple to the icy window. A young couple in a vintage Mercedes coupe parked beside them and climbed out, so Mike resisted the urge to shout again.
"What do I do?"
he asked quietly.
"You've done enough," Hank said. "We get a lawyer, leak some evidence, negotiate who you turn yourself into. I'm thinking FBI. There's plenty you gotta answer for, too, Rick Graham's body being foremost. But we can get you in the system now. Check on Annabelle. Get your daughter back safe."
Mike's head was tilted forward into the warm air blowing from the vents, his hand pinching his eyes.
"You've been out in the cold a long time," Hank said. "It's time to come in."
Tears were falling through Mike's hand, tapping the gray folder. He managed to get the words out. "How long?" "Until I can get Kat."
"We'll get our footing with this as quickly as we can. A few days?"
"No. By tomorrow night."
"Then let's get started."
Mike swallowed hard. "All right. I'm coming to you. We make copies of all this, put them in different locations, figure out a game plan, slow and smart." Hank agreed, and they signed off. Mike tilted back his head and blew out a shaky breath. "Okay," he said. "Okay." Another breath, this one less wobbly. "Let's hit the motel room, pick up the cash, the flash drive, and the genealogy report."
"Motel's the opposite direction," Shep said. "I'll go. Meet you there."
"We only have one car," Mike said. Shep scowled at him, disappointed clearly by Mike's lack of imagination. Shep got out, swinging the door shut behind him. In 10 seconds he was into the vintage Mercedes. In 40, the engine roared to life. He offered Mike a 2-finger salute as he pulled out. Mike slid across into the driver's seat and drove off. The freeway at this hour was quiet. A few miles down the road, a lightning bolt of hope shot through the vise of Mike's chest, nearly splitting him in half. He steered off onto the shoulder, stumbled a brief ways into the brush, and bent over, hands on his knees, catching his breath. For so long he hadn't dared to let himself hope, and the sensation of it ripped through his bloodstream, a drug he'd lost tolerance for. He fought off thoughts of Annabelle's touch, her hands intertwined in his against the bedsheets, the heft of Kat when he picked her up, that smooth cheek against his. Not a husband, not a father. Not yet. The air was sharp and tinged with sagebrush, the wet dirt sticking to the bottoms of his shoes. He heaved twice, bringing nothing up, then returned to the car. He'd left the door open, the soft dumb light spilling over the headrests. He buckled back in, put his hands on the wheel, and set off toward Hank. As he exited the freeway, the bat phone vibrated in his pocket. He fumbled it out and open. "Yeah?"
"I have to put through a call."
Shep's voice sounded weird. "What? Who?" There was some background noise, and then an electronic click. Annabelle said,
"Hello?"
Chapter 54. The first thought to break through Mike's delirious relief was that Dodge and William had found her and forced her to call. He didn't know what he was saying, but in between the rush of his words and the thrum of his thoughts, he registered his wife's replies.
"Yes, I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm right here, babe."
And,
Need you here. I'm so scared."
And,
No one's got me. I'm safe. Laid out, sore as hell, and I smell like a nursing home, but I'm safe."
His brain finally caught up to what was happening, sounding a single clarion note over the din of their voices. "She's alive." She was sobbing, her voice cracked and aching.
"Was terrified when I woke up yesterday. Thought you were—"
"She's alive." And,
"Almost 24 hours to get my voice working. I had Shep's number, the one you gave to me back—"
"Alive." And, "No, I haven't called anyone. They told me my father's been on a scorched earth campaign to find me, but I knew to wait, to only talk to you. Shep told me some crazy stuff. An Indian tribe? And that no one can know where I am. That you guys are on the run." Her next question brought him crashing back into his body, stilling the background buzz of his own words. It sent him into a kind of reverse shock, his senses heightened to a painful clarity. She asked again, "How's my baby?" There was nothing but pure, raw sensation. The plastic bumps of the steering wheel digging into the meat of his fingers, windshield condensation blurring the edges of the yellow sign of Hank's motel up ahead, the wrinkles of his shirt forming ridges against his lower back. Mike cleared his throat hard. Shep didn't tell you?" "Tell me what?" All the warmth had gone from her voice. He forced out the words. "I had to leave her." "Leave her? Leave her? How long ago?" 5 days, 14 hours, and 17 minutes. He said brusquely, "Couple of days." "Days? Did you say—" "Annabelle, I promise you. Have you checked on her?" I couldn't. I can't. She's been alone." "Without you?" Her words deteriorated into something unintelligible. Her breath came in loud puffs across the receiver. "You know she's okay, though. Right now." He heard himself hesitate a beat too long. "Yes." "No." Her voice had turned fragile, tiny, pleading. No. Where is she?" Shep said, Mike had forgotten they were on a three-way call. The sound of his wife's voice had overwhelmed all other considerations, but Shep's interjection knocked him back to harsh reality. He said, I can't tell you." Annabelle was breathing hard, maybe hyperventilating. In the background, he heard the beep of a cardiac monitor. "What does that mean?" she said. "You're on a hospital phone," he said. "I can't walk yet, Mike." Her tone had gone flat. "Where else would I be?" "They're still looking for us. And you. They came after you once to get to me and Kat. We don't know if they're monitoring your line right now. I can't tell you over this phone." "Where's my daughter?" "They could be listening right now." "Does Shep know where she is?" "No one knows." "Except you." "I'm getting her tomorrow, Annabelle. We're almost out of this. We are one step from nailing them and starting to put our lives back together. Hours away, honey. Hours." She was crying again, hopelessly. He imagined her, injured and bed-bound in a strange room, pumped full of drugs and terror. Without registering it, he had pulled into a parking space by Hank's door and set the car in park. "I will pick her up tomorrow," he said, "and bring her to you." "Please just tell me where that she's—" He summoned all of his strength to harden his heart to her. "Not a husband." "Tomorrow," he said. "Everything will be okay." "I need to know," her words drawn out through sobs. "I just need to hear my baby's voice." "I'm sorry," he said. "I love you." He snapped the phone shut. "I'm sorry," he told it. I'm sorry. Heat rolled up from his neck into his face, and he punched the steering wheel. Once, twice, 3 times. His knuckles screamed. He sat panting. Hours away, he reminded himself. Hours. Annabelle was alive. Impossibly, he had even more at stake now. He grabbed the gray envelope and hurried across the parking lot to Hank's room. When he knocked on the door, Hank called out, "Yeah, come in." The door was unlocked. Mike pushed in, the room led to by a brief hall. It was dark, lit only by the laptop, which sat open on the tiny desk, throwing off a lavender swirl of screensaver. Hank sat on the bed, facing away, his shoulders slumped. "Yeah, come in," Hank said again. The screensaver threw dappled light across half of his body before the glow shifted to the ceiling. Mike stopped at the verge of the room, felt the smile bloom on his face. "We did it, Hank." A meow came out of the dark, and Hank's fat tabby oozed from the blackness to rub against Mike's leg. It sat on his foot and began assiduously licking its front paw. Mike held up the envelope. "It's all right here." The screensaver kept on, mapping blocks of light on the far wall, the lampshade, Mike's shoes. A section of warped floorboards flashed into sight ahead. A trail of tiny paw prints, rendered in smeared black, led from around the side of the bed to the cat at Mike's feet. Icy horripilation moved up Mike's arms, crawling across the back of his shoulders. He dropped the envelope, reaching for the .357 tucked into his jeans. The envelope slapped the floorboards, and the cat started, scampering off, leaving fresh prints of blood. Mike brought the revolver up, aiming, pivoting to take in the half-dark around him. Across the room, Hank sat as still as marble, facing away. Only then did Mike see the microcassette recorder on the comforter beside him. Hank's voice issued again from the tiny speakers.
"Yeah, come in."
Mike put his back to the wall, barely hearing his thoughts above the roar of blood in his head. A faint rustle came from the unlit bathroom between him and the front door. He was pinned in the brief hall. Inching forward into the room, he charted a trembling course toward a corner. The screensaver kept on with its disco alteration, bringing the walls and ceiling to life, making them bulge and contract like lungs. In the watery light, he noted the Ethernet cord trailing from the back of the laptop to the outlet beneath the desk, and he knew with fierce, distraught conviction that they'd tracked Hank to the motel when he'd logged in. The cat bolted back into view, a whisper against the dust ruffle, and Mike started, a quick movement matching him in the space beside the curtains. He pivoted 90 degrees and pulled the trigger, the muzzle flash lighting the wall mirror already spiderwebbing around the bullet hole. Too late, he heard something whistling through the air behind him, and then the warped floorboards rushed up and hit him in the face. Chapter 55. Janine, the oldest, kept a cocoon on a twig in a giant pickle jar, which Ms. Wilder set on the ledge above the kitchen radiator in hopes of warming the chrysalis to fruition. Before every meal, the girls watched it for signs of life. Traditions, though few and plain, were adhered to with rigor. Kat slept in the fourth bedroom on a mattress laid between two bunk beds. She dozed fitfully, and by the time she did drift off, she was trampled during the morning bathroom stampede. The other girls were neither nice nor cruel, though in some ways their indifference was worse, as if Kat were no more than another in a long line of undistinguished bodies that had rotated under this roof, no different from the countless that had predated her and the countless more that would arrive to displace her. She slept curled up like a puppy and smoothed out the top sheet before breakfast in a semblance of making a bed. She realized that she was doing her best to leave no imprint behind. Most of the girls were swept off to school, and Kat cherished the relative quiet brought by the days. She sat in the family room, watching Ms. Wilder through the kitchen doorway, shifting to keep her in sight as she moved the stove or the little letter desk to pay her bills. Finally, Ms. Wilder looked over at her and said, "Honey, you'd better find something to do before your eyeballs fall out." And Kat had skulked over to the bay window, plopped herself down, and stared at the road, reparsing her father's last words to her, searching out hidden meanings and nuance. "You'll think I won't know how great you turned out." There were so many gaps and spaces, and it was too late to ask him to fill them in. "You need to be tough. Your life is at stake. No one can know anything about you." She was Catherine Smith from San Diego. They'd been there a few times for SeaWorld and Legoland, and she could describe the smell of the mist coming off the ocean. But so far no one had asked, not even Ms. Wilder. "I will come back for you." Nothing uncertain about that. Was there? Staring at the occasional passing car, she strained her mind but couldn't remember if her father had said anything about when he'd come back. 2 weeks? 2 years? When she was a teenager? Carrie Ann, the 3-year-old, was tattooing Kat's knee with a drumstick. Kat brought the drumstick over to a broken xylophone and tried to play her the Orphan Annie song she'd practiced a lifetime ago with her piano teacher, but she couldn't get it right, and besides, Carrie Ann was distracted chasing the cat. When everyone got home from school, Kat tried to disappear into the walls. She sat at the bay window as the girls stormed around with their backpacks and hair bunchies and rambling stories. Her scalp itched from the chemical treatment. She had been pleasantly surprised that no one had made fun of her when Ms. Wilder had combed the gunk through her hair on the first night. They'd all been there before. Janine took note of Kat staring at the street and halted. She was pretty in a bug-eyed sort of way. "Don't waste your time," she said. "He's coming," Kat said. "He swore it to me." Janine pushed out her bottom lip with her tongue and applied a bright swath of lipstick. "You'll learn," she said, and pranced over to join the cluster of girls at the pickle jar. Their conversation washed over her, but she barely heard. "Maybe it's a monarch. Ms. Wilder says it's the wrong season." "Oh, 'cause Ms. Wilder knows everything?" "She knows more than you. There are lots of kinds of butterflies. Besides, monarchs are too Halloween-y. I hope it's yellow instead of orange and black. Just as long as it's not a ugly moth." It was as if Kat were underwater, the voices warped and distant. She pressed her nose to the glass. There was just her and the street, and a caught-in-her-throat prayer that her father would show up with a stolen car and a smile. During dinner, Kat did everything not to cry. She chewed and swallowed, forcing food through the stricture of her throat. She tried not to meet anyone's gaze because she knew if she did, she'd break and start crying, and then that's who she'd be forever after. Catherine Smith, the girl who cried at dinner. So she directed her gaze at the twig and the cocoon. As the girls rose to clear, her job was silverware. She saw it pulse once. That secret got her through after-dinner chores and teeth-brushing. When she prepared for bed, she saw that one of the girls had stepped on her pillow with dirty feet. A dark smudge right in the middle. She padded down the hall. Ms. Wilder was in the family room with the older girls, watching a Hannah Montana rerun. Jackson pouring cereal from the box into his mouth, half of it making it in. "Sorry to be trouble," Kat said. "But can I have... My pillowcase is dirty. Can I have another one?" A few of the girls tittered, and Kat's face grew hot. Ms. Wilder said, "Honey, what we got is what we got." They turned their focus back to the TV. Kat stood there feeling stupid. Ms. Wilder said, "Something else?" Do I get to go to school?" Ms. Wilder said, "We're working on that." "I wouldn't complain if I was you," Janine offered. "Not about school." As Kat passed the kitchen, she peered in at the cocoon and saw a seam where it had cracked. She went back to bed with her heart pounding and flipped the pillow over so it was clean side up. Lying there, she stared up at the bunks towering on either side of her. The younger girls were all asleep. Amelia even snored some, but Kat couldn't so much as close her eyes. Sometime later she heard the TV zap off with a crackle, and there were footsteps and creaks and doors closing, and then there was nothing but the hum of the radiator. Kat lay as long as she could and then slipped out and tiptoed into the kitchen. The cocoon was laid open, curled on the twig like a dead leaf, but she couldn't see the butterfly anywhere. Slowly it dawned on her that it wasn't a butterfly at all, that what she'd mistaken for a fat bulge on the twig was really a newborn moth. It was brown and fuzzy and very ordinary. She thought about the pet lizard she'd wanted to keep and forgotten in the truck, and how her dad had brought it in at night and how it had slid stiffly around in the jar. Before she'd really considered it, she had the pickle jar under her arm and was creeping out into the backyard, the night snaking up her sleeves and pajama legs and raising goosebumps. Pulled tight to the fence was a parked cop car, which made her feel safer even though there was no one inside. At the back of the lot, beyond the play structures, rose a line of thinning trees, and Kat couldn't help but think about how much lusher the ones were that lined her own backyard. She remembered her father's words, "I will come back for you." But she couldn't remember his expression when he'd said it, and she realized that soon she might not remember his face at all. And then the words might blur too, what he'd said and what she thought she remembered, and it hit her with horror that one day she'd really become Catherine Smith of San Diego. "He's coming," she told herself. He swore it. She looked down at the pickle jar, her little secret that no one else had seen, the girl's sneers returning. Just as long as it's not a ugly moth. It had spread its wings against the glass, and even here across the road from the streetlights she could see the tiny patterns, beige against chestnut, like a masterfully inlaid floor. She thought about the disappointment and cackling that would ensue once the girls discovered that their butterfly was a common moth, and she ran her thumb across the sharp spots on the lid where breathing holes had been gouged with a screwdriver or a knife. You'll learn. With a savage twist, she removed the lid and held the jar aloft. The moth hesitated there on the side of the glass, and then it flicked once and cleared the mouth of the jar. She watched it jerk its way around the nearest tree trunk, rising, and finally losing itself against the pitch-black sky. No more than 20 feet away, among the trunks of the trees, an orange dot flared to life. She froze, zeroing in on the point of light, suddenly aware of the silence, her isolation, the charcoal air that had blanketed the shadows at the edge of the yard. The faintest crackle of burning paper rose above the evening hum. A cigarette. Now gone. Suddenly sweating, one uneasy foot half set down on dirt, she squinted at the grainy air beneath the dip of the branch, unable to discern much in the gathered darkness by the trunk. Whoever was there, she had come right up on him. Her breathing had gone all jerky. The ember burned back to life, illuminating a sliver of face, edge of chin, cheek, temple, and a uniform collar. A police uniform. The man went with the cop car. She didn't recognize his face and didn't know what he was doing there in the dark. No one can know anything about you. The cherry died, the face vanishing back into the blackness. Kat took a quick step toward the house, her sandal catching on a bulge in the asphalt. Oh, she laughed nervously, trying for casual. I didn't see you for a long time. A voice came at her from the darkness, calm and low. Longer than you think. The words froze her. It's okay, sweetie. I'm a cop. I patrol this area. Make sure everyone's safe. You're new here, right? What's your name? She forced her mouth to work. Catherine Smith? She managed a polite smile and took a step back, and then another. Now, smile pretty. A camera flash blinded her. She turned and broke for the house, breath firing her lungs. Something in the act of running stoked the terror, and she sprinted blindly, with abandon, her ankles throbbing, her chest burning. The house, 50 feet away, might as well have been a mile. When she reached the rear door, she stopped, panting, and finally risked a look back. The yard was still. An instant later, the cop car roared to life at the curb. It pulled out, its headlights strafing the fence and casting a swath of broken light across the now empty space between the tree trunks. Chapter 56. First, there was sensation. His head pulsing, filled with so much blood it seemed it might explode. Dust on his tongue. A slab of cushioned plastic shoved to his face, mashing his features to one side. A scent of decay drawn into his mouth with each rasping inhale. Then sound, strained as if through a filter. Water sloshing, shuffling boots. William's voice. I got the technique down. I've been rewatching that C-SPAN Senate inquiry. Why? What do you prefer? And then dodge. Fingers. Knuckle by knuckle, like Sharky's machine? Now, we should give this a try. I mean, military perfected, right? None of this seemed to be related to Mike. It was as though he were listening to an old-time radio show, fictitious characters discussing fictitious outcomes. He forced his eyelids to part. The movement, however minuscule, sent daggers of pain back through his head. But finally, sight. It was like being reborn, acquiring one sense at a time. The room rotated on its axis for a while, and slowly it dawned on Mike that he was lying supine on a downward slant, his face turned to one side. It took a few minutes longer for his eyes to adjust to the dimness and sharpen the focus on the whitish blob 5 feet away, staring at him. It was Hank's face, paled to an ashen white. His lips were bruised and mottled, puckered out as if for a last kiss. His daughter's name roared into his head. Cat. I have to scrub the memory of her location from my brain, so no matter what they do to me, I've got nothing to tell them. When he shifted, fire roared through his chest and arms. His bound hands were a knot in the small of his back, and his head screamed. He twisted his wrists and noted through his mind-numbed stupor that the restraints rubbing against his raw skin felt like cloth. He appeared to be at a 45-degree angle, his knees visible above. His thighs burned, and his calves and feet were installed into a contraption of some sort. Gradually he recognized that he was hooked into an inclined sit-up bench. The voices continued, a calm rumble. Dodge and William were behind him? With great effort he rolled his head, the dark ceiling scanning by, and faced the other direction. He was in a big concrete box of a cellar, the only light thrown through the open door at the top of a splintering wooden staircase. Standing between Mike and the stairs, visible only as a slice of shoulder, cheek, forehead, was Dodge. Mike blinked a few more times, the cellar coming clearer, William resolving from the darkness at the big man's side. They were huddled, conferring. Mike's gaze pulled to a square of burlap spread on the concrete floor, various tools laid out like devices on a medical tray. Beyond the burlap was a large old-fashioned dunking-for-apples wooden tub. The water filling it to the brim looked black and forbidding. Dust trembled in the column of light thrown from the open door above. "Oh, you're up." William came toward him, making lurching progress, an empty plastic milk jug floating in each hand. Mike turned his head away, the only movement he could muster, bringing him again face to face with Hank. His sprawled body lay at an odd angle to his neck, a plastic drop-cloth already cocooning his lower half. One foot protruded, the worn black dress sock incongruous here in this context. The line of flaking white skin showing at Hank's ankle underscored the awful tableau, the frailty of this life, of any life, which despite all the sweat and work and best-laid plans could end in a windowless cellar, half-rolled in a strip of plastic sheeting. Beside the body was another drop-cloth, which Mike realized had been reserved for him. When he turned back, Dodge loomed above him, winding a piece of terry cloth the size of a gym towel around his hand. His shirt was unbuttoned, curled back from a wife-beater worn to near transparency. William crouched, letting out a little pained moan, and began to fill the gallon jugs with water from the tub. The bubbles gave off a faint comic-book repeat. Glug, glug, glug. "Okay," Mike said, still trying to grasp what was happening. "All right." William stood, a bottle dripping in either hand, staring up at the faces overhead, Dodge's drawn back, glinting eyes set in the wide skull, and William, stooped to favor his left side, all wisps of facial hair and bunched lips. Mike felt something break open inside him and spill heat. "I heard about you years ago," William said, "from my Uncle Len. You were the one who got away. The job. But Bossman, he would have let it lie, finding you. He stopped looking, stopped caring, figured whatever life you'd made, you'd never put it all together. But then your buddy Two Hanks kicked the hornet's nest, found out about your name on that genealogy report. Bossman caught wind, and guess what? You were back on the table." He neared. "These are glossies of Ted Rogers, the guy who did the stealing for Two Hawks." He produced some photographs from a back pocket and held them for Mike to see. The soft pink skin of a middle-aged man in various forced contortions. William fanned through several taken within these same cellar walls before Mike turned his head and gagged. William leaned over him, breathing down. "My uncle worked on your dad some. What your daddy went through made this," a shake of the photos, "look like a tickle. You know what? Why am I talking so much when I can just show you?" Horror came on like a toothed blade, sawing its way through the shock. "Okay now," William said gently, and Dodge let the small towel flutter down over Mike's face. Mike jerked in an instinctive breath, the towel adhering to his mouth. He sensed William leaning close, and the cloth grew wet and heavy. Water moved up his nose, a slow trickle at first, and then soaked through the terry, sealing out oxygen. The effect was instant, comprehensive. Mike jerked and screeched, shaking his head, but the towel clung to his face like a film. His lungs and throat spasmed uselessly. Just when he thought he might go out, the towel peeled back and he found himself gasping and gagging, Dodge staring down at him, the towel dripping onto the floor. Mike's shoulders cracked in their sockets, and he realized he'd pulled himself up to a sitting position. Also, that he was screaming. He twisted off the backboard, one leg tangling in the pads, the bench rocking up on two legs and settling with the clop of horse hooves on cobblestone. He hit the floor with his shoulder and lay there exhausted, pain blurring his vision. Dodge leaned down and lifted Mike as easily as a grocery bag. He laid him back on the bench, manipulating his legs and torso with stern efficiency, totally absorbed in his task. He might have been threading a needle or tying his shoes. When Dodge moved Mike's feet through the leg pads, Mike bucked, trying to get upright again, but Dodge placed a thumb on his chest and flattened him down onto the decline backboard. Blood rushed to Mike's head. His chest heaved against the pressure. Dodge finished with Mike's feet and eased his thumb off. Mike gasped for air, his ribs aching. "You got information you don't want to tell us, right?" William said. "So we need to extract it from you. It's not going to be easy, on you or us. It's just something we gotta get through together." Mike made some garbled noise. William's eyes trembled back and forth, as if his gaze were wavering, though it was not. "Where's Catherine?" Mike said. "I don't know where she—" William went to a knee over the tub, grimacing. Glug, glug, glug. The sound of round 2. It was over now, Mike knew. He was going to die. He just had to figure out how to get them to kill him before his stamina gave out. He pictured Kat where he'd left her, sitting on that little bench in the foster home, her untied shoelaces scraping the ground. "Please, Daddy." William said, "We know you wanted to put her somewhere safe, somewhere hidden. But Boss Man needs her, see, you and her out of the picture." "Shep got your address from Graham," Mike said. "If I don't check in with him, he'll call the cops and head up here." William shook his head with disappointment. He nodded slightly, and the terry cloth slapped back over Mike's head. Mike's panicked inhalation dimpled the cloth into his mouth, up his nostrils, and then the slow bleed of water invaded his face, drowning him into contorted silence. His thighs burned against the pads, but when he tried to shove himself upright, the steady pressure of Dodge's thumb smoothed him back down. There was fire and agony, the cloth suctioned to him like a sea creature, leaking a calm stream of water into him, shoving his own breath back down his throat. At last he tasted oxygen and felt light on his face. His eyelids were fluttering as William leaned close, that sour breath moving across his cheeks. "Ouch, ouch, I know, pal. I'm sorry. I know." William watched closely, his face soft with empathy. "But you see, I'm an expert in this. I've taken a lot of folks to the edge. I've been here before. And you haven't. So I know the stories they tell, the lies they spin. There's a pattern to it, see? The fake answers, the money they promise, the friend who's gonna call the cops." "Okay," Mike panted. "I lied about Shep." "Where's Catherine?" I don't know." William hoisted a filled jug. "Ready for the next round?" "No," Mike said. No. But it came anyway. The even influx of water up his nose, the airless choking and heaving, the head-shaking blindness. A fire and brimstone hell imported from some past barbaric age. Somewhere between screaming soundlessly and passing out, his instinct to detach, cultivated since the whiteouts of his early childhood, kicked in. He slid out of himself and observed the proceedings. He made himself impervious. He was a collection of parts, of bone and flesh. He was a rock, unthinking, unfeeling. As Dodge tried to pull the towel free, Mike clamped his teeth down on it, and it tore a little. William laughed. "He's biting it?" And then Dodge's fist hit Mike's forehead like a battering ram, and the cloth was ripped from his jaws. William said, "Feisty, huh?" Mike sputtered and drooled water. Because of the slant, it ran up his cheeks, over his eyes, through his hair, and tap, tap, tapped on the concrete. William said, "Where's your daughter?" Mike said, "I have no daughter." And something in his voice made William draw back, shocked or perhaps a touch awed. Dodge scowled impatiently, and William bobbed his head, winded. A foul odor pressed in on Mike, and he thought for a moment that he'd messed himself. But then he realized it was the decay of Hank's body, picking up strength in the dank cellar air. They did another round, and another. He would have preferred to die, but that was the point, to take him to a place where he would have pled for a bullet and to make him stay there a while, and then to bring him back to life, again and again. When he came into himself the next time, he was breathing, and William and Dodge were standing side by side, arms crossed, William wearing an expression of frustration that would have been gratifying under different circumstances. The little towel hung like a dish rag in Dodge's hand, and Mike was pleased to see that it was ripped in several places. He must have bitten down on it a few more times. The smell of Hank's body was stronger now, mixed in the airless room with the stink of sweat and fear. Reclined half upside down on the exercise bench, Mike hacked water through his mouth and nose, his throat raw, his chest an unremitting ache. His arms were as numb as posts beneath his back. Dodge produced 2 cigarettes and set them beside each other between his lips. He dug a cheap plastic lighter from his shirt pocket and lit up, tilting his head to a hand cupped out of habit. He passed one to William, who sucked a long, eyes-closed draw. "Fucking stinks in here." William armed sweat off his brow. "Before we take it to the next level, we should check with Boss Man." His left leg was trembling. "I'll get the phone." He labored up the stairs and returned a few minutes later. His gait had worsened from the effort of climbing and descending, one foot dragging, pigeon-toed. He reached Mike, squatted, and held the phone to Mike's ear. Brian McAvoy's smooth voice. "She's in a foster home, isn't she?" Mike said, "Who?" The syllable like a claw raking his throat. McAvoy laughed. "With the money at stake, we'll check every last one in the state, and then we'll move to the next state, and the next." "So all this," Mike said, "is about money?" "You think I'm just a casino?" McAvoy said. "I am a nation. I made something where there was nothing before. My son etched his initials into the front step when we poured the foundation. I know you think your life, your daughter's life, are a big deal. But as far as collateral damage goes, when it comes to nation building, there's no choice. This isn't my fault any more than it is yours, or Catherine's. So let's handle this like men with a decision to make. Here's my proposal to you. You tell us where she is, and we'll make it humane. For you, now, and more importantly, for her." Mike's breaths were shallow across the receiver. He said, "No. We're finding her either way. All you'll be doing is sparing her a scared, miserable existence between now and then." "No." "So what's your plan?" McAvoy said. "You're going to outlast my 2 guys there?" "Yeah." "Bring him down through force of will?" "Sure," Mike said. A guffaw. McAvoy had intended it to be dismissive, but there was surprise in it as well. "And then?" Mike said, "You're next." A very long silence ensued. Then McAvoy said, "Tell William I'd like to talk to him." Mike rolled his head. "What? To talk? You?" William stood up with the phone, cigarette dangling between his lips. Uh-huh. He snapped the phone shut and tossed it to Dodge, who slid it into the thigh pocket of his cargo pants. Something passed between their eyes, and then Dodge crouched, picked up the ball-peen hammer from the neat square of burlap, and tapped it into his vast palm. William said, "Why don't you get rid of our pal there first? He's making my eyes water." Dodge shuffled over, rolled Hank's body a few more times in the plastic sheeting, and hoisted him onto his shoulder. Mike's stare lingered on the remaining drop-cloth that he'd soon be occupying. William said, "Leave me the rag." Dodge tossed it over, and William held it up in front of his face, his small eyes and patchy beard visible through the holes. He shot a stream of cigarette smoke through the towel and said, "This ain't gonna work no more." Dodge swung Hank's body down, which struck the floor, sending a vibration through the sit-up bench. He tugged off his shirt and dipped it into the tub of water, his shoulders and biceps bulging beneath his wife-beater. On his way back to the body, he dropped the sopping shirt onto Mike's face. Darkness. Mike had managed to suck in a breath before the shirt hit, and he fought the wet fabric with his mouth and tongue, moving it around. Breathing was difficult, but without fresh water pouring through, he was able to draw some air. William's voice floated down at him. "When we're done with you, I wonder if you'll see my brother. If you do, tell him I'm sorry. I should have looked out for him better, like he looked out for me. Tell him we sent you." Mike heard Dodge's heavy boots strain the chairs as he carried the body up. He heard William's knees crack as he crouched, and then the glug-glug-glug of the milk jugs filling. From upstairs came the muffled ring of a phone, then the screech of a fax. A moment later, Dodge's voice called down, "Look," and something soft hit the cellar floor. The sound of paper uncrumpling, then a shrill laugh escaped William. "Wow," William said. "Would you look at that? Okay, go on and take care of the body. I'll fill in our friend here on the recent developments, and then we'll go handle business." Heavy footsteps moved overhead, and a screen door banged. Mike kept manipulating the shirt into position. His teeth locking into the fabric, he blew out hard and managed to suck a few drops of air around his lips. Then he kept working the shirt across his face. Almost there. A sing-song voice. "I got something to show you." Another laugh. "Looks like a cop who owed me a favor came through. Little girl found. In a foster home. He was good enough to fax over a picture so we could confirm. Before we, saddle up and ride all the way out to Arizona." Heat spread through Mike's chest, out through his limbs. A prickling panic suffused with rage. Images flickered through the darkness. Dodge and William rolling up in their truck, snatching Kat off the playground, her little body fighting and twisted in panic. He forced his focus back to the wet shirt. A few drops tapped the fabric, increasing the pressure above his nose, quickening to a thin stream. William was playing with him, drizzling water. "Wanna see?" William reached for the shirt, and then the weight was lifted from Mike's face. A grin twitched around the cigarette. "Ta-da!" Mike caught a flash of the uncrumpled fax in William's hand, a photo of Kat in the backyard of the foster home. The picture had been taken at night, the flash severe, and Kat was recoiling, terrified, her skin bleached a sickly white. Mike breathed through his nose, his nostrils flaring, his mouth clamped around the acid liquid burning into his tongue. Cigarette smoke unspooling up the side of his face, William looked down at the object clattering on the concrete floor, freed from the wet shirt. A cheap plastic cigarette lighter. Chewed open. The cherry on his cigarette flared with a shocked intake of breath, and William lifted his eyes just as Mike wrenched himself forward in an excruciating sit-up and blew a spattering of lighter fluid into his face. The cherry erupted into a sparkler, embers flying into William's eyes and beard. One side of his face caught, the wisps crackling, giving off an acrid odor. William screamed, a high-pitched feminine wail, and stumbled blindly to the tub, with the fax aflame, fluttering after him. Mike fought to keep himself bent up into the incline, and as William dunked his head into the tub, Mike flopped off the sit-up bench, landing across William's shoulders. The bench flipped with him, the pads clinging to one calf. William bucked and fought, Mike struggling to keep his weight on him so his face would stay submerged. But without the benefit of his arms, Mike could only pin William so long. William slid out from under him and collapsed on his back, sputtering and moaning. Mike rolled off as well, the wooden lip digging into his side, and spun over to the square of burlap. With the cloth restraints biting into his wrists, he felt for the tools behind his back, his fingers fussing over metal rods and rubber handles. William writhed on the floor, holding his eyes and thrashing. Something stuck one of Mike's fingers, and he reached for it again, holding the blade even as it opened the pad of his thumb. Trying to will the tingling from his fingers, he got the knife turned and sawing against the restraints. His panicked stare moved between William and the door at the top of the stairs. Silently, William shoved himself to a sitting position. One eye was open. His teeth showed as a slash carved out of red flesh and black curled hair. He struggled to his feet and lurched toward Mike. Mike rocked to aid the movement of the blade, his shoulders aching, his hands cramped and barely holding on. William was almost on top of him. There wouldn't be time to saw through, so Mike rolled to his side, bent his legs, and tried to swing his wrists down under his feet and in front of him. The cloth restraints snagged on the bottoms of his shoes, and he tugged harder until his hands popped through. He barely managed to get to his feet before William swung at him. Mike ducked the blow, grabbed the back of William's shirt with both bound hands, and tugged it over his head to tie up his arms, an old schoolyard trick. Pressing his fists together, he hammered them down across William's face. A ribbon of blood slapped the concrete, and William fell to all fours over the canvas. Mike wrenched his arms apart, straining as hard as he could. The restraints finally gave way with a wet rip, just as William hoisted himself up and slipped a knife into Mike's side. The motion was silent and smooth, all pressure and no pain, just the slice of a shark cutting through water. And then William wrenched. The sensation was electric, Mike arcing like a hooked fish, a current of pain running so hot and intense up his left side that he thought for a moment he'd somehow caught fire. He staggered back a step and then another, William keeping on, the blade low in his hand, his breath fluttering the charred tufts of beard around his lips. William jabbed and Mike skipped back, the current coming to life again, making him cry out. Mike unhooked his belt and wrapped the soft end around a fist. William lunged with another thrust. Mike dodged and whipped the buckle, catching William at the side of the jaw, knocking him forward too hard and quick for his left leg. He stumbled, landing on a knee. Mike threaded the belt back through the buckle to form a snare and lowered the loop of leather over William's head. Yanking the makeshift leash tight, he dragged William choking and screaming across the floor to the patch of canvas. William's resistance, coupled with the tearing pain in Mike's side, brought Mike to his knees short of the mark. William's hands scrabbled at his throat, loosening the belt. As he turned to claw at Mike, Mike snatched up the first tool in reach, a flathead screwdriver, and drove it through the side of William's left knee, crushing the fragile bone. William howled, veins popping on both sides of his neck, and curled on the floor, coughing and weeping. It took a few minutes, but Mike forced himself up. Stepping over William, he started for the stairs, his elbow brushing the wound, blood streaming down the outside of his leg. He left a scarlet footprint on the bottom stair. A few steps up, he almost lost consciousness. He pressed his blood-stained knuckles against the wall for balance, and then sat. He whited out for a minute, drifting back to Shady Lane. Charles Dobronsky waited in the darkness, thick bully head protruding on his stout neck, except this time he was leering not at Shep, but at Mike. "Stay the fuck down, runt. Stay down." Somehow Mike was at the top of the stairs, stumbling into the wreckage of a kitchen, shocked to see daylight streaming through the dusty windows. The smell of grease clogged his throat. Every surface was littered with rotting fruit, pots, and pill bottles. So many pill bottles. But no Dodge. The house felt empty, and the walls threw off an old lady vibe. Peeling floral wallpaper, old pictures in rose-colored porcelain frames, a posy of fake flowers, dust caking the gingham bow. Mike tilted into the table, sending sheets of paper airborne and knocking over a stack of old newspapers. His bat phone was on the table, dissected. Clearly, given how they'd questioned him, they hadn't been able to retrieve whatever data they were looking for. He swung his leaden head around, searching for another phone. The charger at the outlet was empty, and Mike remembered Dodge slipping the phone into his pocket. Panting, Mike leaned on the counter, coming face to face with a fax machine perched atop a cracked microwave. It had no telephone function, but the piece of paper in the feeder had Mike's social security number and another of those crazy codes. FST14U. He clutched the page, his fingers leaving bloody smears. There was another page behind, also waiting to fax, with another social security number, probably Hank's, and another code, 6D8-bug. Insofar as he could think any more, Mike thought, so that's it. William's moans climbed up the stairs, but there was no way he'd make it up and out. As Mike turned to go, he spotted among the mess of papers on the table the big gray envelope Two Hawks had given him. Its contents had been pulled halfway out, bringing the stack of photocopied ledger pages into view. He told himself to pick it up, and a minute later he listened. He staggered across the corroding tile of the foyer and out into the vivid white day. A vast field of weeds, hilltop wind roaring across his ears, and on the other side of the hilltop a wrecking yard from which issued a blacksmith-like clanging over the low drone of machinery. He lost his footing on the porch stairs and had to hug the banister, worried that his intestines were going to spill onto the rust-colored dirt. But then he was balancing cautiously, tightrope walking across to the laid-open gate of the wrecking yard. His throat and nose still burned, salt-tinged wetness stinging the abraded flesh. He spit a mixture of blood and lighter fluid. The weight of the envelope tugging at his left hand reminded him every instant of the knife gash in his side. The walk was interminable, the wind rising to a maritime whistle. Purple spots appeared across the sky. The glare of the sun turned into a 5-pointed star. The banging continued, metal on metal, and as the mechanical drone grew louder, Mike pegged it as a big diesel engine of some sort. He passed into the yard, tasting the rust in the air, and followed the clang, clang, clang through 2 rows of crushed cars stacked higher than the fence. He came into a clearing, one arm numb at his side, his legs wobbling. A giant electromagnetic crane loomed ahead, the enormous circular magnet up on the boom still swinging from recent activity. But the cab was empty, the door ajar. A battered, rusting station wagon waited below the hoist, an ant beneath a raised boot. Its old-fashioned black and yellow license plate was barely holding on. FST-14U. The code paired with Mike's Social Security number on the fax back in the kitchen. Staring at the plate, Mike blanked out, the heat rising from the earth through the soles of his shoes. But a fresh clanging broke him from his trance. He oriented toward the sound, which came from an ancient top-loading automobile crusher, a cross between a giant dumpster and a bear trap. A fat cable ran across the dirt, connecting the 2 machines so that one man could work the yard by himself, operating the crusher from the cab of the crane. In the crusher, Dodge's massive bowed shoulders reared up into view. He was hammering away with his ball-peen, trying to dislodge a piece of shrapnel from the metal jaws. Mike stood frozen, no more than 20 yards away. But given the rattle of the crane's engine and the pounding of the hammer, Dodge was oblivious. He stopped swinging, evidently satisfied with his progress, and stooped, disappearing from view beneath the high wall of the crusher. A moment later he heaved back into sight, Hank's wrapped body tilted across a shoulder. He readjusted the corpse, letting it slide down and away. Then he stood with his hands on his hips, catching his breath and regarding his handiwork. Mike threw the gray envelope through the open rear window of the station wagon for safekeeping, the pages coming free and scattering across the back seat. He stumbled around the tailgate, crossing the faded set of tire tracks pressed into the loose dirt, and staggered right past Dodge, heading for the crane. His side was warm, so warm, and his left shoe squished with each step. He fought not to cry out as he hoisted himself up into the high cab, his wound tearing open a bit more. His shirt, matted to his side, felt dense and heavy. The rumbling of the cab was agony. From the higher vantage, he could see down into the crusher and piece together what had happened. With the crane, Dodge had hoisted the car, a '68 Bug as the license plate proclaimed, into the crusher, but the machine had jammed, popping the vehicle onto a tilt and jogging the body half out a smashed window. Dodge had climbed in to fix the snag and slide the body back into the car. Mike reached for the control, popping the clear plastic lid over the wide red button. Down below, Dodge finally turned, hip deep in the huge bucket of the crusher, his legs lost in the snarl of the partially crumpled front wheel well. Their eyes met across 20 yards of dust-filled sunshine. Mike pushed the button. The hydraulic crushing cylinders hummed to life, the contraption beginning to clench. Like a dumb animal, Dodge moved deliberately and without panic toward the edge, trying to climb out. But then he stiffened, and it was clear that the jagged metal had folded in on him. With his flat gaze fixed on Mike, he started his descent without whimper or complaint, descending until only one hand remained in sight, lifted as if for a life preserver. It quivered once and vanished slowly into the metal crush. Pressing a hand to the wound in his side, Mike slumped forward over the controls, his vision spotting. It occurred to him how very nice it would be to go to sleep. His blinks grew longer. A faint movement registered through the black and white speckling before his eyes, and he blinked several times, squinting through the cab window. William. His left leg trailed lifelessly behind him, the screwdriver still jammed through the side of his wilted knee, but he was tugging himself forward with his forearms, making herky-jerky progress, like some awful stop-action film. His face scraped along the ground, his mouth and nose powdered with dirt. Mike stared for maybe a full minute in disbelief. William belly-crawled, arm over arm, past the rows of smashed cars and into the clearing. He paused now and again to catch his breath, his head wriggling on the yoke of his shoulders. Mike's hands twitched forward onto the console, moving across the steering levers, the joystick, the push buttons. Having worked a lot of big construction machines, he found the controls familiar. The magnetic hoist hung high in his field of vision, maybe 40 feet above the ground. Mike clicked the joystick, and the boom whirred over toward the car crusher, the hoist rocking at the end of the giant cable. He tried 3 buttons before he found the servomotor. The entire crane vibrated from the massive charge, the generator shooting a jolt of current to the magnetic hoist at the cable's end. Mike rode the joystick left a few beats more and dropped the boom, undershooting the release to compensate for the skewed perspective from the cab, a trick he'd learned from years on wheel loaders and hydraulic shovels. The giant magnet clanged onto the roof of the crushed VW Bug. Mike lifted the neat bale of metal and flesh from the vise of the crusher and began to swing it across the clearing. William paused to take note, his raw face tilted to the early morning sun. The rectangular shadow fell across him, and he began tearing at the dirt, trying to make quicker progress, but it seemed his arms had nothing left. Mike pulled back on the control and raised the compacted car to the clouds. 70 feet, 80. He kept on until all he saw was the underside of the vehicle, the wheels smashed up into the box of the frame. William lay still, panting, glaring across at Mike through a tangle of fallen hair. A moment of perfect tranquility stretched out and out. Then Mike tapped the button, cutting the power to the magnet above. The car detached from the hoist without a whisper of noise and plummeted in absolute silence. William let out a bark of a cry and had just enough time to cover his head. An explosion of dust, pluming like the aftermath of a bomb. The cloud rose halfway to the hoist and then began to dissipate. The warmth of the sun slanted through the glass, and again Mike was tempted to set his head down on the console and doze off. Mustering strength, he shoved open the door of the cab and tumbled to the dirt. He lay there, panting, holding his side, the flesh tacky and warm. Parked before him was the station wagon that William and Dodge had planned to crush him in, but his slanted view also took in the swirling brown mist in the air, thinning by degrees. Emerging from the dust, stacked against the chain link across the lot, was a distinct stack of smashed cars, clearly set apart from the other rows. Some were newer, some so rusted that no color was discernible. The dust thinned further, and he saw, wired to the front of every neatly baled car, a license plate. Forever Young, Ms. Thang, L.A. Lady. Metal coffins, a body interred in each one. Just John, Danielle Traynor, Ted Rogers. Mike's breath kicked up little puffs of dust, Indian red and oddly beautiful. His hand, lying a few inches in front of his face, was caked with layers of blood, slick and bright over dry and black. A snowy patch blotted out all sight, and then somehow he was standing, leaning heavily against one of the crane's high, hot tires. He staggered forward, falling onto the back of the station wagon and then shoving himself along its side, leaving mime handprints in blood along the dusty windows. The driver's door groaned open, and his legs went to water. He fell into the soft cloth seat, the springs sighing beneath him. He would not be able to pull himself from the car, so he prayed the broke-down piece of shit ran. His arms felt heavy, filled with gravy. He swatted a hand forward once, twice, his fingers somehow hooking onto a key, but he didn't believe it was real until he twisted, and the engine sputtered irritably to life. He'd been driven into this mess in a station wagon. Now he'd go out in one. Yanking the stick into drive was a Herculean task. Tailpipe dragging, the car shuddered around the dropped bale of VW, out of the yard, down the harsh slope of the desolate dirt road. The turns were punishing, the switchbacks agonizing. He realized halfway down the hill that he was probably going to die. Chapter 57. Time became a wash of movement, a confusion of images. Impressions swam through his head. A house on a shady lane at the end of a road, jungle gym bars, a faded salmon-pink shirt, the yellow cushion reeking of cat piss, him with his elbows propped on the sill, waiting. Mike Doe at the bay window blended into Catherine Smith at the bay window. My dad's coming back. You swore it now. You swore it. A film reel turned in his head, the run-on sentence that was his daughter's life. Her fist, hours old, around his pinky. Where's Catherine? Rocking her to sleep to the na-na-nas from Hey Jude, her baby tongue fluttering, scorched with thrush, the soporific pulse of the breast pump at midnight, good-night chair and the red balloon, holding onto his leg, reaching for him to pick her up. Him looking at the sunlight through the windshield, so strong that he had to fight to keep his eyes open so he could see. A plaster of Paris handprint, the psh sound of pouring imaginary tea, that no tears scent, her going boneless in a grocery store aisle, him struggling with the jointless arms, like trying to pick up water, crying the first time she watches Annabelle get her hair cut, the movie theater seat popping up beneath her tiny legs until he reaches over and holds it down, covering her eyes when the teapot shrieks, walking in his sneakers, in Annabelle's high heels, in his boots, and... The station wagon was off the road now, stopped, and he was slumped forward, his lips smashed against the top of the steering wheel. He looked down through the rip in his t-shirt and saw the glittering stick of his rib in the wash of blood at his side. The surrounding skin was fish white. He closed his eyes again and dreamed about how lovely it would be just to keep them that way. You will come back for me. I will come back for you. He set his hands on the wheel and pushed himself upright. He was shuddering. His flesh was shuddering. He willed his arm to move, to throw the car into reverse. The station wagon thumped its way up out of the roadside ditch and onto the road, and he gritted his teeth, blinked the sweat from his eyes, took a creaking breath, and... Then she is 5, jumping rope, smiling at him, missing eye teeth, the lavender dress with the flaking Disney princess iron-on she sleeps in until it grows brittle, the first time she can read her own fortune at a Chinese restaurant, round red-framed spectacles, the spring break she wants to eat only licorice, orange slices at halftime, the abominable snowman on the Matterhorn, high school fucking musical. You swore it now. You swore it. A horn blared, bringing him back to life, but by the time he lifted a sluggish arm, the driver had skidded angrily around him and kept on, leaving him behind, coasting down the wrong side of the road. A flash of awareness told him he was driving about 5 miles per hour, and he did his best to send a signal to his foot to tamp down on the gas pedal. Sometime in the past few minutes, the pain had shifted to numbness. His flesh felt as hard and cold as ice. Vaguely aware of the loose photocopies fluttering around the back seat, he cranked the wheel, riding the station wagon's course. The road looked wider, a real road now. The sun had notched a few clicks higher in the sky. Pins and needles pricked his fingertips, and his breaths were shallow, almost delicate, the breaths of a newborn. He closed his eyes for a quick prayer, but then, like magic, he has flown forward in time. He sees the future, and it is present. It floats out of reach, as fragile and elusive as a butterfly, and there she is at graduation, the free spirit with the peace sign stitched to her gown, who busts a dance move on the dais before shaking the principal's hand, the pale blue sky filled with graduation caps, and then her wedding night, a speech from a younger sister or brother, maybe, Annabelle squeezing his hand beneath the table, and the first strain of the song for the father-daughter dance, him rising, cameras winking from the surrounding tables, and there she is, his daughter, in a shower of white. He takes her gloved hand, and... The collision hammered him into the dashboard, his eyes flying open. He rolled to the side, his forehead leaving a smudge on the driver's window. He noted the clean little homes spaced on the landscaped slopes outside, the old folks in their yellow golf shirts and beige walking shoes, pointing at him. Through the wobbling sheet of steam rising from the crumpled hood, he saw the barely dented stucco pillar of the activity center building and realized he must have been going only about 3 miles per hour. The car had ended up on some shrubs a few yards through the rear gate, a sad little terminus to a slow-motion journey. A photocopied ledger page drifted dreamily past his face and settled on the dashboard. His lips barely moved. "Help me," he said to the wall of steam. He heard whistles and footsteps, the rattle of a gurney, and at once a medical team was there, guiding him out of the driver's seat, pulling at his arms, questions raining down on him. "Flank wound there, see? Were you shot or stabbed? Shot or stabbed? What's your name? Any allergies? ¿Hablas español? ¿Te pegaron un tiro o te apuñalaron? We need to roll him. Give yourself a hug now." "Can't." He forced the words out. "I can't die. You don't understand. My daughter, Catherine Wingate." "Don't move. Let us do the work. Pain here? Here? Dolor aquí? 10th rib, mid-axillary line. We're going to need the blood bank." He heard what was left of his shirt rip away, and then leads plopped onto his chest. The pressure beneath his chin, he realized, was a cervical collar. "In a foster home. Have to fix me." His voice was so hoarse and weak that the sound barely reached his own ears. "Open your mouth. Deep breath. Again." Now he was being rolled down a walk, past puzzled elderly faces and manicured flower beds. He passed by the rear gate, a sign drifting by, cheerily announcing New Beginnings Active Living Center. That painted, smiley-faced son winked at him. "Push 6 of morphine." "So I can get to her. Tell her mother, Annabelle. Jocelyn Wilder is the name." "Little pinch, okay? Good." Air conditioning on his face. Overhead lights flying past, one after another. "He's tachycardic, hypotensive, blood in his belly. He needs to get to the OR now. Who's on call?" Mike's words were fainter yet. "My daughter. She's hidden. Tell my wife, Annabelle Wingate." "Dr. Nelson's in already with the shattered hip. He's lost a lot of blood. I don't know." "Can't die without..." "CT? No time. He'll bleed out in the scanner." A sturdy male nurse leaned over him, sliding a finger into his numb left hand. "Squeeze my finger. Squeeze. That's good. That's good." Mike focused hard on forming words, shaping his lips. "Jocelyn Wilder, Parker, Arizona. Tell my wife." The nurse leaned closer. "What's that, pal? Tell your wife what?" "Our daughter is with Jocelyn Wilder of Parker, Arizona." Right before time stopped, Mike realized that the words had not left his head. Chapter 58. The voice was blurred, as if Mike were listening underwater. "Where's Catherine?" He mumbled, "I won't fucking tell you ever." Another voice said, "Pleasant, ain't he?" And then he sank beneath another black swell. This time he sensed the mattress beneath him. "Prince is climbing all over everything," Shep's voice was saying. "The state paid to medevac you into Cedars-Sinai Med Center. And Annabelle, too. Top care. Bastards are scared of a lawsuit. They're relieved you lived.
I guess you had a cut in your kidney vein. What? Okay, renal vein. Bleeds fast, but not as fast as an artery. Lucky for you, huh?
Mike tried to make his mouth move, but it wouldn't obey. Shep continued.
The feds raided the wrecking yard, found your parents' remains in 2 of those crushed cars. McAvoy's in custody. Looks like he's fucked pretty good.
He can't hear you, someone said. Shep said,
Yeah, he can.
Now his eyes were open, if barely, his vision blurry. His tongue was too thick to talk around. Metal pinched the skin of his stomach. A tan face was floating over him, saying, Congratulations, Mr. Wingate. You just inherited a Class 3 casino. Mike said, You'll be immediately commenced at a salary of $3 million.
A month,
Shep's voice added from somewhere.
And the annual dividend? It's got more zeros than can fit on a check.
Mike could discern the shape of Shep now, standing at the foot of the bed.
Guess who's a leading expert in casino law?
Shep flicked his nail against something that Mike finally registered as a familiar taupe business card. Shep's face came into focus briefly, time enough for Mike to see the gleam of that crooked front tooth.
Remember that high-ticket lawyer 2 Hawks hooked me up with?
Mike took in the man who'd spoken earlier as a collection of parts. Sun-baked face, hammered sterling oval belt buckle with a turquoise inlay, Jerry Spence buckskin jacket with fringe sloping across the shoulders. The man nodded solemnly, a hint of wryness livening his eyes, and said, Chief 2 Hawks looks forward to a long era of peace and prosperity between our tribes. The scene blurred again, and a sharp female voice said, You can't be in here. Fading out, Mike heard Shep say,
What?
He came awake this time, fully awake, with a single thought branded across his brain. Catherine. He sat up abruptly, but a hot spear lanced his gut, flattening him back down onto a brace of pillows. Even tilting his head was excruciating, but he managed to look down at himself. The hospital gown he was wearing was thrown open to reveal a railroad track of surgical staples running from below his belly button to his sternum. The edges of the wound were purple-pink. It took some time for him to register the slit as a permanent addition to his body. A large gauze patch was adhered to his side with paper tape. With some trepidation, he peeled it back. The stab wound was cleanly sealed, tiny black sutures sticking out like cat whiskers. The skin below was trash-liner black, a shade he hadn't known that skin could turn. They had to open you up. The voice from across the room surprised him. A man sat in a visitor chair, picking a piece of lint from the thigh of his pressed slacks, a red tie seated firmly to his throat. Mike recognized the clean-shaven face, but it took a few moments for him to place him as Bill Garner, the governor's chief of staff. He noted, also, that there was no one else in the room. Had to stop the bleeding, check your liver and bowel, all that, Garner continued. You've been in and out for a few days. I guess you're recovering really well, but there's still going to be a lot of... Mike tried to sit up again and cried out. Pain. Mike rolled his head, looking around. The door was open, nurses and patients walking briskly past in the hall. On his nightstand, blood-sopped bandages rested in a bedpan. Still processing the shock of the scar, Mike tried to retrieve memories from the slush of the past few days. Shep had been here, and 2 Hawks' attorney. Something about the state fearing a lawsuit. Yep, there it was. Groaning, he swung his legs over the side of the bed, the oxygen tube pulling out from beneath his nose. He tugged an IV from his arm, saline pattering on the floor, then tore some excess paper tape from his biceps. I wouldn't do that, Garner said. There's a naggy nurse looking to live up to her adjective. Mike stood up and wobbled a bit until his legs firmed beneath him. They found Hank's body. Pinching his gown closed, he made progress gingerly toward the door, Garner following at his side. They did, Garner said. LAPD's on the warpath. He was one of their own. Parker Center, FBI. Everyone's shoehorned into this thing. I can see that. Hank Danville may not have looked like much, but he was very well regarded in the law enforcement community. Mike paused for the first time, looked over at him. Rightly so. And with the evidence? Garner shot a breath skyward, fluttering his bangs. Brian McAvoy might as well give himself the lethal injection. There hasn't been a case this airtight since O.J. He scratched his nose. That was a joke. Sorry, Mike said. I'm still back on Hank. You'll have a chance to say goodbye properly. LAPD's planning a big to-do, ceremony, all that. He'll go out a hero. Mike didn't trust his voice, so he just nodded and kept on toward the door. You really shouldn't be up, Garner said. Feels like that, Mike said. Which way's my wife? Down that hall there. Shep? Around somewhere, I'm sure. He hasn't strayed far from your side since he was released. Mike leaned against the doorway, breathing hard. Released? He's under investigation, Garner said. Your lawyer turned over the security recording from Graham's house, as well as all the other documents. This is a high-order mess, clearly, but we've persuaded the AUSA and the DA to offer you full federal and state immunity in exchange for your truthful testimony and for your cooperation as pertains to the case against Brian McAvoy. Let me repeat, that's full immunity. So I don't sue the state, Mike said, which I assume is why you're being good enough to check in on me, in a quiet hospital room, before anyone else can get to me. Garner affected a bored expression. While they're willing to make some allowances for you given the early investigative missteps, someone has to answer for the string of felonies you and Shepard White left in your wake. Mike's lip curled. You need a fall guy. There were laws broken. Stolen vehicles, battery, robbery, the murder of an important state law enforcement agent in his bedroom at night. There's you, family man, honored community leader, and there's a convicted felon. Someone fired that shot from the balcony. Graham was a murdering piece of shit. It might be less complicated for everyone if it doesn't get advertised that way. Less complicated for who? Mike started forward again. Let's just stop a moment, Mike. Garner placed a hand gently on his shoulder, halting him. You could end up in prison. This is no joke. You're going to want to think carefully about what you do here. Mike steered Garner's arm away. There's a picture of your boss hanging in McAvoy's trophy case in the casino. He was even good enough to sign it. To Deer Creek Casino, friends of mine, friends of California. You guys took in soft money donations by the truckload from a guy who snuffed his opponents for generations with abandon, while the cops, DAs, judges, and, yes, the governor looked the other way. Lower your voice, please. Not only is Shep not going down for any of these so-called crimes, but the governor has 24 hours to issue a full pardon, or he can spend the last weeks of his campaign explaining why he's not responsible for his corrupt police force, and how the hundreds of millions that McAvoy gave the state budget didn't have anything to do with how he got away with murder for decades. Mike stepped out into the hall, Garner scurrying at his side. We can still make your life extremely difficult, Garner said. You don't know what difficult is. Two agents approached at a half-jog, and Garner waved them off. They hesitated, not retreating, and Mike asked them loudly, Am I under arrest? Sir, you're not to leave the— Am I under arrest? The surrounding movement in the hall came to a halt. The agents looked at Garner. Garner looked back at them. They seemed to blink a lot, and then one of the agents said, No. Mike kept going. You're in the catbird seat right now, Garner said, walking sideways next to him and doing his best to lower his voice. You and your family have won the lottery 1,000 times over. He skipped in front of Mike. You're prepared to throw all that away to protect a felon buddy? He is family. Garner's stare stayed even, but his lips stretched a bit with concern. Mike gritted his teeth against the pain. "Now get the fuck out of my way." Garner contemplated for a moment, then complied. Leaving him in his wake, Mike continued down the hall. He grabbed a pair of scrub bottoms from a passing cart. Pulling them on hurt more than he could have imagined, but the staples didn't burst, and he finally managed and let the gown fall to the floor. Every cough, every twist brought with it a fresh jolt of pain. He did his best to bend at the hips to avoid using his stomach muscles, but even that made his eyes water. Shirtless, he continued down the hall, eyeing the charts on doors, the names printed on the tabs, and finally, worn down by the pain and exhaustion, he started shouting his wife's name, turning circles. He heard her faint reply from around the next corner and took one jogging step before the blast of heat in his stomach reminded him to walk. Around the bend, Detectives Elsie and Markovich were standing near a partially open door. Elsie had a gift shop bouquet in her hand, probably wondering how much leniency a fistful of carnations would buy when it came time for Annabelle's official statement. When the detectives saw Mike tottering toward them, scowling and stitched together like a low-rent Frankenstein, they turned sheepishly and slinked off. Heat roared in his face, in his chest, in the mouths of both cuts as he finally reached the doorway. She was on the bed, her skin pale and smooth, her hair lying limp against her scalp. One of her hands moved self-consciously toward her face, but froze halfway up from the sheet, the tiny, instinctive gesture rending him. He gripped the door stile, wheezing against the pain, the two of them drinking in the sight of each other. Her father faded from the room like an apparition before Mike had even registered his presence. Mike couldn't take his eyes off her, couldn't move. He was frozen in pain and ecstasy. "You cut your hair," Annabelle said. She mustered a smile, then immediately started crying, the sight sending him finally into motion. He pressed his face to the top of her hair, breathing her in, the scent of her still there, deep beneath the iodine and dried sweat. A nurse was suddenly at his side, talking at them with great agitation, but he wasn't processing her words. Annabelle hovered her fingers above his scars. He parted her gown, checked her bruised skin, the line of the wound. He felt helpless and grateful and full of rage, the emotions cycling through him like a tornado. Annabelle turned her pale face up at him, and he thumbed a tear from her cheek. "Let's go get our daughter," she said. The nurse came in then at full volume. "You are not going anywhere with that nicked artery, Mrs. Wingate." She wheeled on Mike. "And you'd best march back up that hall and get horizontal, and you're due for some Percocet." "Can't take it," Mike said. "I have to drive." "Drive?" Annabelle said, "Go." He kissed her softly on the mouth and walked out. Shep was waiting in the hall, slumped with his shoulders against the wall like a Chicago gangster. Mike said, "Can you get me some ibuprofen?" "How much?" 1,000,000 milligrams. Shep put a hand across his back, and they started for the elevator. Mike said, "You got a car?" "What kind you want?" "No, Shep. I want to borrow yours." Shep pulled the keys from his pocket. "It's not a Pinto." He plunked them in Mike's hand. "With your driving record, I'm just saying." Shep leaned over the counter at the nurse's station and swiped a bottle of Advil from the back shelf. Mike swallowed 6 pills dry, and Shep shoved the bottle into the pocket of his scrubs, along with something else. Mike saw the furry white arm protruding, and smiled. Riding down in the elevator, Shep nodded at the bruises covering Mike's torso. "What you did for your family." He shook his head with admiration. "You idiot," Mike said. "I learned it from you." The doors dinged open, and they walked across the lobby and outside, the breeze reminding Mike that he was, inanely, bare-chested. The '67 Shelby Mustang was waiting across the lot, spit-shined, the wide grille sneering. Shep said, "Gassed up and ready to go." A town car eased up to the curb nearby, and a white-haired man in a gray linen suit emerged quickly, waving at Mike and hurrying over to catch them. He had to walk briskly to match their pace. "Mr. Wingate," he said, "I came immediately to offer our condolences about this terrible situation." You are? Mike asked.
Now that Brian McAvoy has been detained for his egregious crimes, I am the senior trustee of Deer Creek Tribal Enterprises, Incorporated, and I come here on behalf of the board to tell you that we had no knowledge of any of Mr. McAvoy's indiscretions, and that we cared for your great-grandmother at the end of her life. I knew her personally, in fact. She wanted for nothing. If there's any way we can assist you in this transition, or anything you need—
Yeah, Mike said.
I need a shirt.
The man's mouth came ajar, the fringe of his white mustache hanging over his upper lip. Mike said,
Give me your shirt.
The man pressed a smile onto his face. Shep helped him out of his jacket, and then the man loosened his tie, unbuttoned his shirt, and handed it to Mike. Mike pulled it on, grimacing, and began pushing the buttons through the holes.
Thanks. You're all fired.
He and Shep continued on toward the Mustang.
You need us, the man called after him. Who will run the casino?
Mike said over his shoulder,
You'll have to talk to my chief of operations.
The man, bare-chested beneath his suit jacket, climbed back into the town car, and it eased away. They came up on the Mustang, and Mike ran a finger along one of the racing stripes. Shep said,
Chief of operations?
Mike tilted his head at him.
Yeah?
Shep said.
How much?
How much you want?
Can I still pull jobs?
No.
I'll think about it.
Mike tugged open the door, and Shep gripped his hands and helped lower him down into the bucket seat. Shep tossed in a wad of cash and his cell phone, the sole surviving bat phone, and Mike rested both by the e-brake and swung the door closed. The engine roared to life, but before Mike could back out, Shep tapped the glass. When Mike rolled down the window, Shep said,
They always say it doesn't solve anything. Revenge. But when you killed them, did it feel good?
Yes, Mike said, and drove off. Chapter 59. The few times he stopped for gas, food, or caffeine, he drew odd stares. Fair enough. With his dress shirt, scrub bottoms, and bare feet, he did look like he'd escaped from an asylum. He popped Advil for the pain, but it was mostly adrenaline that kept him pushing through. The drive was long, and he dreamed a little. He'd get immunity or wouldn't, but either way he'd return Kat and Annabelle to their home, and they'd have enough money from the casino to be taken care of for the rest of their lives. He could repay his countless debts of gratitude, to Hank's survivors, to Jocelyn Wilder, to Jimmy. Hell, he could repipe all of Green Valley with vitrifucking-fied clay or pay back the fraudulent green subsidies. Those houses would be the first place he'd spend the casino's money, a public penance for the lie that had put all this into motion. And whether as a free man or on prison release, he would have a quiet little ceremony for his parents, John and Danielle Traynor. Proper caskets. He would lay them in the ground and turn over the first spadeful. At long last, he would put them to rest. At a truck stop an hour away, sipping Coke and eating a Snickers, he caught a glimpse of himself in the rearview mirror. A few drops of blood, probably from a dripping IV line, had dried on the lobe of his ear, and whoever had shaved him had missed a patch of stubble at the corner of his jaw. He licked his thumb and tried to wipe the blood off, and it wasn't until he saw how badly his hand was shaking that he realized how nervous he was. He went into the bathroom, washed his face, and did his best to make himself look human again. Still, by the time he got the Mustang back on the road, his pain had taken a back seat to the hum of fear running like a current between his ears. He entered Parker, Arizona, passing the movie theater where he'd taken Kat, the little dress shop, the diner at which they'd eaten their last meal. Nausea returned like a muscle memory, and flustered he lost his way. He got turned around, winding through suburban circles, his frustration bringing him to the verge of tears. The bat phone rang. Praying for help, he answered. Graham, it seems, was shot during a random home invasion robbery. It took him a few seconds to place the voice. Bill Garner. Garner continued. Would you like to contradict that account? Mike thought of how far back it all went with Graham. Mike's father, just John, struggling to the death. The last name that Mike had been saddled with as a 4-year-old, assigned by a faceless smartass in social services. And now it had come full circle. The record would show that Graham had been killed by an unidentified suspect, a John Doe. No, Mike said. I had to go to the wall to get Shepard White included under your immunity deal, he said. It was closer than you'd ever like to know. I'll say one thing, Mike. You've got stamina. Mike said, and loyalty. A street opened up off a curve. He'd looped past it twice before, but somehow not seen it. Garner was saying, DA can send the documents on to... Mike came off the turn, and there ahead was the rambling ranch house and the backyard filled with play structures and girls in motion. I have to go. We're talking about your immunity, Garner said. You got somewhere more important to be. Yeah, Mike said. I do. He eased into the curb where he'd parked before, where he and Kat had struck their dire deal. You will come back for me. I will come back for you. Before he could brace himself, he saw her, off the front porch, pouring water from a plastic bucket onto a wilted fern. She was wearing the yellow gingham dress he'd bought her, though the sleeve was torn and the hem ragged. He got out of the Mustang, his legs barely able to sustain him. At the slam of the car door, she looked up, a smudge of dirt on her cheek. She looked right at him, and then she turned and walked inside. A breeze blew across his face, an empty desert sound, and for a moment he actually thought it would shatter him. He stood trembling. He did his best to put himself back together, piece by piece, before he felt steady enough to follow her in. An older girl answered the door. Are you? He said. Yes. A husband. A father. The girl stepped aside. Over on the couch, Jocelyn took note of him and beckoned the swirl of children in the room, corralling them magically around her. They hushed and looked with darting eyes. Jocelyn said, She's outside. Mike's mouth moved twice before he could speak. Thank you. Kat was sitting past the swing set on a patch of cracked asphalt, playing with a doll. Legless Barbie. She was mumbling to herself, manipulating the arms this way and that. Her hair was uncombed, and her nails dirty. Mike reached her. She did not look up. Given the staples and sutures, it took him a while to lower himself to the ground opposite her. He watched her play. Still, she did not raise her head. He reached into the pocket of his scrub pants, tugged out Snowball 2, and set it on the ground between them. In a burst of anger, Kat picked up the tiny stuffed polar bear and threw it off into the weeds at the base of the fence. Mike said, Okay. The staples gnawed at his skin, but he wouldn't move. He watched her hands, the scab on her knee, the top of her head. He was aching to hold her, but he forced himself to sit still, to let her arrive at this moment on her own time. She tilted her head, and he caught a glimpse of her cheek. It was quivering. She banged Barbie against the asphalt. He said, How's she feel about having one leg? Kat said, She's angry. I bet. He wanted so badly to reach out and touch her arm, to stroke her hair, to take her hand. Overhead, a woodpecker knocked its face against a telephone pole. It's okay now, he told her. Kat banged the doll a few more times, then set it down. Tentatively, keeping her face pointed at the ground, she crawled across into his lap. She curled against his chest, and pain rocketed through to his spinal cord, but he didn't give a damn. All he cared about was her head, tucked beneath his chin. Look at me, he said gently. She didn't move. Honey, look at me. Slowly, she lifted her eyes. He said, It's okay now. And then she was sobbing, screaming, pulling his shirt and pounding her fists against his collarbone. He held her, grunting against the pain, his forehead pressed to hers, rocking her. It was gray with dusk, and still he sat, aching, legs splayed out awkwardly before him, holding her as she quieted, holding her until the only movement was the shuddering of her breath moving through her, holding her, holding her, holding her.